Section 1 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5 by Mandell Creighton. Book 5 continued. The Italian Princes, 1464 to 1518. Chapter 10. Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, 1500 to 1502, Part 1. The plan which Alexander VI had most deeply at heart was the centralization of the states of the Church. It was no new scheme, but had forced itself on the attention of his predecessors. The states of the Church during the Middle Ages had shared the same fate as the lands of the rest of Europe. They had been granted out to vassals, who had tended to become independent rulers, and during the Avignonese captivity, Cardinal Albornoz had seen no better way of maintaining the papal authority than by recognizing the position won by these vassal lords. The abasement of the papacy, the Great Schism, and the reforming councils had still further strengthened the Pope's vassals, and the restored papacy enjoyed only a nominal sovereignty over the greater part of his dominions, as the power of the Malatesta hampered Pius II and Paul II. When Sixtus IV found no other object for the papacy to pursue, he turned to the extension of the temporal power. But the entire result of his passionate endeavours was to form Imola and Forlì into a principality for his nephew Girolamo. The feeble pontificate of Innocent VIII let slip all that the papacy had gained, and Alexander VI, in a time when the air was full of political changes, had to consider what object he had best pursue. The French invasion had startled Italy, but had not kindled any spirit of national patriotism. The Italian League had fallen to pieces, and each state pursued its separate interests as keenly as before. The papacy had to choose whether it would strive to centralize its power or would submit to see its vassals fall before their more powerful neighbours. The fertile district of the Romagna was a network of small principalities, on which Venice, Milan, and Florence all cast a hungry eye. So long as the balance of Italian politics was maintained, they were secure. But if by any chance Venice, Milan, and Florence were agreed upon a partition, the papacy would be helpless to prevent it. Alexander VI was resolved to obviate this danger, to rid the papacy of its troublesome vassals, and reduce the Romagna to one principality directly under the Church. It was hopeless for a pope to undertake this task himself, if indeed Alexander VI had wished to do so. We need not analyze his motives or determine how much was due to policy, how much to a desire to aggrandize his family. Nepotism has a deservedly hateful name, but by no other means could a pope accomplish his object. The Romagna must be won by one who had his heart in the work, and by one whom the Pope could entirely trust. Pius II had not done much with Antonio Piccolomini. Sixtus IV had only raised Girolamo Riario to a small position. The Cibo family had been altogether without resources. Alexander VI felt that he and Cesare were made of other stuff, and that the times were in his favour. There was nothing exceptional in his undertaking. He only pursued his end more entirely, more resolutely, and more successfully than his predecessors. The end and the means alike had become a recognized part of the papal policy. Only when, in the hands of Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, they seemed likely to be accomplished, did they awaken universal terror. Italy quailed at the prospect of a powerful state in the centre, which was backed by the far-reaching influence of the papacy, and could thereby command foreign allies at any emergency. Churchmen were terrified at the danger of the papacy being made dependent on a powerful duke of the Romagna. The fruitful and sturdy stock of the Borgia swarmed in Rome, and the papacy might become hereditary in the Borgian family. Few were far-sighted enough to see at first the full meaning of Alexander VI's policy, but all were made uneasy, and every step in the development of that policy revealed its bearing more clearly and produced deeper-seated alarm and hatred. So soon as the French success in Milan was rendered probable, Alexander VI proceeded to pave the way for his plans. He sent Cardinal Borgia as his legate to Florence and Venice to see if they would consent to an attack on the Duchy of Ferrara. Both gave guarded answers in the negative. The Pope saw that he had nothing to expect from the Italian powers, and proceeded to act more cautiously with the aid of France. After the fall of Ludovico Sforza, neither Florence nor Venice could object to the expulsion of his relatives from their possessions in the Romagna, where Cesena was the sole town which remained in the hands of the Church. Taking that as a centre, Cesare might extend his dominion over Imola, Forlì, and Pesaro. The better to disarm opposition, he accepted the title of vice-regent of the French king, and was supplied with French troops for his enterprise. Little was as yet known of the character or capacity of Cesare Borgia. As a cardinal he had led a tolerably profligate life, but that was no rare occurrence amongst the members of the Sacred College. His journey to France showed a pretentiousness which was somewhat wanting in taste, but Cardinal Rovere wrote to the Pope in January that his modesty, prudence, dexterity, and excellence, both of mind and body, had won the affections of all. In Milan, so good an observer as Baldassare Castiglione, the author of Il Cortegiano, described him as a gallant youth. It was yet to be seen what capacities he had for the political task which lay before him. The first cities singled out for attack were Imola and Forlì, which were held by Caterina Sforza, widow of Girolamo Riario, as regent for her young son. Footnote: she is the famous instance of the virago, who was a product of the emancipation of ideas produced by the new learning. Back to main text. So entirely was Cardinal Rovere on the side of the Pope that he became bond for Cesare to the city of Milan for a loan of 45,000 ducats, and this was to help Cesare to overthrow the son of his own cousin, for whom his uncle Sixtus IV had made such sacrifices. In addition to his Italian troops, Cesare had 300 French lances and 4,000 Gascons and Swiss. Imola at once opened its gates, and the town of Forlì surrendered. But Caterina Sforza bravely held out in the fortress till it was no longer tenable, and was stormed on January 12th, 1500. Caterina Sforza was made prisoner, but was treated with leniency. She was sent to Rome, where she was lodged at first in the Belvedere of the Vatican. She refused to resign her claims to the lands of which she had been dispossessed, and attempted to escape. This led to her more rigorous confinement, but after 18 months' imprisonment she was set at liberty, and ended her days in a monastery in Florence. She had married as her second husband Giovanni de' Medici, of the younger branch of that family, but became in 1498 a second time a widow. By her second husband she left a son, Giovanni de' Medici, known as Giovanni delle Bande Nere, who was famous in later Florentine history. Cesare's joy at the capture of Forlì was dashed by the news of the death of his cousin, Cardinal Borgia, on January 16th. He was on his way to Rome and had reached Urbino when he was attacked by a fever. His fever seemed to be mending, but when he heard the news of the fall of Forlì, he mounted his horse to go and congratulate Cesare in person. He reached Fossombrone, where he had a serious relapse of his fever and died. Suspicions were so rife that there were rumors of foul play, and in later times it was said that Cesare had him poisoned because he feared his influence with the Pope. This also is one of the groundless rumors which were spread against the Borgia. After his success at Forlì, Cesare prepared to set out against Pesaro, but his plans were overthrown by a sudden change in the affairs of Milan. As usual, the French could conquer but could not govern, and their arrogance disgusted their new subjects, who found that they had exchanged one tyranny for another that was less tolerable. Ludovico Sforza hired a body of Swiss mercenaries and advanced into his old dominions, where his arrival was greeted with joy by the fickle people. His duchy had been quickly lost and was as quickly won. In February he and Ascanio again entered Milan in triumph. At the news of the advance of Lodovico, the French troops were withdrawn from Cesare's army, and he was left with only a small force. He vainly asked for help from the Venetians, who were not sorry to see the Pope's ambitious schemes so rapidly checked. Cesare was driven to abandon all hopes of further conquest for the present, and on February 26th he returned to Rome, where the Pope ordered all the cardinals to greet him with a triumphal entry. Clad in black velvet with a gold chain round his neck, and attended by 200 squires leading horses caparisoned in black velvet, amidst the blare of trumpets he rode to the Vatican, where the Pope received him with joy. Cesare addressed his father in Spanish, and was answered in the same tongue, which perplexed the bystanders and made them feel that aliens were in the midst of Italy. The Pope was so overcome with joy that he laughed and cried at once. He loaded Cesare with honours, solemnly instituted him Gonfaloniere of the Church, and conferred on him the Golden Rose. The festivities of the Carnival were made splendid by a representation of the triumph of Julius Caesar in the Piazza Navona. Cesare was set side by side with the mighty founder of the Roman Empire. The year 1500 was a year of jubilee. Alexander VI in due state had struck with a silver mallet the golden gate of St. Peter's, which was only opened at those times. Its exact position could not be found with certainty, and a new gate was made by Alexander VI's orders, with sculptured lintels, so that its place might be visible even when walled up. Alexander VI, with stately appearance and dignified bearing, delighted in ceremonies. Few popes were more ready for public appearances, or more scrupulously performed the external duties of their office. Pilgrims from every land flocked to Rome, that they might earn the indulgences granted to those who visited the tombs of the apostles. The disturbed state of northern Italy and the insecurity of the roads deterred many, but the crowds who came testified to the deep hold which religion still had on Christendom, and to the veneration which still existed for the Holy See. On Holy Thursday it was computed that 100,000 were assembled for the public benediction. "I rejoice," wrote Peter Delphinus, general of the Camaldolensians, "that the Christian religion does not lack the testimony of pious minds, especially in these times of failing faith and depravity of morals. I have left, saith the Lord, 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal." Yet the pious minds that went to Rome can hardly have been much edified, apart from their religious observances, by the stories they heard or the sights they saw. The Romans no doubt told them many scandalous tales about the Pope and his family. Those who saw the triumphal entry of Cesare Borgia would be reminded of the temporal ambition rather than of the spiritual zeal of the Papacy. Rome itself would not strike them as a well-ordered or as a moral city. Brawls were common in the streets, and crimes of blood were frequent. One day in May, 18 corpses swung upon a gallows on the bridge of Sant'Angelo. 13 of them were members of a robber band which had stripped the French envoy at Viterbo on his way to Rome. but a notable criminal was a doctor of the hospital of San Giovanni in Laterano, who used in the early morning to shoot with arrows those who passed along the empty streets and then rob their dead bodies. He further had an understanding with a confessor of the hospital, who told him which of the sick were wealthy. He poisoned them and shared their spoils with his confederate. Sights, too, of secular splendor were displayed to the pilgrims' eyes. One day there was a duel on Monte Testaccio between a Burgundian and a Frenchman. The Princess of Squillace backed one of the combatants, and Cesare Borgia backed the other. Another day, the piazza of St. Peter's was enclosed with barriers. 6 bulls were let loose into the ring, and Cesare Borgia gave the Romans an exhibition of Spanish fashions. Mounted on horseback, he slew 5 with his lance and cleft off the head of the 6th with one stroke of his sword. The figure of Cesare Borgia now dominated Rome. He was tall, handsome, well-made, full of energy and vigor. The Borgia nature pulsed with the joy of living. Cesare delighted in enjoying himself and was ready to contribute to the enjoyment of others. Himself magnificent, he was liberal in his gifts, and the Pope vainly strove to check his extravagance. Fortune again smiled upon his plans. No sooner was Ludovico Sforza in possession of Milan than he again lost it, and this time forever. The French troops advanced against Milan, and on April 10th, Ludovico's Swiss mercenaries betrayed him into the hands of his enemies. His brother Ascanio was taken prisoner by the Venetians. Alexander VI demanded that he should be given up to him, but the Venetians preferred to hand him over to the French king. Ludovico was imprisoned in the castle of Loches in Berry, Ascanio at Bourges. The Pope made some show of interceding on behalf of a cardinal, but he allowed the man who made him Pope to linger in a French prison. The fate of the Sforza brothers awakens little sympathy. Crafty, unscrupulous, unprincipled, they plunged light-heartedly into intrigues which they mistook for statesmanship. Their combinations were short-sighted. Their self-confidence was overweening. Their selfishness was utter. They led Italy to destruction, and were the first victims of the storm which themselves had raised. Alexander VI rejoiced over the entire downfall of the Sforza house, which opened out the career of Cesare. But Cesare was reminded that he must make haste to secure himself, as his prospects hung upon a thread. Alexander VI's life was uncertain. His physical constitution, though robust, was exceptional, and his life was often in peril, as he was liable to fainting fits which might at any time lead to a serious accident. In April he had a severe attack of fever which threatened his life. On June 27th he had a miraculous escape from destruction. A violent thunderstorm burst over Rome, and the wind blew down a chimney in the Vatican, which fell through the roof, wrecked the room below, and burst through the floor, sweeping amid the ruins 3 attendants who were killed. The mass of masonry fell into the chamber where the Pope was sitting and overwhelmed his chair. The Cardinal of Capua and a secretary who were present saved themselves by springing into the aperture of the window. When they saw the Pope's chair covered by the ruins, they cried out, "The Pope is dead!" The news spread through Rome, and men took up arms expecting a riot. But when the ruin was examined, the Pope was found alive. The beam immediately above his head had been clamped with iron outside the wall of the room, so that, though broken in 2, it had not fallen, but had bent over the head of the Pope so as to make a screen. He escaped with a few trifling wounds on his head and arms. The cloud of marvel and mystery was never long lifted from the Borgia family. Scarcely had Rome done talking about the Pope's escape before another and more terrible occurrence was noised abroad. On the evening of July 15th, 1500, the Duke of Bisceglie, the husband of Lucrezia Borgia, was attacked by assassins on the steps of St. Peter's as he was on his way from the Vatican. The assassins fled to a troop of horsemen who were awaiting them and rode off through the Porta Portese. The wounded man was carried into the house of the nearest cardinal. At first he refused medical aid and seems to have shown great suspicion of those around him. He sent word to the King of Naples that his life was not safe in Rome, and the king dispatched his own physician to attend him. Men said in Rome that this deed was wrought by the same hand as had slain the Duke of Gandia. No doubt they meant that it was the doing of Cesare Borgia. The position of the Duke of Bisceglie in the Vatican had long been unpleasant. The Pope was allied with the enemy of Naples. Milan had fallen, and the turn of Naples was to come next. Alfonso dwelt amid the active foes of his country and his father's house. He wandered disconsolate and helpless amidst aliens. The vigour and brilliancy, the resolute daring of Cesare must have been hateful to him, and Cesare doubtless showed him scanty consideration. Moreover, there was another cause of ill feeling between the two men. Alexander VI had dispossessed the Gaetani of their lands, and sold Sermoneta by a fictitious sale to his daughter Lucrezia. Sermoneta was a fief of Naples, and this was the easiest way of getting it into the hands of the Borgia. But Cesare is said to have grudged Lucrezia this possession, on the ground that a woman was not strong enough to hold it. As the irritation increased, Cesare suspected that Alfonso was intriguing with the Colonna, who were allied with Naples. While Alfonso found another cause for anger in the divorce which Alexander VI pronounced on April 5th between the King of Hungary and his wife Beatrice, daughter of Ferrante II of Naples. Everyone said that the divorce was due to French influence, and Alfonso bitterly complained to the Neapolitan envoy. The suspicion of an understanding between Alfonso and the Colonna was enough to arouse the wrath of the Orsini, and possibly the attempted assassination was the work of the Orsini, but probably Cesare was privy to it. At all events, he was afraid of some outbreak of violence, as he issued an order prohibiting anyone to wear arms between St. Peter's and the bridge of Sant'Angelo. Alfonso's wounds slowly healed, but he did not conceal his suspicions of Cesare, nor did Cesare show him any friendliness. The state of things is sufficiently explained by the Florentine envoy, who wrote, "There are at the Vatican so many causes of grudges, both old and new, so much envy and jealousy both on public and private grounds, that scandals will necessarily arise." Alfonso vowed revenge, and Cesare sullenly dared him. Their undisguised hostility awakened the alarm of Lucrezia and the Princess of Squillace, who vainly tried to mediate. But Alfonso accused Cesare of attempting his murder, and Cesare accused Alfonso of secretly plotting against him. Alexander VI sent a guard of 16 trusty attendants round Alfonso's chamber to try and keep the peace. Pacific counsels were, however, unavailing. One day Alfonso, seeing from his window Cesare walking in the garden, seized a bow and shot at him. Cesare's wrath blazed up in a moment. He ordered his men to cut the Duke in pieces. His orders were promptly obeyed, and the luckless Alfonso was murdered in his room. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 10. Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, 1500 to 1502, Part 2. Alexander VI was helpless before his imperious son. He listened to his excuses and tried to make the best of them. Some of Alfonso's servants were imprisoned and tortured to extract confessions of their master's guilt, but it does not seem that much was discovered which would bear stating. Alexander VI told the Venetian ambassador at his court that the Duke of Bisceglie had tried to murder Cesare and had paid the penalty for his rashness. He promised to send a detailed account of the results of the process which he was instituting, but no report was ever sent, and the Pope considered it best to hush the matter up. Alfonso was privately buried in St. Peter's, and nothing more was said about his death. This terrible deed was a testimony to Cesare's resolute and unscrupulous character. Rome felt that it had a master who would spare no one who crossed his path. Men's imagination was stirred, and their fears were awakened. The numerous assassinations which were of common occurrence in the streets of Rome were put down to Cesare's mysterious designs. The Pope himself entertained for his son a mixture of affection, respect, and fear. The Venetian ambassador, who looked calmly on, judged that Cesare had the requisite qualities for success in Italian political life. This duke, he said, if he lives, will be one of the first captains of Italy. Alexander VI did not long distress himself about the Duke of Bisceglia's death, which he regarded as an unfortunate but trivial accident. This Pope, says the Venetian envoy, is 70 years old and grows younger every day. Cares never weigh on him more than a night. He loves life, he has a joyous nature, and does what may turn out useful to himself. Alexander VI had the buoyant temperament of one fitted for practical life. He rose above troubles. He faced things as they were. He knew his own mind and used the means that offered themselves for the accomplishment of his purposes. He was free from scruples and rapidly forgot the past. The tearful face of Lucrezia, who was genuinely attached to her late husband, annoyed him. On August 31st he sent her to Nepi, that she might overcome her grief and recover her spirits. He did not like to have around him anyone who was not as joyous as himself. During all these occurrences in his own family, Alexander VI had been pursuing his plans for the conquest of the Romagna. It required much negotiation to overcome the opposition of Venice to his proposal of the conquest of Rimini and Faenza. And Venice only gave way before long pressure, because it needed the Pope's help for a crusade against the Turks, who had alarmed the Republic by the capture of Modone. Not till September 16th, 1500, did Venice at last send the Pope an answer that, although it considered the time inopportune for an attack on Faenza and Rimini, it would offer no opposition. Alexander VI was overjoyed at this news, and declared that he reckoned the friendship of Venice above that of France or Spain. Alexander VI had already declared the vicars in the Romagna deposed from their offices on the ground that they had not paid the Holy See the dues which they owed. In the beginning of August he further declared the vicars of Pesaro, Rimini, and Faenza to be excommunicated. Preparations for an armament were made at Rome, and amongst them was a creation of 12 cardinals, which was made on September 28th. The creation was avowedly made in the interest of Cesare Borgia, who openly visited the old cardinals and asked them to agree to the new nominations that he might be supplied with money for his enterprise against the Romagna. Of the new cardinals, 2 were of the fruitful stock of the Borgia, and 4 others were Spaniards. Besides them were Cesare's brother-in-law, d'Albret, a Venetian, Marco Correr, and the Pope's secretary and chief minister, Gian Battista Ferrari. Immediately after their creation, the new cardinals were entertained by Cesare at a banquet, where they assured him of their fidelity and proceeded to settle their accounts. Cesare obtained from their gratitude the respectable sum of 120,000 ducats. To fulfil his undertaking with Venice, Alexander VI issued bulls for a crusade and appointed legates to kindle the zeal of the princes of Christendom. He even said that he would go on the crusade in person if the King of France would go also, an offer which might be made without much prospect of the fulfilment of its condition. As a further sign of the goodwill of Venice, Cesare Borgia was on October 18th enrolled as a member of the Venetian nobility. The proud Venetians can scarcely have believed Cesare to be steeped in every crime, or they would not have conferred on him this special distinction. The Florentines were amazed at their condescension. The time will come, said they, when the Venetians will confess the truth of the proverb, "Whatever the monk gets, he gets for the monastery." Emboldened by this mark of favour from Venice, the Duke of Valentinois left Rome in October with an army of 10,000 men, French, Spaniards, and Italians. With him were Paolo Orsini, Gian Paolo Baglioni of Perugia, and Vitello Civitelli, all famous captains. Pandolfo Malatesta at Rimini and Giovanni Sforza at Pesaro judged resistance to be hopeless. They abandoned their possessions, and their subjects hailed Cesare's entrance with joy. Faenza offered a more determined resistance, in which it was supported by Florence and Giovanni Bentivoglio of Bologna, both of whom trembled for their own safety. It did not capitulate till April 20th, 1501. Its young lord, Astore Manfredi, was by the terms of the capitulation free to go where he chose, but he stayed or was detained in Cesare's camp, whence he was taken to Rome. There he was confined in the castle of Sant'Angelo, and was found drowned in the Tiber with a stone round his neck on June 9th, 1502. When Cesare was master of Faenza, he suddenly demanded the surrender of Castel Bolognese, which was in the territory of Bologna, and lay between Imola and Faenza. Its possession was necessary to round off the dominions which Cesare had acquired. Giovanni Bentivoglio was unprepared for war, and ceded Castel Bolognese on condition that the Pope should confirm the ancient privileges of Bologna. Cesare was now lord of a large territory, and Alexander VI conferred upon him indefinite rights by giving him the title of Duke of the Romagna. He prepared the way for future exploits by excommunicating Giulio Cesare Verano, lord of Camerino, as another rebellious vicar of the Holy See. But the Orsini, who were with Cesare, urged him to a more important enterprise, an attack upon Florence and the restoration of Piero de' Medici. Cesare asked leave to march to Rome through the Florentine territory. Florence was in a condition of great exhaustion through its long war with Pisa. Its magistrates were timorous and were afraid to refuse. Cesare raised his demands, and the Florentines at last consented to buy him off, by taking him into their service for 3 years with a salary of 36,000 florins. Cesare was glad to make such terms, because the French king showed that he would not allow an enterprise against Florence, and Alexander VI, alarmed at Cesare's audacity, recalled him to Rome. He marched his disorderly army through the Florentine territory to Piombino, which he failed to carry by assault. Leaving some troops to carry on the siege, he hastened along the Maremma to Rome, where he was welcomed by the Pope on June 17th, as though he had conquered the lands of the infidels and not of devoted subjects to the Holy See. Cesare found Rome the scene of new intrigues which were of the most momentous importance for the future of Italy. Louis XII, after the success of his plans in Milan, resolved to pursue the conquest of Naples. But the French advance in Italy naturally provoked the jealousy of Spain. Louis XII was not strong enough to carry out his plans if Spain offered resolute opposition. Spain was not inclined to wage a war in behalf of a king on whose dominions Ferdinand of Aragon already cast a longing eye. But matters were arranged between the two powers, and a secret treaty was entered into at Granada on November 11th, 1500, in which they agreed to divide the Neapolitan dominions. Their ostensible motives for this act of robbery was the alliance which the terrified Federigo of Naples had unluckily made with the Turks. The kings of France and Aragon, to preserve the peace of Christendom against the aggressions of the Turks, generously resolved to merge their conflicting claims on Naples and divide it between them. France was to have the northern provinces. Spain would be content with Apulia and Calabria. This infamous treaty was the first open assertion in European politics of the principles of dynastic aggrandizement. It was the first of a series of partition treaties, by which peoples were handed over from one government to another as appendages to family estates. The preparations for the French expedition against Naples were openly made, but Federigo hoped, with the help of the Colonna, to offer determined resistance on the Neapolitan frontier. He trusted that Spain would interpose on his behalf, and Gonzalvo de Cordova, who had been assisting the Venetians in a campaign against the Turks, brought the Spanish fleet to anchor off Sicily. In June, the French army under d'Aubigny reached the neighbourhood of Rome. Then Alexander VI was called upon to ratify the treaty, which had hitherto been kept a profound secret. On June 25th, he issued a bull deposing Federigo as a traitor to Christendom by alliance with the Turks, approving of the partition of Naples between the kings of France and Aragon, and investing them with the lands which they proposed to take. The act of spoliation received the sanction of the head of the Church because, with a friendly power in Naples, he saw his way to reduce the Roman barons to subjection. There was, of course, a fair-sounding pretext. France and Spain, after reducing the treacherous king of Naples, were to combine against the Turks. Meanwhile, the money raised for a crusade was to be spent in the conquest of Naples. There was always some trifling preliminary business to be done before Christendom could unite to expel the infidel. Federigo found himself abandoned and betrayed on all sides. Cesare Borgia joined the French troops. Gonzalvo de Cordova advanced into Calabria. Capua, which offered resistance, was stormed by the French and sacked with horrible barbarity. And Federigo, wishing to spare his people from further massacres, withdrew to Ischia on August 2nd, 1501, and surrendered to the French. Louis XII conferred on him the Duchy of Anjou and a yearly pension. He died in 1504, and, unlike most fallen kings, was cheered to the last by friends who were faithful to him in his adversity, amongst them the poet Sannazaro. Federigo was a kindly man of gentle disposition, who in favourable times might have pacified and reorganized the Neapolitan kingdom. But the turbulent days in which his lot was cast left no place for gentleness or good intentions. The nemesis which pursued his house struck down as its victim the most guileless of his race. The House of Aragon had become as strangers to Naples, but rapidly became more Italian than the Italians themselves. Alfonso I rivaled Cosimo de' Medici as a patron of art and letters. Ferrante developed the crafty statesmanship which was Italy's ruin. Alfonso II displayed the refined savagery which was the sign of Italy's moral decadence. Now the gentle Federigo saw Naples sink into bondage to alien domination. The downfall of Naples brought with it the reduction of the Colonna faction, which could not venture to stand against a pope supported by France and helped by their hereditary foes, the Orsini. The Colonna thought it wise to prepare for what was inevitable, and tried to make terms by committing their castles to the custody of the College of Cardinals. This Alexander VI would not allow, and the Colonna and their friends, the Savelli, were driven to open their castles to the papal forces. Many of their vassals came to Rome and did homage to the Pope, who on July 27th left Rome to visit his new possessions. During his absence, Lucrezia Borgia was left with power to act as his deputy. It was an unheard of thing, and shocked official decorum, that a woman should be seated in the Vatican as the Pope's representative. Lucrezia was commissioned to open the Pope's letters and, in case of need, to consult Cardinal Costa. One day she sought the cardinal's advice. He answered that the custom was for the vice-chancellor to gather and record the votes of the cardinals when the college was consulted. Lucrezia, impatient at this official reserve, exclaimed impetuously, "I can write well enough myself." "Where is your pen?" said the cardinal with a smile. They parted in laughter. The Pope had a reason for giving Lucrezia an air of political importance, as he was diligently pursuing a plan for her marriage with Alfonso, son of Ercole, Duke of Ferrara. In the early part of Lucrezia's widowhood, her hand had been used as a lure to the Orsini and the Colonna in turn. Now that they were no longer formidable, an alliance with Ferrara commended itself to the Pope, both as honourable to Lucrezia and as politically useful, since it secured Cesare in the Romagna and opened up the road to Tuscany. It was true that Duke Ercole did not show himself very desirous of this connection with the Borgia, and Alfonso was strongly opposed to it. But Alexander VI made use of Louis XII to overcome their reluctance. By a combination of threats and allurements, he pursued his design, and nothing is a stronger proof of his resoluteness than the way in which he drove the proud house of Este to ally themselves with his family. He sacrificed the rights of the Church to his own projects, and remitted for 3 generations the tribute due from Ferrara to the Apostolic See. On September 4th, 1501, the news was brought to Rome that the marriage contract was concluded, and Lucrezia rode in magnificent attire to offer thanks at the church of Santa Maria del Popolo, whither she was escorted by 4 bishops and 300 horsemen. She gave her robe, which had never been worn before, and was worth 300 ducats, to her court buffoon, who afterwards put it on and rode in mock procession through the streets of Rome, crying, "Hooray for the most illustrious Duchess of Ferrara! Hooray for Pope Alexander VI!" The delight of the Pope at his daughter's good fortune was boundless. He always showed a frank satisfaction in his own success, and made no secret of his pleasure in his family. He was naturally expansive, and called upon others to share his joy. He gave splendid entertainments at the Vatican, and looked as a delighted spectator on the dances in which Lucrezia's fair figure showed to advantage. He could not refrain from calling the Ferrarese envoy to admire her. "The new Duchess, you see, is not lame." Before Lucrezia left Rome, Alexander VI made provision for her son by the Duke of Bisceglie, Rodrigo, a child of 2 years old, and also for another Borgia infant of dubious parentage, by the name Giovanni. This Giovanni was legitimized by the Pope in 2 briefs dated September 1st, 1501. In the first, he is said to be the offspring of Cesare unmarried, and an unmarried woman, and in the second, he is called the son of Cesare married and an unmarried woman. Then the brief proceeds to say that the defect in legitimacy does not come from the aforesaid Duke, but from us and the aforesaid unmarried woman, which for good reasons, in the previous letter, he did not wish specifically to express. It is difficult to explain these 2 contradictory statements, but it is clear that the Pope wished to provide, as far as he could, against all contingencies. We may either suppose that in his desire to secure Cesare's bastard son against the possible claims of legitimate children, he executed a second instrument in his favor, and took upon himself a guilt which was not his. Or we must hold that this child of 3 years old was the son of the Pope at the age of 68, and that Cesare consented to recognize him as his own. In either case, the Pope's conduct was scandalous enough, and showed a shamelessness of inventive skill in molding legal forms to suit his purposes. Giovanni and Rodrigo were both endowed with the possessions of the Roman barons. Rodrigo was made Duke of Sermoneta, Giovanni Duke of Nepi and Camerino. Later times accepted Giovanni's parentage as dubious, and called him indifferently son of Cesare or of the Pope. When these family affairs had been arranged, Lucrezia was ready to go to her third husband. But Ercole of Ferrara was a cautious man, and demanded that the Pope should obtain from the cardinals a ratification of his promise to remit the tribute due from the Duke of Ferrara to the Holy See. This occupied a little time, but the cardinals at last consented. A splendid escort for Lucrezia was sent from Ferrara, and was magnificently entertained at Rome. There were banquets and balls and bullfights. There were pageants and theatrical performances. Amongst other plays, the Menechmi of Plautus was represented before the Pope and cardinals. The labours of Hercules, the deeds of Julius Caesar, and the glory of Lucrezia gave endless scope for the adaptive ingenuity of the masters of the revels. Vast sums of money were spent on these entertainments, and on the outfit of Lucrezia, who left Rome in royal splendour on January 5th, 1502, carrying a dowry of 100,000 ducats from the papal treasury. Her journey to Ferrara was a triumphal progress, and Ferrara strove to vie with Rome in the magnificence of her reception. Lucrezia, who was still only 22 years old, was personally popular through her beauty and her affability. Her long golden hair, her sweet childish face, her pleasant expression, and her graceful ways seemed to have struck all who saw her. Much as her husband disliked the notion of his marriage, he was soon won over by his wife, and Lucrezia lived a blameless life at Ferrara. However unhappy she may have been in her early days as the puppet of her father's political schemes, she found in Ferrara a peaceful home. She seems to have inherited her father's frank and joyous nature, but she was in no way remarkable. If Alexander VI hoped that she would become a political personage, he was disappointed. She showed no aptitude in that direction, but she seems to have been a good wife to Alfonso. When the power of Alexander VI and Cesare came to an end, Alfonso of Ferrara did not try to rid himself of the wife who had been forced upon him. She died in 1519, regretted by her husband, and on her deathbed wrote to Pope Leo X, begging for his benediction before she died. The evil repute of her father and brother fell upon her in later days, and in her own time the tongue of scandal associated her name with shameless charges. But from the time that she left Rome, no voice was raised against her, and there are no facts proved which tend to her discredit. Romance has busied itself with her life and has converted Lucrezia Borgia into a heroine of unmentionable wickedness. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 10, Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, 1500 to 1502, Part 3. It was at this period, when the power of the Borgia was seen to be rising and filled men's minds with terror for the future, that some of the most savage libels against the Pope were written. At the end of 1501, there appeared in Rome a pamphlet in the form of a letter to Silvio Savelli, one of the dispossessed barons who had been driven to flee before the papal arms. It professed to be written from the camp of Gonsalvo before Tarento on November 15th, 1501, to Silvio in Germany, and besought him to stir up the emperor against a pope who was a disgrace to Christendom. It is clear that it was dictated through political terror, and is a set piece of declamation, gathering together every possible charge against the pope. He is a new Mohammed, an antichrist. He gained his seat by simony, and uses his power solely for the good of his family. The Vatican is like the jaws of hell, guarded by a second Cerberus, the Cardinal of Modena, who sells everything to gain money which the Pope spends on his own pleasures and in buying jewels for Lucrezia. The Vatican is the scene of abominable orgies, in which all sense of shame is lost. In Rome there is a reign of terror. Poison and the dagger of the assassin are directed against everyone who stands in the Pope's way. In short, the document is a summary of all the charges brought against Alexander VI, and seems to have furnished the basis for the statements of contemporary historians. If such a document were accepted as literally true, history would have to be rewritten. It is, however, a valuable testimony to the hatred which Alexander VI inspired, and to the dangerous weapons which his notorious irregularities furnished to his enemies. Alexander VI had this libel read to him, but he knew Rome too well to feel much annoyance at it. He took no steps to discover its author or to prohibit its circulation, and Silvio Savelli, in whose interest it was written, returned to Rome in safety and was admitted to the Pope's presence. Alexander VI was willing to face the chances of war, and did not object to receive his share of knocks. Cesare Borgia, however, was not so patient, and this libel roused his wrath against evil speakers. At the end of November, a man wearing a mask, who in the Borgo had inveighed against the Duke, was seized by his orders and was punished by having one hand and the tip of his tongue cut off. A Venetian who had translated some scandalous document from the Greek and sent it to Venice was seized and put to death, in spite of the remonstrances of the Venetian ambassador. The Pope deplored the vindictiveness of his son. He said to the Ferrarese ambassador, "The Duke is good-hearted, but he cannot bear injuries. I have often told him that Rome is a free country, where a man may say or write what he will. That much is said against me, but that I do not interfere." He answered, "If Rome is accustomed to write and speak slanders, well and good, but I will teach them to repent." For my own part, I have always been forgiving. Witness the cardinals who plotted against me when Charles VIII invaded Italy. I might have rid myself many times of Ascanio Sforza and Giuliano della Rovere, but I have not done so. Alexander VI spoke truly. He was not revengeful, nor did he bear ill will. He was determined to go his own way, but he did not conceal from himself that his course was sure to awake violent opposition. He only struck at those who were dangerous. If they would withdraw their opposition, he was ready to receive them back into his favour. He regarded it as only natural that envy should attend upon success. The outspoken unscrupulousness of Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia made them, even during their lifetime, the objects of exceptional reprobation. Other statesmen might be criminal, but their criminality was not so openly recognized or commented upon. Whether men be right or wrong, they thought that Alexander VI would hesitate at nothing. 2 private letters written to Machiavelli by a friend in Rome express with cynical frankness the moral depravity of Roman society under a pope whom everyone regarded with dread. "His mind," says the writer in 1501, "longs to play the part of Sulla and enjoy proscriptions. He takes one man's goods, another man's life, a third he drives into exile, A fourth he condemns to the galleys. A fifth he deprives of his house and puts therein some Spanish heretic, and all this for no reason or a slight one. Men certainly thought that Alexander VI poisoned his cardinals when he was in want of money, and almost every death of any member of the college was attributed to this cause. Thus Machiavelli's correspondent speaks of the death of Cardinal Lopez, and continues, "If you wish to know by what kind of death he died, it is commonly reputed to be by poison, since the great Gonfaloniere, Cesare, was unfriendly to him, so that such deaths are frequently heard of in Rome." Such assertions can neither be proved nor disproved. It is bad enough that the Pope's conduct did not make them incredible. Men saw the Pope greedily seizing on the goods of dying cardinals, without any attempt to conceal his pressing need of money and his readiness to receive it from every source. They can hardly be blamed for not stopping to reflect that even cardinals must die, and that the number who died during Alexander's pontificate were not beyond the average. The insatiable avidity of the Pope and Cesare, the pains they took to gain information and devise new projects, and their astonishing good fortune, all combined to fill men with a sense of helplessness as well as dread. Cesare's troops disturbed the peace of Rome, and Cesare's mysterious habits of secrecy and silence threw an air of darkness over the city. The dead of night, says Aegidius of Viterbo, covered all things. To say nothing of domestic tragedies, never was sedition and bloodshed more rife in the states of the Church. Never were bandits more numerous. Never was there more wickedness in the city. Never did informers and assassins more abound. Not in their houses, in their chambers, or in their towers were men safe. Law of man and God alike was set at naught. Gold, violence, and lust bore undisputed sway. It would seem that during the last 2 years of Alexander VI's pontificate, Rome was filled with uneasy suspicion. Everything was possible when so much was unintelligible. All sense of security had gone, and men trembled at the thought of future horrors. In the early part of 1502, Alexander VI and Cesare were watching their opportunity. On February 17th, the Pope set out by sea to inspect the fortifications which Leonardo da Vinci was erecting for Cesare at Piombino. 6 galleys were manned by sailors pressed for the Pope's service. At Piombino, Alexander VI was entertained by dances of maidens in the marketplace, and it was observed that he and the cardinals ate meat, though it was the season of Lent. On his return to Rome, he had a stormy voyage. Though the wind was contrary, the Pope refused to put back, till at length the sailors were compelled to try and make for Corneto, but found it impossible to gain the harbour. All were panic-stricken save the Pope, who sat in the stern, and when a heavy sea washed over the ship, exclaimed, "Jesus," and crossed himself. His peril did not destroy his appetite, and he asked for dinner, but was told that the winds and the waves together made it impossible to kindle a fire. At last there was a slight lull, and it was possible to cook a few fishes. As the wind fell, the ship reached Porto d'Ercole in safety, and on March 11th Alexander VI returned to Rome. There he set to work to strengthen the castle of Sant'Angelo, which he supplied with artillery at the expense of the Colonna. He heard that several guns had been buried at Frascati, whither he went to explore. He compelled by torture some peasants to discover the hiding places, and brought the guns to Rome. He also bought for 13,000 ducats the artillery of the dispossessed King of Naples. By this means he was well supplied with means of defence, which he acquired at a cheap rate. Meanwhile, the position of affairs in Italy seemed to open out a fresh prospect for the ambitious plans of Cesare Borgia. France and Spain began to quarrel about the boundaries of their respective shares of the Neapolitan kingdom. War between the two powers was imminent, and each of them was anxious to have the Pope as an ally. Louis XII. Was preparing for an expedition against Naples, and Alexander VI. Knew that he might count upon his complaisance in the affairs of central Italy. Venice was still engaged in war against the Turks, and adopted an attitude of watchful neutrality. It was important for Cesare to seize this moment of suspense and make the most of it. Rome was quiet, the barons of the Campagna were reduced, the greater part of the Romagna was in Cesare's hands, Ferrara was his ally, Piombino afforded him a means of attacking Florence and Pisa. With these advantages, much might be done. Alexander VI. Could supply Cesare with money, but for troops he was largely dependent on condottieri generals. Chief among them were the Orsini, who hoped by Cesare's help to restore the Medici to Florence, and Vito Lozzo Vitelli, who burned to revenge on the Florentines the death of his brother Paolo, who had been executed on the charge of treachery in his conduct of the war against Pisa. Another was Oliverotto Uffreducci, who, after serving under Vito Lozzo, was determined to increase his importance. Accordingly, he returned in January 1502 to his native town of Fermo, which was ruled by his uncle Giovanni Fogliani. One day he invited Giovanni and the chief citizens to dinner, and afterwards, saying that he wished to speak with them privately about the Pope and Cesare, withdrew with them to another room, where he had posted soldiers who sprang out and killed them all. Oliverotto mounted his horse and slaughtered all his uncle's friends in Fermo. Then he sent word to the Pope that he held Fermo as vicar of the church. Such instruments were necessary, but they were undoubtedly dangerous. They had, however, one useful quality, that they could be disavowed in case of need. Accordingly, Vito Lozzo Vitelli was allowed to encourage Arezzo to rebel against Florence, while Cesare in Rome was gathering troops, ostensibly for his long-threatened expedition against Camarino. Arezzo rebelled on June 4th, and Vitellozzi hastened thither with his forces. Alexander VI. Expressed his regret at this invasion of the Florentine territory, which was under the protection of the French king, and asserted that neither he nor Cesare were privy to it, but no one believed him. Soon news was brought to Rome that Pisa had raised the banner of the Duke of the Romagna, and elected him her lord. Though Alexander VI. Declared that Cesare could not accept such an offer, still Florence felt herself attacked on two sides at once, and was thrown into great alarm. On June 12th, Cesare left Rome with 700 horsemen and 6,000 infantry to go against Camarino. He advanced to Spoleto, then to Cagli in the domains of Guidobaldo, Duke of Urbino. Suddenly the town was seized in Cesare's name, and the unsuspecting Guidobaldo received the news just in time to flee before Cesare advanced to Urbino, which opened its gates to him on June 21st. Cesare wrote to the Pope saying that he was driven to this sudden action by the discovery that Guidobaldo was conspiring with the Lord of Camarino, had sent him supplies, and was prepared to seize his artillery on its passage by Gubbio. It is not improbable that Guidobaldo was only half-hearted in his promises to help Cesare against Camarino, and that he did not relish the fall of so many of his neighbours before Cesare's arms, but it is tolerably certain that Cesare intended this surprise of Urbino before he left Rome, and that Alexander VI. Expected the news. Cesare treated his new conquest gently and made few alterations in its government. While he stayed at Urbino, he was revolving in his mind a scheme for rendering his position more independent. This was only possible by securing an Italian alliance, which would enable him to dispense with the support of the French king. And if this alliance could be gained by the sacrifice of his condottieri generals, he would be free from another source of embarrassment. He had used the condottieri to terrify Florence, and Florence was the ally of France. If he could draw Florence into a close alliance with himself by sacrificing his condottieri, he might be in a position to hold the balance between France and Spain. Accordingly, Cesare demanded that Florence should send an envoy to Urbino, and Florence, which was sunk in deep despondency, sent the Bishop of Volterra with Niccolo Machiavelli as his secretary. To him Cesare offered the alternative of close friendship or decided hostility. He was willing to serve Florence, to renew his old connection with her as her general, and to rid her of her assailants. "I am not here to play the tyrant," he said, "but to extinguish tyrants." He thus made an offer, the meaning of which was afterwards understood, that he would rid Florence of the Orsini and Vitellozzo. In return, he demanded that Florence should establish a stable government, favourable to himself, that he might know with whom he had to do. The Bishop of Volterra was impressed by the sincerity with which he spoke, and Machiavelli admired a man who knew his own mind and successfully pursued his course. "This lord," he wrote, "is splendid and magnificent, and is so bold that there is no enterprise so great that it does not seem to him small. To gain glory and win dominions, he robs himself of repose and knows neither fatigue nor danger. He comes to a place before his intentions are understood. He makes himself well liked amongst the soldiers and has chosen the best men in Italy. These things make him victorious and formidable, with the aid of perpetual good fortune." The Florentines may be pardoned for hesitating to enter into an alliance with so dubious a person as Cesare. The people were strongly opposed to it. "We did not fear the King of France," they said, "with 30,000 soldiers. Shall we fear a few ragamuffins led by the unfrocked bastard of a priest?" The envoys were bidden to temporize, for news was brought that Louis XII was advancing into northern Italy. Cesare saw at once what was the object of the Florentines. "I am no merchant," he said to Soderini, "and I came prepared for frank dealing. You answer me with words, and I can see that you wish to beguile me. You trust in the French king. You forget that he cannot be always in Italy. You will find that he will help me. One day you will be sorry that you tried to abuse my goodness and simplicity." The sudden arrival of Louis XII at Asti, July 1502, caused a cessation of further scheming till the king's intentions were known. Cesare made sure of Camarino, which fell before his troops on July 20th. Louis XII sent some troops to aid the Florentines, and Cesare ordered the reluctant Vitellozzo to quit Arezzo and Città di Castello, which were again occupied in the name of Florence. Louis XII had come into Italy at an unfortunate time for Cesare, whose enemies flocked with complaints to the French king. The Florentines told their grievances. The dispossessed lords of Urbino and Camarino carried their tale of woe to Milan. Cardinal Orsini went to remind the king of the services rendered by his house to France and of the losses it had consequently endured. There was a general hope that Louis XII would direct his arms against Cesare, and so restore Italian peace. But the Pope was busy in his negotiations with the French king, and Cesare offered to accompany him with 2,500 men in an expedition against the Spaniards in Naples. They excused themselves of any privity to Vitellozzo's attempt on the Florentine territory, and though Alexander VI expressed his wish to punish Gian Giordano Orsini and Giovanni Bentivoglio of Bologna, he submitted himself to the pleasure of the French king. The Pope's diplomatic activity was incessant. Cesare judged it better to take the matter into his own hands. Leaving Urbino, he journeyed with a few attendants to Milan, and was honorably received by Louis XII on August 5th. Thus Cesare went to arrange matters with France, while Alexander VI made fair promises to the Spanish ambassadors. Their diplomacy was successful. In return for Cesare's promises of help against Naples, Louis XII allowed him to proceed against Giovanni Bentivoglio of Bologna and work his will on the Orsini, the Baglioni, and the Vitelli. Cesare stayed with Louis XII till September 2nd, when he returned to Asti. Then he set off for Imola to prepare his attack on Bologna. But suddenly the terror which his schemes inspired found an expression, and Giovanni Bentivoglio succeeded in convincing his neighbours of their own danger. Cardinal Orsini had learned in Milan something of the plan for the destruction of his house. Vitellozzo and the Baglioni were indignant with Cesare for disavowing them in their attempt on Arezzo. He had cleared himself before Louis XII at their expense. Cesare's government in the Romagna, which was creditable to his desire for order and justice, alarmed those who profited by lawlessness. A formidable league was formed against Cesare, and the confederates met at the castle of Mugione on Lake Trasimene. Thither went Cardinal Orsini, Paolo and Franciotto Orsini, Francesco Orsini, Duke of Gravina, Oliverotto of Fermo, Vitellozzo, Gianpaolo Baglioni, with representatives of Guidobaldo of Urbino, Petrucci, and Bentivoglio. They swore to be true to one another. They discussed schemes for warring against Cesare. They arranged for common deliberation about their common affairs. This confederacy against Cesare soon brought him into difficulties. There was a rising in Urbino in favour of the old duke, and a body of Cesare's forces was defeated by the rebels. Urbino was lost, and the lords who had been driven from the Romagna were all preparing to return. The schemes of Alexander VI and the labours of Cesare seemed likely to be destroyed in a moment. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 10, Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, 1500 to 1502, Part 4. In this emergency, the Pope and Cesare exerted all their powers. Cesare's first need was soldiers. His forces had been sorely diminished by the defection of his condottieri, and he made haste to reinforce them. For this purpose, Alexander VI supplied him with money. He had had a stroke of good luck by the death of the wealthy Cardinal of Modena on July 20th, 1502, to the great rejoicing of the Curia. Gian Battista Ferrari had been the Pope's chief agent in matters of business, and had been created cardinal in 1500 in recognition of his services in many matters of confidence. His death was attributed to poison administered by his secretary, Sebastian Pinzone, who was believed to have acted as the Pope's executioner. Burckhardt, however, gives a circumstantial account of Cardinal Ferrari's illness, which does not bear out that supposition. He was taken ill on July 3rd of a fever, and refused to use the remedies which his physicians ordered. After 5 days' illness, he prescribed for himself a diet of bread sopped in wine. His fever abated for a time, and then returned with renewed violence. Many physicians visited him, but he refused their medicine. In his delirium his mind was full of his business, and he complained of someone who had cheated him of 10 ducats. The rumour of the Pope's complicity in his death probably arose from the unseemly way in which, after a last visit to the dying man, he ordered an inventory to be taken of all his goods. The moment he was dead, the Pope seized his possessions, which amounted to 50,000 ducats, and at once distributed his benefices. The bishopric of Modena was given to the cardinal's brother, and several of his smaller benefices to his secretary Pinzone. Perhaps the Pope wished to recompense those for the loss of legacies which they might have expected had Ferrari made a will. However, the guilt of Pinzone and the Pope's complicity were generally believed, so much so that Pinzone was called to account under Julius II in 1504. Perhaps Julius II was not sorry to use Pinzone's unpopularity as a means of striking a blow at one of the creatures of Alexander VI, and emphasizing his dissent from the actions of his predecessor. It can hardly be taken as an avowal of guilt that Pinzone did not submit himself to trial, but preferred to be deprived of his offices for contumacy. It was not through any love for Cardinal Ferrari that so much attention was given to his death, for seldom was a man so universally hated. He was a hard man of business and added personal rudeness to his extortionate practices. A shower of epigrams followed him to his grave, the mildest of which gives a brief account of him. Earth has his body, the Pope his goods, the Styx his soul. His unquiet spirit is represented as calling on the passer-by, "Say not, light lie in the earth, nor scatter flowers. If you would give me rest, chink money on my tomb." The money of Cardinal Ferrari enabled Cesare to raise forces, and he was soon at the head of an army of 6,000 men. But he did not seek to meet the confederates in the field. He looked for allies, and strove to separate his enemies. Alexander VI proposed to the Venetian envoy a close alliance with Venice. "Though we are Spanish by birth," he said, "and though we sometimes show ourselves French in policy, we still are Italians. Our seat is in Italy. Here we have to live, as also our Duke." On the other hand, Venice was invited by Spain to unite in freeing Italy from the Borgia, a disease which infects it all. "God," said the Spanish envoy, "has given you an opportunity which should not be lost." Venice, however, true to its cautious policy, preserved a neutral attitude, and gave general answers to the Pope and Spain alike. Louis XII held to his alliance with the Pope, sent troops to Cesare, and expressed his anger against the rebel lords. Cesare pursued his request for an alliance with Florence, which in September had assumed a more stable government, by electing Piero Soderini as Gonfaloniere for life. But the Florentine people distrusted Cesare, and Soderini thought it best to temporize. For this purpose he sent as envoy the secretary Niccolò Machiavelli, a man of no great distinction, but one whose acuteness might be trusted, and in the conduct of this negotiation with Cesare, Machiavelli first showed his marvellous powers of political observation. Cesare got no help save from France, but that was enough to prevent all Italy from turning against him, and gave him time to manage the confederate lords. He and Alexander VI used all their adroitness to face the emergency. They well understood one another, and acted in admirable concert. Both were cool and resolute, and they soon showed themselves more than a match for their foes. The confederate lords were bold enough when they were together, but they had no leader, and each was seeking only his own interest. They were afraid of the power of France, and had no confidence in themselves. Cesare showed no signs of alarm. Alexander VI assured the Orsini of his goodwill towards them. Negotiations were carried on both by Cesare and the Pope, with various members of the confederacy. The aged Paolo Orsini was soon won over by Cesare's promises, and undertook the office of negotiator. Cardinal Orsini confided in the Pope's fair speeches, though even children warned him of his folly. He smiled in the consciousness of superior wisdom, and said that all his differences with the Pope had only ended in his own advantage. On October 28th, An accord was drawn up by which peace was restored between Cesare and the confederates. Urbino and Camerino were to be restored to Cesare, who undertook to protect the confederates against all enemies, save the Pope and the King of France. The differences between the Pope and Giovanni Bentivoglio were referred to the arbitration of Cesare, Cardinal Orsini, and Pandolfo Petrucci. Paolo Orsini had some difficulty in persuading his allies to accept these terms. Vitellozzo especially demurred. It was indeed disgraceful to them that they abandoned Guido Baldo of Urbino and left Giovanni Bentivoglio to the uncertainty of a commission. But Paolo Orsini was deaf to remonstrances. He carried his point and persuaded the rebels to accept the peace. Cardinal Orsini was so infatuated as to return to Rome and boast before the Pope of his services in saving Cesare from ruin. Bystanders saw that the agreement was hollow, and that there was no real confidence on either side. The Pope called the confederates sorry company to the Florentine envoy. See, he said, how they accused themselves of treason. Machiavelli in the court of Cesare heard the Duke's secretary mutter about Vitellozzo. This traitor has given us a blow with a dagger, and hopes to heal it with words. Alexander VI and Cesare quietly strengthened themselves and took advantage of the perfidy of the confederates. Giovanni Bentivoglio, who had been abandoned by his allies, entered into negotiations with the Pope, who agreed to confirm the privileges of Bologna and leave Giovanni in possession of the city in return for troops for the service of Cesare. This agreement so irritated Cardinal Orsini that he reproached the Bolognese envoy in the Pope's presence, and angry words passed between them. Alexander VI saw with amusement that he had succeeded in sowing discord between his opponents. Cesare, meanwhile, showed no great haste to recover his lost possessions. Guido Baldo again fled from Urbino, but many of the castles of the duchy were still held by the troops of the Orsini. On December 10th, 1502, Cesare marched from Imola to Cesena, prepared for some important expedition, and it was soon rumoured that he intended to attack Sinigalia, which since the days of Sixtus IV had been held by Giovanni della Rovere, prefect of Rome. Giovanni married the sister of Guido Baldo of Urbino, and on his death in 1501, his son was heir to the possessions of the Montefeltri. The boy and his mother were now in the castle of Sinigalia, and despite the entreaties of Cardinal Rovere, Alexander VI resolved that Sinigalia also should go to Cesare. The last of the family of Sixtus IV was to be sacrificed to the political emergencies of his successor. Yet Cesare seemed slow in his movements, and tarried at Cesena to the growing impatience of the Pope. Alexander VI was eager for news. He could not contain his wrath at Cesare's inactivity, and vented his anger in no measured terms. Cesare at Cesena weakened his forces by dismissing his French auxiliaries, to the amazement of all, so that there were rumours of a breach between him and the French king. At the same time he showed signs of a change of policy in his rule of the Romagna. His governor, a Spaniard, Don Ramiro de Lorca, who had made himself feared by his severity, was suddenly committed to prison, and 2 days afterwards was beheaded in the piazza of Cesena. No one knew the exact reason. Some said that Cesare owed him a private grudge, others that he was suspected of intriguing with the rebels against the Duke. Machiavelli contents himself with remarking, "So it pleased the prince, who shows that he can make and unmake men at his will according to their deserts." Whatever Cesare's motive may have been, the deed itself was acceptable to the condottieri generals, who saw themselves rid of a man whose severity they dreaded, and about whom they complained to Cesare. The execution of Don Ramiro was most probably ordered because it would be popular, both with the people of the Romagna and with the condottieri. While Cesare tarried at Cesena, his repentant generals showed their goodwill by attacking Senigallia. The town surrendered at once, but the castle held out, and its governor refused to give it up to any one save the Duke in person. Cesare sent word that he was coming and would confer with the condottieri generals about future enterprises. There were at Senigallia Oliverotto of Fermo, Paolo Orsini, the Duke of Gravina, and Vitellozzo Vitelli, each of whom had schemes of his own which he hoped to further. Preparations were made for Cesare's coming. Oliverotto's troops were quartered in Senigallia. Those of the other generals were sent to some little distance to make room for Cesare's men. On December 31st, 1502, Cesare advanced from Fano and was met outside Senigallia by Paolo Orsini, the Duke of Gravina, and Vitellozzo. He showed great pleasure at meeting them, shook hands warmly, and embraced them on the cheek. Not seeing Oliverotto with them, he gave a significant glance to his captain, Don Michele, who rode off into the town. There he found Oliverotto amongst his troops, and carelessly said that it was a pity to keep the men under arms, as their lodgings might be occupied by Cesare's troops through mistake. It would be better to go and meet the Duke. Oliverotto accordingly went forward, and was greeted with every sign of affection. When they reached the palace where Cesare was to stay, the four generals prepared to take leave of him. But Cesare invited them to enter, as he had something to say. As soon as they were inside, they were seized and made prisoners by the gentlemen of the guard. Then Cesare's troops were sent to disarm and disband the forces of Oliverotto in Senigallia, and those of the other generals in the neighbouring castles. As they were entirely unsuspicious, this was easily accomplished. The victors, on their return to Senigallia, proceeded to sack the town, and were with difficulty checked by Cesare. Cesare sent for Machiavelli and received him with the best cheer in the world. He reminded him that he had given him previous hints of his intentions, but added, "I did not tell you all." He used the moment of his triumph to urge again on Machiavelli his desire for a firm alliance with Florence. He had undone the most powerful enemies of himself, the French king, and Florence, and expected the gratitude of Florence for having uprooted these tares in the garden of Italy. Cesare showed scant mercy to his captives. That same night Oliverotto and Vitellozzo were strangled, and both died abjectly. Oliverotto with tears accused Vitellozzo of being the instigator of his rebellion against the Duke. Vitellozzo besought Cesare to beg the Pope to grant him a plenary indulgence for his sins. The two Orsini captives were spared till Cesare learned how the Pope had sped in his part of the business. Alexander VI's eagerness for news from Cesare was natural, since he knew how large was the interest at stake. On January 1st, 1503, he heard the news of the fall of Senigallia, and said significantly, "The Duke's nature is not to pardon injuries or leave vengeance to others. He has sworn to slay Oliverotto with his own hands if he can lay hold of him." On the night of January 2nd, a messenger arrived from Cesare, and the Pope summoned armed men to the Vatican. He was resolved to strike a blow at the Orsini, and so terrified was the secretary who had read Cesare's letter that he did not leave the Pope's presence all night, lest, if the scheme failed, he should be suspected of giving information. Next morning Cardinal Orsini was summoned to the Vatican. He came without suspicion of evil, as he was on the best terms with the Pope, and 2 days before had celebrated Mass in his presence. When he alighted from his mule, he was taken to the Pope's stable. When he entered the Pope's chamber, he found it full of armed men. He and several of his followers were at once arrested and imprisoned. Rome was filled with confusion at this news, but there was no leader and nothing was done. Next day the Pope summoned the ambassadors in Rome to give them an account of what had happened. He said that Don Ramiro de Lorca, before his execution, had confessed to Cesare a conspiracy of Vitellozzo and Oliverotto against his life. They intended to have him shot on the march to Sinigalia. To provide for his own safety, Cesare imprisoned them. They confessed their guilt and had been put to death. Their accomplices were still in prison, and as the Cardinal Orsini was suspected, he had been imprisoned likewise. It was a plausible tale, but the Venetian envoy remarks, "As he told me this, he seemed to be conscious himself that it was a fiction, but he went on colouring it as best he could." The Pope proceeded rapidly with his measures against the Orsini. The Cardinal's palace was dismantled, and all his goods were seized by the Pope. His luckless mother, at the age of 80, was turned into the streets and begged in vain for shelter, as everyone was afraid to receive so dangerous a guest. The Prince of Squillace was sent with troops to seize the Orsini castles in the neighbourhood, and they were all surrendered in terror. The cardinals went to the Pope to plead the cause of their imprisoned colleague. The Pope only multiplied his accusations against Cardinal Orsini, and declared that he should have full justice. Other prelates of the Orsini faction were imprisoned likewise. There was a general panic in Rome, and many of the wealthiest men thought it wise to flee at once. The Pope was triumphant and boastfully said, "What has been done is nothing to what will be done soon." The cardinals were terrified, especially those who had ever opposed the Pope. When the Pope spoke with unwonted kindness to Cardinal Medici, everyone regarded him as a doomed man. So great was the terror that Cardinal Piccolomini besought the Venetian envoy to advise his republic to interpose and stay the general ruin. It is amazing that this treacherous deed should have awakened no remonstrances, and should have been so completely successful. But in the artificial politics of Italy, everything depended on the skill of the players in the game. The condottieri represented only themselves, and when they were removed by any means, however treacherous, nothing remained. There was no party, no interest which was outraged by the fall of the Orsini and Vitellozzo. The armies of the condottieri were formidable so long as they followed their generals. When the generals were removed, the soldiers dispersed and entered into other engagements. Everyone breathed more freely when Vitellozzo and the rest were out of the way. Florence and Venice, as well as Cesare and the Pope, were rid of troublesome neighbours, and were glad of their destruction. The question of the means employed in their overthrow was quite of secondary importance. Most men admired Cesare's consummate coolness in the matter. Many had foreseen that he could never really forgive the rebels. Their fate awakened no sympathy. They deserved no mercy, for they were stained with every crime. Cesare crushed them as he would have crushed a noxious insect, and did not think that any excuse was needed for the way in which he got them into his power. No outrage was done to current morality. Italy was in a state of transition, in which it had lost old principles of conduct and was groping after new ones. Old political landmarks had disappeared, old states had vanished, everything was at hazard, and no one could even dimly foresee the future. Most men in Italy accepted as sufficient Cesare's remark to Machiavelli, "It is well to beguile those who have shown themselves masters of treachery." Cesare's conduct was judged by its success, and that was sufficiently brilliant. But more than his ability, Machiavelli admired his good fortune. The downfall of the Orsini was an immense step towards securing the permanence of Cesare's power in the future. Now that the Colonna and the Orsini were both crushed, a new pope would not be under the influence of either of the old Roman factions, and Cesare might look forward to commanding the support of the Papacy even after his father's death. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 11, Death of Alexander VI, 1503 Part 1. The immediate result of the massacre of Senigallia was to bring new territories to obedience to the Church. Città di Castello and Perugia at once submitted to Cesare, who next turned his arms against Siena. On January 18, 1503, Paolo Orsini and the Duke of Gravina were put to death, and Alexander VI, eager to complete the destruction of the Orsini family, summoned Cesare to reduce the castles which were too strong for the arms of the Prince of Squillace. But Cesare did not entirely show his father's eagerness. He needed friends near Rome to help him in the event of the Pope's death, and was willing to trust to the gratitude of those whom he spared. The chiefs of the Orsini were Giovanni Giordano, Lord of Bracciano, who was serving in Naples under the French king, and the Count of Pitiliano, who was in the pay of Venice. They and their friends prepared for resistance, and Cesare thought it best to leave them alone. He contented himself with besieging Chieri. Alexander VI was impatient at the slow progress of the siege. "I wish to root out this house," he exclaimed, and for his own part he pursued his object steadfastly. On February 22nd, the Cardinal Orsini died in his prison, and the story of his last days is ghastly. His luckless mother did all she could to keep him alive. She paid the Pope 2,000 ducats for the privilege of sending him a daily supply of food. She even sent a mistress of the cardinal to present the Pope with a costly pearl which he had envied. The Pope received it graciously and renewed his permission to send food to the cardinal. But men believed that he had already drunk a draught of deadly wine mixed by the Pope's orders. After his death, Alexander VI was anxious to show that he died from natural causes. But his fate had been so long foreseen that no one was curious to know how it was brought about. At the end of February, Cesare came to Rome, but went about masked and gave no public sign of his presence. He was always given to mystery, and envoys found it hard to approach him unless he wished to see them. He sat up late at night, slept during the day, and was careless of conventional formalities. It was clear that he did not agree with the Pope's desire to root out the Orsini, and was in favour of sparing Gian Giordano at the request of the French king. The Pope threatened to excommunicate him if he did not reduce Bracciano, and on March 14th Cesare unwillingly set out to the siege of Chieri, which surrendered on April 5th. Giulio Orsini returned to Rome with Cesare and was well received by the Pope. He was sent to negotiate with Gian Giordano for the surrender of his possession. This was provisionally accomplished, and the Pope was now master of the patrimony. On April 11th, Rome was startled by the news of the death of Cardinal Michele, the nephew of Pope Paul II. There were strong suspicions of poisoning, which was very probable from the symptoms of the case. His death brought the Pope 150,000 ducats, and men did not hesitate to say that he had fallen a victim to the Pope's desire for money. However unwilling we may be to accuse a Pope of poisoning, there can be no doubt of the prevalence of the belief among Alexander VI's contemporaries, and the deaths of Cardinals Orsini and Michele were accompanied by such suspicious circumstances that we cannot dismiss the belief as entirely groundless in their cases. On the fall of the Orsini, Alexander VI could look around with triumph on the work which he had accomplished. He had inherited a troubled and precarious seat. By his prudence and energy, Rome had been reduced to submission. The Papal States had been rescued from petty tyrants. The rival factions who disturbed the Papacy in Rome had been annihilated. But all this only offered to Alexander VI the opportunity for a new departure. Cesare had done much, but more might still be done. It was true that he had well nigh accomplished all that was possible in the existing condition of Italian affairs. If his dominions were to be extended, it must be in Tuscany, and there the French king forbade his advance. The advantages to be gained by the French alliance were nearly exhausted, but new combinations were possible, which might open up new fields for adventure. Cesare had expressed his wish for an alliance with Florence. Alexander VI urged repeatedly on Venice a proposal for close alliance, which might enable them to interfere in the affairs of Naples. The Venetian envoy Justinian tells us of a characteristic interview with Alexander VI on April 11th. The Pope pleaded the need of uniting this poor Italy. Justinian answered that it would be well to unite not only Italy but all Christendom against the Turk. This was far beyond the sphere of Alexander VI's political calculations. He laughed and answered, "You are talking nonsense. Considerations of the good of Christendom as a whole had, since the days of Sixtus IV, vanished from the papal policy." The war between France and Spain for the possession of Naples meanwhile went on. All Italy rejoiced at the renewal of its military glory by the tournament at Barletta, in which 13 Italians overcame their French opponents. Men boasted that Italians could now meet the French in the field, but they forgot that the Italian champions were not fighting for a national cause, but only to set one foreign conqueror in the place of another. Nothing shows more clearly the utter want of patriotism in Italy than its readiness to accept the tournament of Barletta as a great national exploit, to be celebrated in prose and verse. It was the military skill of Gonsalvo de Cordova, not the prowess of the Italians, which drove the French from Apulia. In May, Gonsalvo entered Naples, and the French took refuge in Gaeta. Louis XII was no more successful in the Neapolitan kingdom than the former claimants of the Angevin house. Alexander VI was prepared to readjust his position and ally himself with Spain if anything was to be gained. He made proposals to Venice, who betrayed them to France. On May 18th, the Pope's confidential secretary, Trocchio, fled from Rome, most probably that he might carry to the French king proofs of the Pope's machinations against France. He was, however, captured in Corsica, brought back to Rome, and strangled by Cesare's orders. To prepare himself for further activity, Alexander VI raised a large sum of money by creating 9 new cardinals. Justinian computes that the Pope received from 120,000 to 130,000 ducats from his new creations, and also raised 64,000 ducats by the sale of new offices of abbreviators, which he erected in the Curia, already overburdened with extortionate officials. He offered to help Louis XII in an expedition against Naples on condition that Sicily were given to Cesare, and he offered to help Spain if Cesare could thereby gain Siena, Bologna, and Pisa. Cardinal Piccolomini besought Venice to form an Italian league to free Italy from the foreigners. Spain offered Venice its alliance that they might join in settling Italian affairs without the interference of France or the Pope. Every diplomatic possibility was freely discussed, and no one could foresee what would happen. Cesare gathered troops, and at the end of July was said to be preparing for a journey to Perugia. Men thought that he meant to make an attack on Siena, perhaps on Tuscany. He showed his troops that he was not a man to be trifled with. Some Albanians quitted his service because they were offended at the captain whom he set over them. Cesare allowed them to leave Rome, but they were pursued, and their 2 ringleaders were put to death as a warning to the rest of Cesare's mercenaries. Still, Cesare stayed at Rome, and the Pope's attitude toward France and Spain was still ambiguous. A French army was on its way to relieve Gaeta, and no one knew whether Cesare would join it or no. Meanwhile, the weather became extremely hot, and the inhabitants of Rome sickened in great numbers. On August 1st died the Pope's nephew, Giovanni Borgia, Cardinal of Monreale. Men said that he had gone the way of the rest, and that Cesare had poisoned him for his money. On August 13th, both Alexander VI and Cesare were attacked by the fever. The Pope was bled, and his attendants remarked with wonder how vigorous was the flow of blood for a man of his age. The fever declared itself to be a tertian, and the exact condition of the Pope was kept as secret as possible. But on August 18th he received the Eucharist and soon fell into a stupor. His physician was of opinion that the fever was complicated by apoplexy. He rapidly sank and died on the evening of August 18th. Cesare was too ill to visit him, but in the Pope's last moments sent his confidential officer, Michelotto, who, with his dagger drawn, extorted from the fears of the chamberlain the keys of the papal treasury, and carried off all the plate and some 100,000 ducats in gold. There is no more striking illustration of the hatred which Alexander VI inspired than the rapid spread of the belief that he died of poison. So many strange things had happened during his pontificate that men could not suppose that it ended in a natural way. There was something wonderful in the fact that the Pope and Cesare were both taken ill at the same time. Their illness declared itself after a supper in the garden of Cardinal Hadrian of Corneto, who was also himself attacked by sickness. It is scarcely surprising that this coincidence should have suggested the idea of poison, and when once the idea was entertained, a story rapidly grew. It was said that a scheme was devised by the Pope and Cesare to poison a wealthy cardinal, but owing to a mistake of the server, the poisoned wine was given to themselves. This story was readily believed, and in some form or other is repeated by all the historians of that time. But it rests on no authentic basis. There is nothing to confirm it in the description of the Pope's illness as given by eyewitnesses. Rome was in a pestilential condition, and a supper in the open air was not unlikely to lead to an attack of fever. It is not surprising that two men, living under the same conditions and in the same place, should suffer from fever at the same time. Contemporaries saw a proof of the effects of poison in the rapid decomposition of the Pope's body, which grew black and swollen. This has been repeated by more modern writers who ought to have known that it was evidence only of the condition of the atmosphere. There is no real reason for attributing the death of Alexander VI to other than natural causes. The Borgia have become legendary as types of unrestrained wickedness, and it is difficult to judge them fairly without seeming to palliate iniquity. Yet justice demands a consideration how far they represented the tendencies of their age, and how far they went beyond them. The secularized papacy and the immoral politics of Europe can excite nothing but disgust. But the secularization of the papacy was begun by Sixtus IV, was as profound under Innocent VIII as under Alexander VI, and was not much mended under Julius II and Leo X. Political perfidy was universal in Italy, and Louis XII and Ferdinand of Aragon were as perfidious as the Pope. The end of the 15th century shows the political and social corruption that followed on the decay of religious belief, just as the history of the 16th century shows how long a time was needed before a religious revival could re-establish morality or influence politics. The exceptional infamy that attaches to Alexander VI is largely due to the fact that he did not add hypocrisy to his other vices. But however much his own times may have forgotten that there was any meaning in the position of head of the Christian Church, it is impossible for after times to adopt the same forgetfulness. Though the career of Alexander VI was that of an active and unscrupulous statesman, yet he was not forgetful of the formal duties of his office. In the year of Jubilee, Burckhardt asked for a remission of some of the obligations for an indulgence on the ground of his duties. Alexander VI did not treat the matter with levity. He considered the application and refused it. Few popes appeared more frequently in public, or were more attentive to matters of ecclesiastical ceremonial. Alexander VI was a good man of business, and was endowed with great activity. He never allowed pleasure to stand in the way of his occupations, and would work till late at night. The dispatches of the various envoys at Rome show us a man who was unsparing of himself, and whose mind was always active. He was not so entirely immersed in politics as to neglect little matters. He regulated the curia, and saw that salaries were punctually paid, a point of which many popes were neglectful. In times of scarcity at Rome, he organized a corn supply from Sicily, so that the city suffered little from want. He discharged the ecclesiastical duties of his office with the same diligence that he showed in other matters. Yet Alexander VI was profoundly secular, and was so recognized by his contemporaries. The irregularities of his private life, his open disregard of public opinion, his avowed delight in his children, and his political unscrupulousness, all these combine to emphasize the secular character of his pontificate in a marked manner. It is true that the times in which Alexander VI lived required in a pope the genius of a statesman. The papacy as a temporal power was threatened. The political equilibrium of Italy had been shattered by the French invasion, and Alexander VI had been seriously menaced. He awaited his opportunity, and found means to realize the dream of many of his predecessors by laying the foundation of a strong state in central Italy. But he did this in a way that filled men with apprehension. In the eyes of churchmen, the lands of the Church were being recovered for Cesare Borgia, and the Borgia family was being set up as supreme disposers of the papacy. The statesmen of Italy, who were alarmed about themselves, saw for the first time the nature of the papal power in politics, and were terrified at the prospect. Their own states were powerless before the armies of the stranger, and they found themselves suddenly in the presence of interests which their political craft was entirely unable to control. Their perplexity turned to terror when they saw that the Pope was the one Italian power which had a strong position outside Italy. The weakness of other Italian powers was his strength, and by watching his opportunity, he could dispose of them according to his will. Machiavelli's words explain the hatred felt against Alexander VI. He was the first who showed how much a pope, with money and forces, could make his power prevail. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 11, Death of Alexander VI, 1503, Part 2. Moreover, Alexander VI was the only man in Italy who clearly knew what he wanted to do, and who steadily pursued his purpose. Venice was watching affairs with an uneasy jealousy, which it tried to pass off as calculating caution. Florence was helplessly clinging to the French alliance, which it had already found to be worthless. The smaller states were desperately endeavoring to patch up a political system which had been hopelessly shattered, and to form new political combinations which were doomed to fall before the first shock. There was a dim consciousness that all these attempts were futile, and no one ventured to predict the future. A childish belief in good luck took the place of political wisdom, and all the luck seemed to fall to the lot of the Borgia, who came into no misfortune like other folk, and whatever they did prospered. They entered as strangers into the hazardous game of Italian politics, and soon showed that they could play it better than those who thought that it was entirely in their own hands. Alexander VI frankly accepted the principles of the game, but broke through its flimsy conventions, whereupon other players felt that their tricks were turned against them by a player of superior skill, and loudly cried out that they were cheated. Alexander VI dealt unscrupulously with unscrupulous men, and played for higher stakes than they had dreamed of. Amongst the uncertain, hesitating, bewildered statesmen of Italy, Alexander VI and Cesare boldly pursued a successful course. The personal qualities of the Borgia family increased the terror which their success inspired. Alexander VI was full of life and vigor. He was physically and mentally a strong man. His children, Cesare and Lucrezia, showed the same marvelous capacity of adapting themselves to circumstances and winning from life all that it had to give. Alexander VI combined great natural gifts with great power of self-restraint. He had a large and strong nature which he worked and directed to his purposes. His active brain was always devising fresh schemes. His keen intelligence was trained by diligent observation, but he was not naturally qualified to be a statesman, to intrigue, and to calculate. Handsome, joyous, and genial, he was best fitted to attract ladies by his winning ways and cajole them by his honeyed speeches. He was amiable and pleasant, a man who wished to enjoy life himself and make others enjoy it. When he entered upon a political career, he carried into it the same zest, the same eagerness, the same clear purpose of getting all that was to be got. He had a boyish frankness in the pursuit of his object which was taken for profound dissimulation. He was fertile in forming schemes which he discussed with an energy and sincerity which were almost convincing at the time. If any practical difficulty occurred, he was equally ready the next day with an entirely different plan, about which he was equally in earnest. He was childishly delighted when his scheme succeeded. His extreme fertility of invention made him almost unconscious when they failed. He was constantly talking, and found it almost impossible to keep a secret. The ambassadors at his court were entirely baffled by him, and took for duplicity this restlessness of a mind which retained in old age the vigor of youth. Cesare Borgia did not inherit this openness of his father, which indeed seems to have annoyed him. When he was at Rome, he kept much to himself, and did his best to avoid interviews with ambassadors, nor did he appear with the Pope in public business. Justinian tells of a scene which shows the characteristics of the two men. In May 1503, Alexander VI urged, as he had done before, a close alliance between himself and Venice. He spoke with feeling and showed on his face deep concern. He sent for Cesare to take a walk in the vineyard, and when Cesare entered, he casually mentioned the subject of conversation and repeated what he had said, whereon Justinian repeated his answer. Cesare stood immovable and only muttered a few words in Spanish to the Pope, who thereupon taxed Venice with betraying his counsels to the French king, a charge which Justinian denied, but which was nevertheless true. We see the two men, Alexander VI, impetuous, eager, full of great designs; Cesare, cold, cautious, keen-eyed, and suspicious. There was complete confidence and sympathy between the two, but at times Cesare was contemptuous of his father's garrulity, and at times Alexander VI thought Cesare needlessly prudent and too much given to use the high hand. Men in Rome said that the Pope was afraid of his son. The frankness and amiability of Alexander VI were not qualities which did him any service. They rather added to the terror which he inspired. Alexander VI genuinely wished people to agree with him, and tried his utmost to lead them as he would have them to go. Unfortunately, his way led in a direction contrary to their interests, and it only added bitterness to their sense of helplessness that the Pope tried by his geniality to gain their assent to their own ruin. It is hard to combine entire resoluteness with kindliness, and sympathy which is not accompanied by concession is looked upon as hypocrisy. Alexander VI's policy required that he should act tyrannically. It was no comfort to the sufferers to be assured that tyranny went against the Pope's grain, and that he wished them to take a sensible view of the situation. The desire of Alexander VI to do unpleasant things in a pleasant manner may be illustrated by Justinian's account of what happened in Rome after the imprisonment of Cardinal Orsini. The suddenness of the stroke threw the city into terror. There were rumors of impending punishments, and many sought safety by flight. The Pope sent for the city magistrates that he might restore confidence. He assured them that he had made all the arrests which he intended. They might live in peace and quietness under an equal rule, before which Colonna and Orsini would be both as one. If no new cause for complaint were given him, he would forget all old grievances. Then he added with a laugh, "See that you make fine shows this carnival time. Let men enjoy themselves, and they will forget all their suspicions." It is no wonder that this light-heartedness awakened terror, and made the Pope seem almost inhuman. Yet it was quite natural to him to turn lightly from one thing to another. He was keen in politics and keen in enjoyment. He seems always to have lived at the highest pressure and never to have felt the strain of life. He worked hard, but he was always buoyant. He never showed fear, and he was ready to enter into any form of amusement. He sat at his windows and laughed heartily at the buffooneries of the carnival. He delighted to see handsome women engaged in the dance, and often had comedies acted in his presence. In all his enjoyments he was frank and paid no heed to conventional decorum. In February 1503 he gave a public festival in the Vatican, at which a comedy was performed. Many cardinals were present, some in their robes, some in masquerade costumes. Fair ladies thronged round the Pope's seat, and some were seated on footstools at his feet. There was nothing wicked in this, but it was certainly indecorous, and such scenes were easily exaggerated into scandals. In truth, Alexander VI lived in the moment, and was thorough both in his pleasures and in his business. He was so interested in what he was doing that he lost all sense of its moral aspect, and he went beyond all his contemporaries in his disregard of social decorum and of diplomatic conventions. His reputation has suffered for his frankness. The larger elements of vigorous life which made him greater than those around him were looked upon as signs of more deliberate wickedness. His undisguised affection for his children, his natural impulsiveness, his geniality and good humour were all put down to unnatural feelings or to sinister motives. In his private life it is sufficiently clear that he was at little pains to repress a strongly sensual nature. Yet he was by no means universally self-indulgent, but was sparing in food and drink, was satisfied with little sleep, and was above the temptations of luxury and indolence. We may hesitate to believe the worst charges brought against him, but the evidence is too strong to enable us to admit that even after his accession to the papal office he discontinued the irregularities of his previous life. The Vatican was frequently the scene of indecent orgies, at which the Pope did not scruple to be present. Men shrugged their shoulders at these things, and few in Rome were seriously shocked. The age was corrupt, and the Pope's example sanctioned its corruption. Alexander VI had no friends, because his policy was manifestly a personal policy, and was carried on for the good of his own family. He was profuse in the creation of cardinals, but none of them were men of mark or felt much gratitude towards their patron. Alexander VI was genial and friendly, but after the fall of Ascanio Sforza, no one felt that they could trust to his favour. He wanted instruments, not advisers, and made use of men like Ferrari, but Cesare Borgia was the only man whom he trusted. The cardinals felt that they were helpless and had to give way. If they resisted, the Pope, in a business-like manner, reduced them to obedience. Cardinal Rovere was an instance of the uselessness of opposition. He resisted as long as he had any hope of French help. Then he became reconciled with the Pope, but was a doubtful friend, and watched an opportunity to oppose him. Alexander VI was afraid of his influence with the French king, and in June 1502 dispatched his secretary Trocchio and the Cardinal d'Albret to inveigle Giuliano at Savona. The plan was to invite him on board their galley and then set sail for Rome, but Giuliano escaped by refusing the invitation. Alexander VI was not revengeful, and had no objection to opposition, provided it was harmless for practical purposes. Capello says that the Cardinal of Lisbon spoke openly against the Pope, but the Pope only laughed and did not answer. He was satisfied to know that the cardinals could do nothing against his will. There was not much moral sense in Europe to be shocked by the conduct of Alexander VI. Men did not say much about it, for it was useless to talk when there was no obvious method of mending matters. Now and then the old call for a council was renewed, and longings for reform were hidden in many hearts, but there was no opening for any definite effort, and right-thinking men said little of the shame they felt. We catch a glimpse, however, of the common talk of Europe in an ironical letter addressed by some German knights to the Pope. They had been summoned to Rome to answer for wrongs done by them to the Abbey of Wesenberg near Speyer, and wrote to excuse themselves for not appearing. They were not scholars, they pleaded, and could do nothing in Rome. But they were good Christians, and served a good master, the Pfalzgraf, who worships God, adorns his temples, loves justice, hates vice, was never accused of adultery, nor even of an indecent act or word, who is truthful and upright. They go on to make a profession of their faith. We believe in one church and one Roman see, to which each Catholic head ascends, not by bribery, but by just election. Nor does he defile that highest dignity by evil manners or bad example, nor does he cast stumbling blocks in the way of the sheep redeemed by Christ's blood, but is the universal Father and Judge, whom all men are bound to obey. We believe, too, in a just God who will punish with eternal fire all sins, such as robbery, sacrilege, pride, violence, vanity, abuse of Christ's patrimony, concubinage, simony, and other horrible crimes, through which the Christian religion totters, and Christians of every age are scandalized. The reference to the Pope's manner of life was so clear that Burckhardt has preserved this letter as one of the many good stories current in the year of the Jubilee. The times were indeed evil, when a rehearsal of the rudiments of Christian morality became a witticism by their manifest contrast to the life of the head of the Church. It is not his contemporaries, but the writers of the next generation, who have branded Alexander VI as a monster of iniquity. This fact is a sign of an awakening conscience in Italy, when it began to see the havoc which its corruption had wrought. Of this corruption, the pontificate of Alexander VI marked the highest point. Before that time, the degradation of the papacy had been gradual. In Alexander VI, the papacy stood forth in all the strength of its emancipation from morality. Italy recognized how completely it was secularized when they saw it pursuing objects of its own outside the limits of Italian interests. The traditions of priestly life were gone, and the papacy no longer represented Christian morality in the international relations of Europe. Its self-seeking was open and avowed. It joined with glee in the scramble for Italy which foreign invaders had begun. We cannot wonder that in an after age men detached Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia from their place in history and clothed them with abnormal wickedness, that they pictured as monsters the men of alien race, who in a time of general helplessness schemed to exalt themselves by erecting an Italian monarchy on the basis of a secularized church. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 12. The Fall of Cesare Borgia, Pius III, Julius II, 1503 to 1504, Part 1. The unexpected death of Alexander VI, at a time when Cesare was confined to bed by sickness, was a contingency for which Cesare was not prepared. Still, his position was a strong one, as Rome was filled with his troops. On the other hand, the Spanish army was close to Rome, while the French forces were still at some distance. Under any circumstances, the Orsini were sure to rise and attempt to recover their possessions. As it was, Cesare could not take the field against them or secure himself from their machinations in Rome. He felt that he could not stand alone, and promptly made overtures to the Colonna party, whom he had only deprived of their castles, whereas he had shed the blood of the Orsini. His overtures were not rejected. The Colonna were willing to oppose the Orsini, but were not likely to lend Cesare effective help for his own purposes. Cesare's position was attacked on every side at once. Round Rome, the Orsini gathered troops. In the Romagna, the dispossessed lords prepared to return, and Venice was ready to help them in hopes of sharing the spoil. Cesare could only resist them if he were supported by the papacy, and his first object was to secure the election of a pope who would be in his interest, or who at least would feel himself obliged to lean on his protection. Everything depended on Cesare's power of managing the conclave. He must exercise his influence decidedly, without giving any plausible ground for complaint of undue pressure. For this purpose, the attitude of a sick and helpless man had some advantages. If Cesare could not act openly with all the insolence of overbearing power, the next best thing was to make his enforced inactivity serve as a cloak for his schemes. Amongst the cardinals were 17 Spaniards, on whose fidelity Cesare relied. The question was, if they were strong enough to carry their own candidate, and this depended on the number of cardinals present at the election, and on the pressure which Cesare could indirectly bring to bear. Cesare could scarcely flatter himself that the College of Cardinals as a whole was devoted to his interests, but he might so manage matters that they would not venture to elect a pope openly hostile to himself. The situation was very delicate and depended on small matters for its issue. The first to move was Cardinal Caraffa, who immediately after Alexander VI's death summoned his brother cardinals to meet in the church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, August 19th to 30th, 1503. They took precautions for guarding the city and ordered an inventory to be made of the late pope's goods. Luckily, one room had escaped the scrutiny of Michelotto, and in it were found precious stones to the value of 25,000 ducats. Next day they met again and sent a message to Cesare, that they could not enter the conclave in the Vatican till the castle of Sant'Angelo was in their hands. On this Don Michele made an armed demonstration by riding with 200 horse into the piazza of Minerva. The citizens were alarmed and offered to protect the cardinals, who answered they had no fear. That night barricades were erected in the streets, which made them impassable for horsemen. Cesare saw that it was useless to attempt any form of intimidation, and from his sick bed he disavowed his agent. He ordered the governor of the castle of Sant'Angelo to take an oath of allegiance to the cardinals. He explained that he only kept his troops in Rome for his personal safety. Till he was well enough to travel, he professed the most dutiful obedience towards the college. Really, he was seeking the political support of Spain. He gathered round him the Spanish cardinals, pursued his negotiations with the Colonna, and professed himself entirely in the Spanish interest. 11 cardinals declared that they would elect a Spanish pope, or would cause a schism. Cesare sent galleys and troops to prevent his chief enemy, Cardinal Rovere, from entering Rome. The cardinals who wished to make an independent election found it no easy matter. On the one side they were exposed to the pressure of Spain, on the other side to the pressure of France. They besought Venice to send troops for their protection. When Venice cautiously refused, they found that they could not dispense with Cesare, and offered to confirm him in his office of Gonfaloniere of the Church, provided that all his captains took an oath of allegiance to the college. Cesare was not prepared to give way so far. Probably at his instigation, Prospero Colonna entered Rome with 100 horse on August 23rd. He was followed next day by Fabio Orsini, and Rome was disturbed by brawls between the rival factions. Cesare hoped that the cardinals would turn to him for help. They turned instead to the ambassadors present in Rome, and besought them to guarantee the withdrawal of all troops to a distance of 10 miles from the city. The Colonna, the Orsini, and Cesare were alike to withdraw. This was agreed, but as soon as the cardinals were gone, Cesare found that the state of his health prevented him from leaving Rome, and that he would not be safe outside the walls of the Vatican. He was offered an abode in the castle of Sant'Angelo, and long negotiations went on about the number of his attendants. At last it became clear to Cesare that it was dangerous to delay the election longer, that he could not hope to stay in Rome and overawe the college, but must trust to the activities of his adherents in the conclave. On September 1st he agreed to retire, and withdrew his troops on condition that the college took his person under their protection, gave him full liberty of passing through the territory of the Church, and used their influence to prevent Venice from helping his enemies in the Romagna. On September 2nd, borne in a litter, he departed from Rome with his troops, his cannon, and his goods. He went first to Tivoli, and thence to Nepi and Civita Castellana. Cesare's departure was followed by the arrival in Rome of Cardinal Rovere, who at once began to take a leading part in the intrigues about the papal election. Louis XII thought that he had a claim on one whom he had so long protected, and commended to him his favourite, Georges d'Amboise, whose election he was anxious to secure. But Rovere at once cast aside all his obligations to the French king. "I am here," he said, "to do my own business, not that of others. I will not vote for the Cardinal of Rouen unless I see that he has so many votes that he will be elected without mine." He put himself at the head of the Italian party, and wished to secure his own election. Besides him, there flocked to Rome the other cardinals who had fled before Alexander VI, Colonna and Raffaele Riario. Finally, on September 10th, came the Cardinal Amboise, bringing with him the Cardinal of Aragon, brother of the dispossessed Federigo of Naples, and Ascanio Sforza, who was released from his long captivity in Bourges, that he might give his vote in the French interest. Ascanio, however, was no sooner in Rome than he began to scheme on his own behalf. When on September 16th the 37 cardinals entered the conclave, everyone was doubtful about the issue of the election. At first each party put forward its own candidate. The Spaniards chose Cardinal Castro, a native of Valencia. The French worked for the Cardinal of Rouen. The Italians were divided between Giuliano della Rovere and Ascanio Sforza. The first scrutiny on September 21st showed that the voting was very scattered, but Amboise, Rovere, and Castro were almost equal. It was not a time which admitted of delay, and all parties had already contemplated the probability of a compromise. The night was spent in private colloquies, till at last Amboise and Ascanio Sforza agreed on Cardinal Piccolomini, who proved to be generally acceptable. His election was at once accepted, and was formally made and announced on the morning of September 22nd. Francesco Todeschini da Piccolomini was the sister son of Pope Pius II, by whom he had been raised to the cardinalate. He was a man of considerable learning and great personal amiability, who had lived a quiet and simple life. He had been employed in several legations, and had discharged his public duties with tact. His character stood high in all men's estimation, though he was the father of a large family of children. He had held aloof from the political intrigues which had so largely occupied the activity of the cardinals under the last 3 popes, was not committed to any party, and had offended no one. He had always been on good terms with Alexander VI, and Cesare Borgia expected to find in him a friend. His election awakened no animosity, but everyone foresaw that his pontificate would be brief, as he was 64 years old, and suffered from an abscess in his leg, which threatened to be fatal before long. The new pope took the name of Pius III in memory of his uncle. He had at once to face the questions of his relations with Cesare Borgia, whose dominions began at once to fall in pieces. Venice supplied troops to Guidobaldo, who advanced into his former duchy of Urbino. Jacopo d'Appiano returned to Piombino. Pandolfo Malatesta occupied Rimini. Giovanni Sforza entered Pesaro. Even the nephews of Vitellozzo were welcomed in Città di Castello. There was a general restoration of those whom Cesare had ousted from their states. In the Romagna an attempt was made with the aid of Venetian troops against Cesena, but the governor was loyal to Cesare, and Cesena still held out. The day after his election, Pius III expressed to the Venetian envoy his surprise that Venice should have helped in disturbing the peace of Italy. Justinian answered that it was natural for the dispossessed lords to seek their own. God, said the Pope, has willed to chastise them for their sins, though it might be with a sorry instrument. He added with a smile that perhaps God might restore them after they had done sufficient penance. The envoy gathered that the Pope was under obligations to the Spanish cardinals, and could not take up a hostile attitude towards Cesare. When Cardinal Rovere petitioned for the restoration of his nephew Francesco to Senigallia, the Pope gently but firmly refused. On September 25th he issued a brief reproving the chiefs of the League against Cesare and bidding them cease from their attacks upon the Church. Pius II had no affection for Cesare, who had carried away from the Vatican everything that he could and left the treasury laden with debts. But Pius III desired peace above all things. We will not, he said, allow anyone to bring war on Italy under pretense of helping us. He spoke of reforming the Church and thought that Cesare might be left to the judgment of heaven. Cesare, for his part, was anxious to secure himself in Rome before taking up arms, and his illness gave him plausible pretext. On October 3rd he returned to Rome, bringing with him only 150 men at arms, 500 infantry, and a few cavalry. Still he spoke confidently and said that he would soon enjoy his own again. His enemies pointed out the danger of a rising of the Orsini and urged the Pope to order him to disarm. Pius III listened but did nothing, and Cesare had great hopes of winning his goodwill. But fortune was adverse to Cesare's plans. On October 14th, the Pope, who had been suffering much from his leg, was seized with fever, and the Orsini on this news set a watch to prevent Cesare from leaving Rome. He attempted to make his escape, but was so hotly pursued that he judged it wise to return, and took refuge in the castle of Sant'Angelo, where he was regarded as a prisoner and was only allowed 2 attendants. The expectations which led to the election of Pius III were soon fulfilled. He died on October 18th, to the regret of all those who wished for peace. No sooner was he dead than the Orsini demanded of the cardinals that they should keep Cesare in ward till the election of a new pope. But the death of Pius III made Cesare again a person of some importance. He commanded the votes of the Spanish cardinals, which would be weighty in deciding the new election. The possible candidates were regarded as Carafa, Rovere, and Riario. The chances of Georges d'Amboise had gone. Those of Rovere had risen. It was not in Cesare's power to secure the election of one of his own party, or of the Cardinal of Rouen, but it was still possible for him to prevent that of Rovere. It was still possible, if he was driven to desperation, that a disputed election might lead to another schism. The cardinals would not provoke him. They declared him free to stay in the castle of Sant'Angelo or go at his pleasure. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 12, The Fall of Cesare Borgia, Pius III, Julius II, 1503 to 1504, Part 2. Cardinal Rovere, meanwhile, pursued his candidature openly by promises and bribes. Justinian, ordered by Venice to favour his election, wrote home that contracts were made in public, no expense was spared, the pontificate was put up to auction for the highest bidder. Cesare Borgia saw that he could do nothing better than make a good bargain with Cardinal Rovere. On October 29th, there was a secret meeting between the two, and Rovere undertook to confirm Cesare as gonfaloniere of the Church, to restore him in the Romagna, and give his nephew, with his claims on Senigallia, in marriage to Cesare's daughter. He said with a smile to the Venetian ambassador that men in a strait were often driven to do what they did not wish. When they were freed, they did otherwise. He was prepared to do anything to secure the papacy, and his plans were so well laid that when the cardinals entered the conclave on October 31st, no one had any doubt of the result. Even the name to be assumed by the new pope was known and had been engraved on the papal ring to be ready at once. The conclave was almost held in public, as the window of the door was not closed. The proceedings were purely formal and scarcely occupied an hour. On November 1st, 1503, it was announced that Cardinal Rovere was elected pope and had assumed the name of Julius II. The new pope wished at first to be on good terms with everyone. He heaped dignities on the Cardinal of Rouen. He took Cesare Borgia under his protection and gave him rooms in the Vatican. At the same time, he assured Venice of his goodwill and of his gratitude. But he let it be known that he had a policy of his own about the Romagna. Our promise to Cesare, he said, extends to the safety of his life and goods, but his states must return to the Church, and we wish for the honour of recovering what our predecessors have wrongly alienated. The Venetians by no means took this view of the situation. They had promoted the election of Julius II because they reckoned on his hostility to Cesare Borgia to help their plan of restoring the dispossessed lords of Romagna independence upon themselves. It is a noticeable feature of the times that the Pope's coronation was deferred till November 26th, because the astrologers promised on that day a lucky conjunction of the stars. The adventurous politics of Italy, being founded on no definite principles, were supposed to be influenced by luck. Cesare Borgia's good fortune excited the admiration of Machiavelli, and Julius II was anxious to begin his pontificate under a lucky star. He had already formed his own plans, but he was in no haste to declare them. He did not intend to allow Venice to extend its dominion over the Romagna. He had no forces at his command to prevent them, and determined meanwhile to make use of the influence of Cesare Borgia for that end. Some castles in the Romagna were still held in Cesare's name. He might be useful in resisting the Venetians. Accordingly, on November 19th, Cesare, with 150 horsemen, was permitted to leave Rome for Ostia, whence he was to proceed by sea to some Florentine port. The Florentines, through fear of Venice, were willing to give him passage through their territory and help him to reach Imola. Immediately after Cesare's departure came the news that Faenza was on the point of falling before the Venetians. Julius II spent a sleepless night. He was afraid lest the appearance of Cesare should create such dread of his vengeance that the other cities of the Romagna would throw themselves into the hands of Venice. Next day he sent the Cardinal of Volterra to Ostia to make a new agreement with Cesare. He asked that Cesare should order his captains to surrender into the hands of the Pope the fortresses which they still held in the Romagna, on condition that they should be restored to Cesare when the danger from Venice was past. This plan had been previously discussed, but Julius II put it aside, saying that he would break faith with no man. He now resumed it, but Cesare, rejoicing in his newly acquired liberty, refused to consent. It was the last act in Cesare's political career. Julius II instantly sent orders that his galley should not be allowed to sail from Ostia, and commanded the troops to be disbanded which were being sent by land to aid him. On November 29th, Cesare returned to Rome and was committed to the care of one of the cardinals. His course was run, but he was still useful as a means of enabling Julius II to get into his hands the fortresses of the Romagna. Guidobaldo of Urbino came to Rome, and Cesare Borgia had an interview with the man whom he had so greatly wronged. The result of this meeting was that Cesare gave up to Guidobaldo the watchword of his castles in the Romagna, and restored the books and tapestries which he had carried off from the palace of Urbino. Julius II at once sent to take possession of the castles, but the captain of Cesena refused to receive orders from a master who was kept a prisoner, and even hanged the Pope's messenger. Julius II was angry at this failure of his schemes, and ordered Cesare to be confined in the castle of Sant'Angelo. The Spanish cardinals strove to procure his liberation. There was a plan that he should go to Civita Castellana under the guardianship of one of the cardinals, and as soon as the castles were surrendered to the Pope, should be set at liberty. But the cardinal chosen for the office of guardian found that his health did not permit him to undertake this perilous duty. Cesare still remained in Rome, and Julius II showed growing anger against Venice. France and Spain were still engaged in war about Naples, but the defeat of the French on the Garigliano and the consequent surrender of Gaeta saw the Spaniards in entire possession of Naples in the beginning of 1504. Julius II was disappointed at this result, for he had more to hope from France than from Spain. He was, however, careful to preserve an appearance of neutrality, though he showed his humanity to the French fugitives, who in the depth of winter made their way almost naked to Rome. The Romans remembered too well what they had suffered from French arrogance, and left the unhappy men to die in crowds upon the dung heaps where they sought shelter. The Pope clothed and fed as many as he could, and provided for their passage to France. In February a truce of 3 years was concluded between France and Spain, though everyone knew that it was hollow. Julius II had no better object to pursue than the possession of the castles which were still held for Cesare, Cesena, Forlì, and Bertinoro. The captains were faithful and refused to give them up to the Pope till their master was at liberty. Long negotiations were carried on between Julius II, Cesare, and the Castellans, negotiations which the Venetian envoy found more intricate than the labyrinth. Julius II could not obtain the castles without Cesare's consent, and Cesare wished to secure his freedom before he consented. At last it was agreed that Cesare should go to Ostia under the charge of the Cardinal of Santa Croce, who should set him at liberty as soon as he was satisfied with the arrangements for the surrender of the castles. When this was done, the captains of Cesena and Bertinoro were ready to admit the Pope's forces, but the captain of Forlì demanded 15,000 ducats for payment of his troops. On this, new difficulties arose, and Julius II was so ungenerous as to require Cesare to give security for this sum. Cesare at last agreed, and on April 19th the Cardinal of Santa Croce declared that Cesare had done all that was in his power and allowed him to set out for Naples. Julius II was by no means pleased with the Cardinal of Santa Croce, who acted on his own responsibility because he was afraid that the Pope would raise fresh difficulties as a means of keeping Cesare in his power. Cesare was welcomed in Naples by Gonsalvo de Cordova, who gave him an ample safe conduct. His friends gathered round him, and he looked for some opportunity to restore himself to a position of importance in political affairs. He proposed to go to the help of Pisa against Florence, but a rising in Piombino gave him a more favourable opening. He was preparing to lead troops thither, and was on the point of setting out, when on May 26th he was made prisoner by Gonsalvo's orders. This was done by the command of Ferdinand of Spain, moved thereto by the representations of Julius II that Cesare was bent on disturbing the peace of Italy. Anyhow, it was a treacherous deed, and Gonsalvo felt it to be such. His first care after Cesare's imprisonment was to recover the safe conduct which he had given him and destroy it. Even prejudiced bystanders like the Venetian ambassadors judged the conduct of the Spanish king to be dishonourable. In his second captivity, Cesare Borgia despaired of any further power in Italy. He wrote to the captain of Forlì that fortune had grown too angry with him, and ordered the surrender of the castle to the Pope. This was done on August 10th, and 10 days afterwards Cesare was released from prison in Naples and was sent to Spain. There he remained in close confinement for 2 years, though his brother-in-law, Jean d'Albret, King of Navarre, pleaded for his release. At length a plan of escape was contrived, and in November 1506 Cesare fled from his prison and took refuge in Navarre. There he took arms in the service of the king against his rebellious vassal, the Count of Lérins, and besieged the castle of Viana. The Count of Lérins made a sortie which was repulsed, and Cesare followed hotly in pursuit. The Count met with reinforcements and faced upon his pursuers, who fled in turn. Cesare, with only one companion, stood his ground till he was overwhelmed and slain on March 12th, 1507. Cesare Borgia's fate was the same as that of his predecessors, who had trusted to the favour of an individual pope as a means of procuring a political position in Italy. He differed from them only because he was more resolutely supported by a pope who was his father, and who was free from any restraints imposed by his office or by his sympathy with the political feeling of Italy. Alexander VI had frankly set forward as the great object of his policy the advancement of his son. Cesare had brought to his task considerable capacity, and the state of Italian affairs had given scope to his cleverness. Resolute and unscrupulous, this stranger had acted boldly on the principles which Italian statesmen adopted without daring to admit. They had only to apply their principles upon a small scale, to maintain or readjust what they already possessed. Cesare had to begin his career from the beginning, and did so with a thoroughness and precision which awakened the mingled terror and admiration of bystanders. He was resolute to acquire, and strong to maintain. He attacked his enemies with their own weapons. He remorselessly swept all obstacles from his course, and used at every moment the means which the vicissitudes of affairs placed at his disposal. But he aimed at justifying his violent measures by his good government of his conquests. He brought law and order into the Romagna, as it had never been before, and his subjects regretted his downfall. He knew that his design was hazardous, and that he had but a short time in which to work it out. In the supreme moment of his fortunes, fate was against him, and his prosperity crumbled away. The exceptional odium which Cesare Borgia inspired is due partly to the terror caused by his rapid success, and partly to his personal character. It was not so much his violent and treacherous deeds which horrified his contemporaries as his strange and mysterious life. A man might smile and be a villain, and his villainy was easily overlooked, but Cesare rarely smiled, and practised duplicity from mere love of the art. He made no friends. He gathered no body of followers. He eschewed the intercourse of his fellows except when his own designs required it. He affected darkness and seclusion. He enshrouded even his licentiousness in mystery. He spoke to his father in Spanish in the presence of others. He avoided all visitors and refused to talk even with his own followers. Perhaps he deliberately chose to act as a foil to his father's restless garrulity. Perhaps he thought that an affectation of secrecy was best calculated to help his plans. At all events, he succeeded in creating universal dread. In his misfortunes he was pitied by few, and after his fall the sense of relief from the presence of one who would not let himself be understood swept away all the admiration which his success inspired. Yet the career of Cesare Borgia was a great epoch in Italian politics. It made all men dimly conscious of the direction in which they were tending. It showed them that Italy had become the prey of adventurers, and they shuddered at the thought. The ordinary man who looked to the past laid upon Cesare the blame of originating the state of things which he used. A political thinker like Machiavelli strove to construct the only possible ideal of the future, that a prince, endowed like Cesare, but with more than Cesare's good fortune, should follow in Cesare's steps. The only hope that he saw for Italy, divided and helpless, was the resolute brain and the strong hand of one who would heal her breaches by the only means of which the times admitted. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 13, First Plans of Julius II, 1504 to 1506, Part 1. The removal of Cesare Borgia from Italy was of little service to Julius II, save that it cleared the way for his open hostility to Venice. Venice had been eager in promoting the election of Julius II to the papacy, in the hope that his animosity against Cesare Borgia would lead him to acquiesce in a Venetian protectorate over the Romagna, and was disappointed when Julius II showed a resolute determination to recover the Romagna for the Church. But the Pope was powerless, and bitterly resented his impotence. So long as Cesare was still an object of dread, he was driven to temporize. But when Cesare was imprisoned in Naples, he said with a smile to the Venetian envoy that now Venice had no excuse for keeping the lands of the Church. Venice, he added, makes both herself and me the slaves of everyone, herself that she may keep, me that I may win back. But for this we might have been united to find some way to free Italy from foreigners. It was a remarkable confession that Julius II saw clearly whither the course of his policy would lead. Rather than endure the action of Venice, he would be the slave of everyone, and would try every possible combination to win back from Venice its ill-gotten gains. Yet at the bottom of his heart he was an Italian patriot, and longed for the freedom of his country from the yoke of foreigners. He regretted that Venice had thought fit to behave so as to compel him in self-defence to rivet more firmly his country's chains. Italian patriotism was a distant ideal, which he was compelled to sacrifice to the needs of the present. It was always so in Italian history. Large considerations of general utility were in the background, awaiting a convenient season. The liberator was always preparing himself for the task. There was just one enemy to overcome by any means that could be found, and then a nobler policy would be possible. Italy was ruined beyond redemption by the selfishness of her rulers before the favourable opportunity arrived. The struggles of the Italian states against one another were justified by constant expectation of some general benefit which never was attained. Local patriotism dictated treachery to the common interest. Treason to Italy was committed with a sigh and vague hope of some splendid act of reparation. Patriotism was on all men's lips, but no one dared to set an example of patriotic self-sacrifice. Men sinned with the knowledge that they were sinning, but were helpless to see how they could avoid sinning without running the risk of destruction. Of all this Julius II was fully conscious. His experience of France enabled him to see whither Italy was tending. He had seen how cruel were the tender mercies of the foreigner. He had heard the jests of the invader, and had witnessed the havoc which he wrought. His position as Pope enabled him, had he wished, to act upon his knowledge and set an example of patriotic forbearance. The papacy could afford to wait for the Romagna, and Julius II might well have hesitated to seize all that had been won by the crooked ways of Alexander VI. But Julius II was too entirely an Italian to escape from the unblushing self-seeking of his time. He was too obstinate, too self-willed, to sacrifice anything to which he considered that he had a claim. He had invoked French help to do him right when he was cardinal. As Pope, he was ready to be the slave of everyone, rather than sit down patiently under a sense of wrong. He desired to free Italy from the stranger, but first he would use the stranger to humble the pride of Venice. There was in this a cynical consciousness of political wrongdoing that is as revolting as the frank unscrupulousness of Alexander VI. We will do our duty and will use all possible means for the preservation of our honour and the maintenance of the Church. The Venetians wish to treat us as their chaplain, but that they shall never do. So spoke Julius II, and Venice would have been wise to give way. But the Venetians trusted that they would wear out the Pope's firmness, and would not abandon their policy of cautiously grasping at every opportunity of aggrandizement. In this they had been so successful that they had awakened universal jealousy, and the Italian powers looked with dread on the advance of Venice toward universal rule in Italy. Maximilian complained of its aggressions on the imperial territory. Ferdinand of Spain grudged the towns which Venice held in the Neapolitan domains. Alexander VI had seen in Venice the great obstacle to his plans for Cesare, and had striven to raise up a coalition against her. The diplomatic intrigues of the rulers of Europe made it easy for Julius II to revive the idea of a dismemberment of Venice. He exhorted Maximilian to enter Italy, protect the Church, and come to Rome to receive the imperial crown. He sent envoys to France and Spain, begging them to unite and recover from Venice all that she had unjustly acquired. Her spoil would pay the expenses of the war, and would be a rich recompense for the undertaking. His proposals were embodied in the treaty which was signed at Blois on September 22nd, 1504, between Louis XII, Maximilian, and his son, the Archduke Philip. This treaty expresses the desire of Louis XII to secure the alliance of Maximilian against Spain at any cost. He had no intention to carry out a plan for securing to the House of Austria an almost universal monarchy, yet the treaty provided that Philip's son Charles, who was heir to Maximilian on one side and to Ferdinand and Isabella on the other, should marry Claude of France and receive in dowry the French claims on Milan, Genoa, Burgundy, and the heritage of Brittany. To separate the Pope from Spain and to prevent him from making any accord with Venice, another treaty provided for an alliance with him against Venice to win back the territories of which she had deprived the confederates. If Julius II rejoiced when this treaty was concluded, he was doomed to speedy disappointment. Its immediate object in the eyes of Louis XII, a separation between the House of Austria and Spain, was achieved by other means. The death of Isabella of Castile on November 26th caused a more serious breach between Ferdinand and the Austrian house. The Archduke Philip claimed the regency of Castile by virtue of his wife Joanna, the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella. But Ferdinand had been too long accustomed to rule in his wife's name to give up his power without a struggle. He strove to win over Louis XII to his side, and a little reflection convinced Louis that the Treaty of Blois was dangerous to the interests of France. The plan for the partition of the Venetian territories was suspended while Ferdinand negotiated with Louis XII. But Venice was well informed of what had been devised against her, and was somewhat alarmed. Both the Pope and Venice were keenly watchful of political possibilities. Venice thought it wise to abstain from awaking further animosity by attempting to extend her hold on the Romagna. The Pope, as he saw the chances of an attack on Venice grow more remote, was disposed to secure what he could obtain at present. Negotiations were cautiously carried on by the mediation of the Duke of Urbino, and Venice undertook to restore all her conquests in the Romagna, except Rimini and Faenza. Julius II conducted his negotiations with consummate skill. He received all that Venice would give, but avoided any guarantee for her right to retain Rimini and Faenza. When pressed for a brief to confirm the accord with Venice, Julius II replied, "It is not in our power to alienate the lands of the Church. I have done enough in pledging my word." It was clear that the papal accord was worth nothing. It was only a recognition that nothing better could be done at the present. Venice could only hope that the confederates who sought her ruin might find employment in other matters, or that the Pope might be involved in some difficulty. The fixed idea of Julius II was to carry on the schemes of territorial aggrandizement which Sixtus IV had begun, and which Alexander VI had so successfully continued. But Julius II had a horror of the doings of the Borgia, and wished to emphasize his desire to abolish all their traditions. What Alexander VI had done ignobly as a means of enriching his son, Julius II would do with persistent resoluteness for the glory of the Church. He had no other aim than his predecessors. He was not much more scrupulous in his choice of means than they had been, but his aim was clear and was not mixed with personal considerations, so that it gained in grandeur as it was made intelligible. Men feared and hated Julius II, but they respected him, and his fiery impetuosity lent him a dignity which was wanting to the supple Alexander VI. He did nothing to raise the Church from its purely secular course of policy, but he succeeded in making that policy respectable. For this purpose he emphasized the difference between himself and Alexander VI, and in 1504 deprived Rodrigo Borgia of the duchy of Sermoneta, which he restored to the Gaetani. In his bull of restitution he openly gave as his reasons: "Our predecessor, desiring to enrich his own kin, through no zeal for justice, but by fraud and deceit, sought for causes of depriving the Gaetani of their possessions." Rarely had a pope been so outspoken in condemning the man whom he succeeded in the chair of St. Peter. Though Julius II abandoned nepotism as a political weapon, he did not forget the claims of his relations. In his first creation of cardinals there were 2 of the Rovere family. In his second creation there was another. His nephew, Francesco Maria, son of the prefect, was adopted by his childless uncle, Guidobaldo of Urbino, as heir to his duchy, so that he needed no special favour from the pope. The marriage of another nephew, Niccolo della Rovere, was curious, and seemed to show a desire on the part of Julius II to quit old scores and live in charity with all men. In November 1505, Niccolo was married in the Vatican to Laura, the reputed daughter of Orsino de' Orsini, but whose parentage was generally attributed to Alexander VI. It was clear that the antipathy which Julius II felt to Alexander VI rested on personal and political grounds, not on moral reprobation. Julius II, like his predecessor, was a father, and his daughter Felice was welcomed in Rome. But his parental fondness gave rise to no scandals, and Felice was not raised to any great dignity. Her father proposed to marry her to Roberto Sanseverino, a nephew of Guidobaldo of Urbino, Prince of Salerno, but dispossessed of his principality by the Spaniards. Felice, however, showed some spirit, and refused to marry a husband without territory and without revenues. So another husband was provided, Gian Giordano Orsini, whom she married in 1506, and the unrestrained display of affection made by the bridegroom at the wedding sorely shocked many of the bystanders. Thus Julius II showed no undue partiality for his own relatives, and so did much to abate one of the most grievous scandals of the papacy. Moreover, the marriages with the Orsini were a surer way of turning the old Roman barons into nobles of the papal court than was the aggressive policy of Alexander VI. The subject of the reformation of the Church was one to which every pope felt bound to give a passing recognition. Julius II, when cardinal, had pressed for a council, and had denounced the conduct of Alexander VI. It was natural that for the sake of consistency he should make a show of doing something. In November 1504 he appointed a commission of 6 cardinals to report, but commissions had so often been appointed that no one took the matter seriously, and we have no evidence that a report was ever presented. But Julius II felt that some step was necessary for a vindication of the papal dignity, and though he was not prepared to reform the Church, he tried to abate the scandals attaching to papal elections. he issued a protest, for it could be nothing more than a protest, against the simony which he had witnessed and even practised. A constitution published on January 19, 1505, declared that any gift or promise of money or benefices invalidated the election of him who had made it. Even enthronization could not do away with the defect of title. All cardinals, even those who had been guilty of receiving bribes, were bound to avoid the simoniacally elected pope as a heathen and a heretic. It was their duty to depose him and call in the secular arm, if need were, to their aid. The publication of such a constitution was a bold measure, and showed a strong sense of the need of amendment. Perhaps Julius II was in some degree animated by a desire to separate himself from the misdoings of Alexander VI, to fasten upon him the obloquy of the past, and shake himself free from his own former self. In several ways Julius II showed a desire for a better state of things in Rome, and endeavoured to bring the cardinals to a more decorous way of life. Thus, on Whitsunday, 1505, he sent Paris de Gracie, his master of ceremonies, with a message to the cardinals, forbidding them to be present at a comedy which was to be acted next day. It was not fitting, he said, for cardinals to be seen in public looking at the amusements of boys. Paris found some difficulty in delivering this unwonted message in an intelligible form. The reform of the Curia was not, however, the object that was foremost in the thoughts of Julius II. He burned with desire to distinguish himself as a politician and to shed lustre over the Church. He grieved over his enforced inaction, and prepared for the time when activity would be possible. He knew that pretensions were useless unless backed by force, and he knew that troops needed money, so he lived with careful frugality, and spent no more as pope than he had done as cardinal. He was even miserly, and tried to escape paying his debts. It is no wonder that the work of reform was not vigorously prosecuted, for reform meant the abandonment of the sale of ecclesiastical offices, and however much Julius II might condemn simony from which the papacy obtained no advantage, he regarded it in another light when it supplied the means of carrying on a spirited policy in behalf of the Church. But though the desire for money checked any attempts at reform, it did not lead the Pope into any acts of violence or extortion. Men said that at least the Pope did not seek money to enrich his family. It was not, however, solely for warlike purposes that Julius II hoarded his money, nor was it only by the sword that he wished to increase the dignity of the Church. He inherited the traditions of Sixtus IV, and carried them out with greater nobility of aim. Sixtus IV had done much for the architectural restoration of Rome. Julius II was resolved to do still more. Even Alexander VI had felt the artistic impulse which swept over Italy, though he confined his work chiefly to the neighbourhood of the Vatican. He summoned Antonio di San Gallo to superintend the restoration of the castle of Sant'Angelo, in which he fitted up rooms for his own use, and employed Pinturicchio to paint them. In the Vatican he built the rooms which he delighted to inhabit, and which still bear his name. The Torre di Borgia, or Appartamenti Borgia, form part of the present library, and were built along the court of the Belvedere, which Innocent VIII had laid out. Nowhere is the beauty of Pinturicchio's decorative work more delicately displayed than in the allegorical figures of the planets, the intellectual virtues, the saints and sacred histories with which he has adorned the lunettes and wall spaces of these rooms. The story ran that Julia Farnese served as model for the Madonna in a fresco over one of the doors, and that Alexander VI had his own portrait painted in an attitude of devout adoration of her beauty. This story is characteristic of the way in which the legends that grew round Alexander VI were repeated, without verification even of the most obvious details. Julia Farnese may or may not have been the model for Pinturicchio's Madonna, but the Madonna in his picture is adored only by cherubim, and the portrait of Alexander VI is in another room, as one of the shepherds who kneel before the infant Christ. Perhaps the story may have owed its birth to the refusal of Julius II to inhabit the rooms occupied by the man whom he so profoundly hated. In 1507, he removed to another part of the Vatican, saying that he could not endure to look at the portrait of his enemy, whom he called a Jew, an apostate, and a circumcised wretch. When his attendants laughed at this last epithet, Julius II reduced them to silence by a scowl. When Paris de Gracie suggested that the walls might be cleared of the obnoxious pictures, the Pope answered, "That would not be decorous. Moreover, I will not live in rooms that recall memories of crime." In estimating the character of Alexander VI, it should be remembered that no pope had a successor who was so outspoken in his hostility. Alexander VI was too much engaged in politics to be a great patron of art. It was in his early days as cardinal that he left a more important memorial than any of his works as pope by building one of the most renowned palaces in Italy. It is now known as the Palazzo Sforza Cesarini, and has undergone many alterations which have destroyed its former character, save in the inner court. This palace of Cardinal Borgia marked a new epoch in the architectural history of Rome, in which church building was laid aside, and cardinals vied with one another in the splendour of their houses. The only ecclesiastical buildings during Alexander VI's pontificate were due to the liberality of foreigners. Charles VIII left a memorial of his abode in Rome in the church of Santa Trinità dei Monti, which was built at the cost of the Cardinal of San Malo, and the Germans in 1500 began the church of Santa Maria dell'Anima in connection with their national hospital. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 13, First Plans of Julius II, 1504 to 1506, Part 2. Still in the days of Alexander VI, a new era in the architectural history of Rome was opened by the coming of Bramante. Born in Urbino, he had worked in various places till he settled in Milan, where he left many traces of his industry. On the fall of Ludovico Sforza in 1499, he went to Rome, where his first work was the emblazonment of the Borgia arms over the Porta Santa at the Lateran in honour of the Jubilee. The sight of the ancient monuments of Rome filled him with enthusiasm. He rambled as far as Naples in quest of Roman remains, and Hadrian's villa at Tivoli especially attracted his careful study. Cardinal Caraffa was the first to see his merits, and for him Bramante planned the cloisters attached to the church of Santa Maria della Pace. But two mighty palaces which he designed for two cardinals first revealed his genius. There are still no buildings of the Renaissance time in Rome which can compare in beauty with the palaces which Bramante built for the cardinals Raffaele Riario and Hadrian of Corneto. Cardinal Riario wished to have his palace attached, as was the custom, to the church of San Lorenzo in Damaso. Bramante altered the old basilica and connected it with the palace already in course of erection, for which he designed the noble façade and the arcades of the courtyard, which are the finest examples of the graceful and refined simplicity of his style. Footnote. In 1517, Cardinal Riario was involved in a conspiracy against Leo X, and his goods were confiscated by the Pope. His palace was made the seat of the papal chancery, and is now known as the Cancelleria. Back to main text. It is sad to say that the granite pillars which support the arcade were taken from the Basilica of San Lorenzo, but the builder of the church had in his day carried them off from the portico of the neighbouring theatre of Pompeius. In every age architects have borrowed and destroyed, while they praised and studied, the work of those who went before. More massive and severe in style was the palace which Bramante built for Cardinal Hadrian of Corneto in the Borgo Nuovo, which Alexander VI had laid out. Cardinal Hadrian stood high in the Pope's favour, and wished to please him by decorating his new street. It was in Hadrian's garden that Alexander VI supped in the evening before his fatal illness. He had gone perhaps to see the progress of Bramante's work, which was there uninfluenced by any need of adaptation, and consequently conceived a simple but stately dwelling for a great noble. A plain basement of rustical work with square windows was surmounted by a floor more richly decorated for the habitation of the master. Round-headed windows were set within massive square cornices, and the wall space between them is adorned by two graceful pilasters. The upper story, designed for the use of dependents, has the same decoration of pilasters with smaller and simpler windows. Footnote: Cardinal Hadrian was Bishop of Bath and Wells, and gave his palace to Henry VIII when his tortuous ways led him to leave Rome. It was the residence of Cardinal Campeggio, as Protector of England, and after the breach with Rome went to him. It was bought in 1760 by Count Giraud, and now belongs to the Duke of Torlonia. It is generally called the Palazzo Giraud or Palazzo Torlonia. Back to main text. In the days of Alexander VI, Cardinal Rovere had not seen much of Rome. He needed architects for practical purposes, and summoned from Florence Giuliano di San Gallo to fortify his castle at Ostia. He afterwards employed Giuliano to build a palace at his native place, Savona, and when he felt it wise to withdraw to France, Giuliano went with him. There Giuliano made a model of a palace which was presented to Charles VIII at Lyons, and was the astonishment and delight of the king and his court. On the election of his patron to the papacy, Giuliano di San Gallo hastened to Rome. But Julius II knew enough of architecture to discover the superiority of Bramante, and he was determined that whatever he did should be done by the foremost men of his day. His views were magnificent, and were prompted not so much by a love for art as for a desire to perpetuate his own fame. He had none of that delight in beauty which led him to surround himself with lovely things. He was not a patron of jewellers or workers in embroidery. Indeed, he was the first man who drew a clear line of distinction between the lesser and the greater arts. He saw the permanent value of architecture, painting, and sculpture, and treated with respect the great men who pursued them. In this deliberate determination to patronize only what was great and lasting, Julius II has been amply justified by the result. He may be forgotten as a warrior or as a statesman, but he will live on as the patron of Bramante, Raphael, and Michelangelo. Giuliano di San Gallo was disappointed to find that Julius II had made Bramante his architect-in-chief and employed him busily at the Vatican. The Pope devised a great plan of connecting with the Vatican Palace, by means of covered porticos, the garden house of the Belvedere, which Antonio Pollaiuolo had designed for Innocent VIII. The distance was about 400 yards, but the inequality of the ground caused exceptional difficulties. A little valley lay between the two buildings, and the first floor of the Vatican was on a level with the ground floor of the Belvedere. Bramante designed a double loggia with a flight of steps leading from the lower ground. The lower loggia was adapted from the Doric pillars of the theatre of Marcellus. Over it was a gallery adorned with Ionic pillars, but enclosed and furnished with windows. The upper part of the space contained within this courtyard was to be a terraced garden, the lower part, nearest the Vatican, an open-air theatre for games and tournaments, while the spectators could sit in the loggia, which commanded a view of Rome on the one side and of the wooded hills on the other. The Pope was delighted with this magnificent plan, and ordered Bramante to push on the work with feverish haste. The earth dug out during the day was carried away by night, so that there could be no hindrance to the progress of the work. Julius II wished his walls to grow rather than to be built, and the result of this over-haste was that the foundations in after times gave way, and the portico has needed continual repairs. Still, with all the haste that Bramante made, his work was not finished. At the death of Julius II, the greater part of the corridor on the side towards Rome had been built, but on the opposite side only the foundations were laid. Nor did posterity respect Bramante's magnificent design. It is true that Pius IV carried on the corridor, but Sixtus V made impossible the execution of the original plan by building his library across the court. He walled up Bramante's arcades, and severed what might have been the most stately court in the world into two disconnected portions. The building of the Braccio Nuovo in 1817 still further filled up the space. There are now two courts and a garden on the ground where Bramante strove to present a striking picture of a mighty palace, with all its dependencies for comfort and amusement, blended into harmony by his architectural skill. Had his plan been carried out, Julius II would have left his successors a palace unrivalled for beauty and convenience. If we are to believe Vasari, care for his future fame was amongst the first thoughts that occupied Julius II when he ascended the papal throne. The design for his own tomb after death was a strange object of solicitude for one who was only at the beginning of his career. But the passionate desire for posthumous glory was a leading motive with the men of the Renaissance, who were drunk with a new sense of power over their own lives and over the world around them. The assertion of their individuality was their chief delight. The sense of common life and common interests was weak. Society was necessary as the sphere of the individual's activity, but society had no rights against him. He strove to act so that his actions should stand out clearly and decidedly his own, distinct from those of his fellow men. He wished his name to be frequent in the mouths of those who came after, and his memory to live associated with some great undertaking. Vanity suggested sepulchral monuments as a ready means of satisfying this desire for fame. Men vied with one another in elaborating great designs. Sculpture was encouraged in a way which at no other time has been possible, and the churches of Italy were filled with stately tombs which are still their chief ornaments. In Rome, this taste for monumental sculpture has grown especially strong. Perhaps the honour paid by Cosimo de' Medici to the deposed Baldassare Cossa, whose tomb adorns the baptistry of Florence, awakened the emulation of the rightful popes. At all events, the tomb of Martin V in the Lateran Church is the first of a splendid series. It was the work of Antonio Filarete, and was simple in its design. Before the papal altar lies the recumbent figure of Martin V in papal robes, wrought in bronze. The tomb of Eugenius IV in the church of San Salvatore in Lauro was more in accordance with the ordinary design. On a white marble sarcophagus, enclosed by an architrave supported by pillars, lies the figure of the Pope. In the space above the sarcophagus is carved in relief the Madonna and an adoring angel. The tombs of Nicholas V, Calixtus III, and Paul II were destroyed by the work of Julius II in St. Peter's, and only portions of the delicate figures which Mino da Fiesole made for Paul II now remain. Pius II was more fortunate. His monument was removed to the church of Sant'Andrea della Valle, where it still remains, a vast architectural erection in 4 divisions, overladen with pillars, cornices, and reliefs. Happier were Sixtus IV. And Innocent VIII., whose tombs by Antonio Pollaiuolo still adorn St. Peter's. On the bronze lid of a sarcophagus, Sixtus IV. Is represented as reposing with folded hands. The face is strong and vigorous, even in the quietness of death. The figure of the Pope is surrounded by an ornamental border, in which are allegorical figures of virtues in relief, while the beveled edge of the lid is adorned with figures representing the various branches of intellectual study. It is noticeable as a sign of the times that the figure of theology has been studied from Diana. Over her shoulders she carries a quiver, and in her hand a bow. An angel holds an open book before the reclining figure, but her face is turned away as though she were on the watch for some more practical object of pursuit. Sixtus IV. Fared better at the hands of Pollaiuolo than did Innocent VIII., whose tomb is more pretentious, but fails in energy and in architectural arrangement. The Pope lies on a bronze sarcophagus, and above is again represented as in life. One hand is raised in benediction, the other holds the point of the holy lance which the Sultan Bajazet had sent as a precious relic. Over Alexander VI. No tomb was erected. Julius II. Caused the coffin of his enemy to be taken from St. Peter's to the church of San Giacomo degli Spagnuoli, whence it was again transferred to the Spanish church of Santa Maria di Monferrato. No man ventured to raise a memorial to one whose name was hateful to his successor and whose pontificate everyone wished to forget. Nor was it only the popes whose fame was thus perpetuated. All the chief churches of Rome are full of tombs of the cardinals of this time. It would almost seem that the great ones among them were content to let their deeds speak for them, while the more obscure sought the assistance of the artist to perpetuate their name. No great monuments remain of Torquemada, Bessarion, Carvajal, Amanati, or Prospero Colonna. But the church of Santa Maria del Popolo abounds in tombs of the Rovere and other relatives of Sixtus IV, and there are others in the church of Santi Apostoli. Everywhere throughout Rome are traces of the chisel of Mino da Fiesole, Paolo Romano, Andrea Sanzovino, and other sculptors whose names have perished. Julius II. Was a complete representative of the Italian temper of his time, and resolved to be commemorated by a tomb which should tower above all others in its grandeur and magnificence. He was fortunate in his opportunity. As a new epoch in architecture had been opened by the genius of Bramante, so Julius II. Witnessed the beginning of a new epoch in sculpture. A young Florentine, Michelangelo Buonarroti, came to Rome in 1496 in the service of Cardinal Raffaele Riario. The study of the ancient sculptures in Rome rapidly developed his conceptions of the possibilities of his art, and the Pietà which he executed for the French Cardinal La Grollet was at once recognized as a masterpiece. The mighty mother bends her head in agony over the body of the Son, which lies in death upon her lap, as peaceful as when he slumbered as a babe. When some critics remarked that the Virgin was represented as too young, Michelangelo answered that purity enjoyed eternal youth. We cannot fail to read on this statue the profound impression produced in his mind by the world around him. He expressed the helpless agony of the strong, upright nature which had to endure in patience the outrages of those who were powerful only for evil. He portrayed the despair of hopeless disappointment, not the patience of resignation. But whether or no his contemporaries caught the grandeur of his conception, they admired his technical skill and truth in modelling, and his fame, which this work raised high, was still further enhanced by the statue of David, which he made on his return to Florence. When Julius II bethought him of his tomb, he had no doubt about entrusting the work to Michelangelo, as the foremost sculptor in Italy. The plan which Michelangelo submitted was sufficiently magnificent to satisfy even the aspirations of Julius II. Over the spot where the Pope lay buried was to rise a mighty sculptured chapel. Its pillars were to be supported by figures in bronze, representing the arts and sciences which were so closely connected with the Pope that at his death they also died. The pillars were so massive that each had 2 niches holding statues of victories, with the cities and provinces captured by the Pope chained to their feet. This huge pedestal was to contain altogether 40 statues. At the 4 corners of the cornice were to be placed figures of Moses and St. Paul, representing the religious life, and Rachel and Leah, whom Dante had taught men to regard as allegories of the contemplative and the practical life. Above them were to tower 2 colossal figures supporting the bier on which lay the sarcophagus of the Pope. One of these figures was Heaven rejoicing to receive the soul of Julius II. The other was Earth bewailing her irreparable loss. Julius II was anxious to have this design carried out at once, and Michelangelo set to work with characteristic ardor. He superintended the quarrying of the marble, and brought it to Rome by sea, till half the piazza of St. Peter's was filled with unhewn blocks. So eager was the Pope to see the progress of the work, that he had a drawbridge made by which he might pass, when he would, to Michelangelo's studio from the corridor which ran between the Vatican and the castle of Sant'Angelo. At first all went well, but misunderstandings soon arose between the Pope and the sculptor. Michelangelo thought only of his art. Julius II thought only of himself. Both were impetuous and exacting. As Julius II became more deeply involved in politics, he cared less about his tomb, and Michelangelo could not get money to pay for his marble. His fruitless visits to the Vatican galled his independent spirit, and he grew unduly sensitive. One day, when he was waiting while the Pope at table was turning over the wares of a jeweler, he heard Julius II say, "I will not spend another farthing on stones, either small or great." He looked on the testy remark as significant of a change of purpose, and when an official told him, in answer to his application for money, that he need not come again for some time, he left Rome in indignant despair at the end of 1505, after writing a letter to the Pope. "I was this morning driven from the palace by order of your Holiness. If you require me further, you must seek me elsewhere than in Rome." The tomb of Julius II was unlucky from the first. Its work was often suspended, its design altered, its fragments scattered, and Michelangelo's design fared worse than did Bramante's at the Vatican. Julius II's plans tripped up one another by their rapid succession. If we are to trust to Vasari, the discussion about the place where Michelangelo's monument was to stand led to the rebuilding of St. Peter's. The vast structure which Michelangelo had designed required an open space around it that it might be seen to advantage. While considering this point, the Pope went back to the scheme of Nicholas V for rebuilding the old basilica. But the conservative restoration which Nicholas V had begun in the tribune made way for a more splendid plan of Bramante. The old basilica was to be swept away, and a building in the new classic style was to take its place. Bramante's design was a building in the form of a Greek cross, with spacious tribunes at the ends of the 3 arms. The middle was to be surmounted by a mighty dome, on either side of which rose a bell tower. The façade was adorned by a spacious vestibule supported by 6 pillars. In vain the cardinals murmured and remonstrated at this destruction. The Pope's purpose was fixed. Even an age greedy of novelty and full of confidence in itself was startled at the demolition of the most venerable church in Christendom to make way for something new. The Basilica of St. Peter's had been for ages the object of pilgrimages from every land. Outside it gleamed with mosaics, of which the ship of Giotto is now the only survival. Inside, its pavement was a marvel of mosaic art. Its pillars dated from the days of Constantine. Its monuments told the history of the Roman Church for centuries. Men may praise at the present day the magnificence of St. Peter's. They forget what was destroyed to make room for it. No more wanton or barbarous act of destruction was ever deliberately committed. No bishop was ever so untrue as was Julius II to his duty as keeper of the fabric of his church. His boundless vanity and self-assertion was accompanied by insolence to the past. A new era was to date from himself, and all that had gone before might be forgotten. Half of the old basilica was pulled down with ruthless haste. Mosaics were taken up, monuments were torn down, pillars which might have been used elsewhere were shattered. Michelangelo's wrath was stirred by the ruthless havoc which Bramante wrought, and he indignantly but vainly pleaded for more respect to the precious relics of the past. A few fragments only were preserved and placed in the Grotto Vaticane, where they still keep some memory of what was lost. The tombs and inscriptions there remaining range from the sarcophagus, which tells that Junius Bassus, prefect of Rome, went to God in A.D. 359, to the remnants of the lovely tomb which Mino da Fiesole carved for Paul II. The tombs of other popes were removed by their relations to smaller churches. Julius II himself had no care for the memory of any save his uncle, Sixtus IV. The Grotte Vaticane, as they are called, are the row of chapels which had been erected under the old basilica, where many burials had taken place. Julius II was driven to respect the bones of the dead, and gave orders that the burying place should be as little as possible disturbed, and that the foundations of the pillars which were to bear the roof of the new church should be laid below the old chapels. On April 18th, 1506, the ceremony of laying the foundation stone was performed by the Pope. It is the pillar against which is now erected the altar of Santa Veronica. Here a deep pit had been excavated, and the bottom was full of water, which was being bailed out as fast as possible by workmen. The Pope courageously descended the ladder, accompanied by 2 cardinals, but he was fearful lest the crowd above should cause the earth to slip, and shouted to them to stand further back. His courage in running the risk of an attack of giddiness was regarded as a sign of his trust in God and his boundless reverence for St. Peter. On the same day, Julius II wrote with pride to Henry VII of England to announce the fact, "In sure hope," he says, "that our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, by whose monition we have undertaken to renew the old basilica, which is perishing through age, will, through the prayers of the Apostle, give us strength, so that what was begun with so much zeal may be finished to the praise and glory of God." The hope of Julius II was not to be fulfilled, for when he died only a small part of his design had been executed. The building of St. Peter's went through many changes and was not finished for 150 years. Julius II demanded that Christendom should join in his pride at the greatness of his undertaking. But Christendom was ceasing to feel that the centre of its interests lay in the city of Rome, or that its affairs were directed by the Pope. The contributions levied for the building of St. Peter's did much to make men feel the weight of the papal yoke and to criticize the grounds on which they were taxed by a foreign priest. The church which Julius II strove so diligently to raise never met with the reverence which had been paid to the venerable building which he overthrew. It was never to be the great central church of the Germanic peoples. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 14, The League of Cambrai, 1506 to 1510, Part 1. The care of architecture and sculpture did not divert the attention of Julius II from politics. His scheme against Venice had failed for the present. The League of Blois came formally to an end in October 1505, when Louis XII entered into an alliance with Ferdinand of Spain, and the struggle between Ferdinand and his son-in-law Philip was the point of interest in the politics of Europe. Italy was at peace, save for the war which still dragged on between Florence and Pisa. It needed little to break this peace, and Julius II determined to be the first to do so. He made preparations, but kept their object secret. He allowed the Venetian envoy to think that he intended an expedition against Naples, for which he refused to accept the homage of Spain. At last it became known that the Pope intended to reduce Perugia and Bologna under the obedience of the Roman See. It was an undertaking which Alexander VI had found too large to be contemplated, but Julius II calculated on the neutrality of all and the help of many. Venice remained still. Louis XII of France reluctantly promised help. Florence was ready to do anything which would annoy Venice. The Dukes of Mantua, Ferrara, and Urbino promised troops. Gian Paolo Baglione of Perugia and Giovanni Bentivoglio of Bologna were in name papal vicars of their states. In reality they ruled as independent lords. The rule of the Baglione had been tyrannical, and the city suffered from bloody feuds, so that Julius II was in some measure justified in declaring that he went to free Perugia from a tyrant. But he had on his accession confirmed the privileges of Bologna, and Giovanni Bentivoglio was an ally of Louis XII and was under French protection. A more cautious man might have doubted of the success of his enterprise against such foes, but Julius II trusted to his audacity. Machiavelli instances his success as a proof of the advantages of promptitude. Julius II, he says, ordered the Venetians to remain neutral and ordered the French king to help him. Had he given them time to deliberate, they probably would not have obeyed him, but he took the field at once, and they saw nothing else to do but fall in with his wishes. Julius II left Rome before sunrise on August 26, 1506, having committed the care of the city to Cardinal Cibo. He was mounted on horseback and wore a rochet. Before him was carried a cross, and a bishop bore the host. But as the bishop's horse had to be led by an attendant on foot, the Pope on the second day sent him along the road, while he himself chose to ride through the woods. He seems to have wished to lay aside his ecclesiastical character as much as possible and adopt the manners of the camp. He set out with 24 cardinals, but only with a force of 500 men. He advanced by way of Nepi and Viterbo to Orvieto, where he was joined by the Duke of Urbino, whose martial ardour was checked by an attack of the gout, and who was on that account better fitted for the office of mediator. Gian Paolo Baglione saw no one to help him, and was afraid of the Pope's threat that he would expel him from Perugia. He thought it better to come to terms, and offered to put in the hands of the Pope all the castles in the territory of Perugia and the gates of the city itself, and also to aid him with his forces in the expedition against Bologna. As Bologna was the chief object of Julius II, he did not wish to waste time over Perugia. On September 8th, Gian Paolo Baglioni came to Orvieto and made submissions to the Pope, who, with the cardinals, the Duke of Urbino, and Gian Paolo Baglione, entered Perugia in state on September 13th. His troops had not yet taken possession of the city, and he was attended only by a small guard. Machiavelli, who was in his train, wondered at the Pope's rashness. "The Pope and the cardinals," he wrote the same day to Florence, "are at the discretion of Gian Paolo, not he at theirs. If he does no mischief to the man who has come to upset his power, it will be owing to his good nature and humanity." He repeated the same remarks after mature reflection. Prudent men who were there noted the rashness of the Pope and the cowardice of Gian Paolo. They could not understand how it was that he did not, to his lasting fame, rid himself at one blow of his enemy and enrich himself with booty, as he had in his power the Pope and cardinals with all their luxuries. It was not goodness nor conscience that restrained him, for he was incestuous and a parricide, but he did not dare to do a deed which would have left an eternal memory. He might have been the first to show priests how little a man is esteemed who lives and rules as they do. He would have done a deed whose greatness would have outweighed all its infamy and all the danger which might have followed. The passage is remarkable as showing the hatred against priests which the secular career of the Papacy had necessarily produced. The condition of Italian politics emboldened the popes to pursue their own advantage as temporal princes, and by so doing they ran the risk of being treated as on the same footing as other Italian rulers. But Machiavelli's judgment also shows the confusion which lay beneath his political subtlety. He thought it possible that selfish villains should pursue some ideal end, and did not see that in a crisis all great conceptions necessarily vanished from their minds, and self-interested motives alone remained. Why should Gian Paolo, being what he was, care to bring upon himself the retribution which would surely follow any violence offered to the Pope? He could not even have been sure of Perugia had he done so, and he had no allies to support him. As it was, he had made good terms for himself, owing to his insignificance. Bologna was the Pope's object, and he himself was honourably saved. It is the weakness of Machiavelli's political method that, while professing to deal with politics in a practical spirit, he is not practical enough. Julius II was received in Perugia with due respect, and ordered Mass to be celebrated in the church of San Francesco, where he had been ordained when a simple scholar. He restored the Perugian exiles and laboured to promote peace within the city. The Marquis of Mantua joined him with forces, and on September 21st, 1506, he set out for Bologna by way of Gubbio and Urbino. Thence, to avoid the Venetian territory of Rimini, he traversed the rugged road over the Apennines by San Marino to Cesena. There he received a definite promise of the aid of France, for the powerful adviser of Louis XII, the Cardinal of Rouen, had been won over to the Pope's side by the promise of the cardinalate to 3 of his nephews. His influence prevailed with the king, and the French troops which had marched out of Milan to aid Bologna received orders to join the Pope. Julius II was triumphant, and on October 7th issued a bull of excommunication against Giovanni Bentivoglio and his adherents as rebels against the Church. Their goods were given as prey to anyone who seized them, and plenary indulgence was offered to those who slew them. The Pope, with pride, enumerated his forces to Machiavelli and said, I have published a crusade against Messer Giovanni, that everyone may understand that I will make no terms with him. It was part of his policy to give others no chance of drawing back." Giovanni Bentivoglio would not have feared either the Pope's forces or the Pope's ban, but the advance of 8,000 French troops under Charles d'Amboise, the Marshal of Chaumont, filled the people of Bologna with dread of pillage. Giovanni wavered for a time, and then threw himself on the protection of France, which had already betrayed him. On November 2nd, 1506, he left Bologna and retired to Chaumont's camp. The Bolognese sent envoys making submission to the Pope. It was time that they did so, for the French troops were longing for the pillage of Bologna, and Julius II had to pacify Chaumont by giving him large sums of money. The Bolognese only kept the French army at a distance by opening the sluices of their canal and so flooding the neighbourhood of the French camp. Julius II hastened to take possession of Bologna. The astrologers tried to dissuade him from entering at once on his arrival, saying that the stars were unpropitious, but Julius II now cared not for astrologers, and answered, "Let us go on and enter in the name of the Lord." The splendour of the Pope's entrance on November 11th, 1506, might recompense the weary cardinals for the hardships of their journey. The populous city, with 70,000 inhabitants, welcomed the Pope as the liberator of Italy, the expeller of tyrants. Julius II, borne in his litter upon men's shoulders, was hailed as a second Julius Caesar. The weather was exceptionally warm, and the roses which blossomed in abundance were strewn in his path. Men said that he was lord even of the planets and the skies. Julius II was master of Bologna, but he had exhausted the papal treasury to gain his object, and had bound himself by many engagements. Bologna was hard to regulate, and Julius II was obliged to guarantee the old privileges of the city and leave its government in the hands of a council of 40, over whom he set a papal legate. The Bentivogli had taken refuge with the French king, who refused to surrender them to the Pope. Julius II could not be secure against attempts at revolt, and he made a bad choice of his first legate, Cardinal Ferrari. Ferrari's extortion was so notorious that he was recalled in a few months and was imprisoned in Sant'Angelo. His successor, Cardinal Alidossi, was still more oppressive to the Bolognese, and Julius II soon felt that it was easier to conquer than to govern. It was an ominous sign that his first act was to lay the foundations of a fortress by the Porta Galera, a strange measure for the liberator of the land and the expeller of tyrants. Julius II was resolved to perpetuate in Bologna the memory of his triumph. He had been vexed at the hasty departure of Michelangelo from Rome, and wrote peremptory letters to Florence ordering his return. In vain Michelangelo asked permission to execute his work at Florence and send it, as it was finished, to the Pope. The haughty artist was at last ordered by the Gonfaloniere Soldadini to go to Bologna and make his peace. Julius II looked at him angrily. "It seems," he said, "that you have waited for us to come to you instead of coming to us." Michelangelo knelt and asked pardon. He had acted in anger, but he could not endure the treatment which he had met with in Rome. A bishop who was a friend of Soldadini's tried to calm the rising indignation of the Pope. Artists, he said, were men of no education. They only knew their art and did not know how they ought to behave. In a moment the Pope's wrath found a new object. "How do you dare," he exclaimed, "to say what I would not have said? It is you who are ignorant, not he. Out of my sight with your impertinence." The astonished bishop was hustled out of the room by the attendants. Then Julius II looked with an amused look at Michelangelo, gave him pardon, and bade him not leave Bologna. Soon afterwards, Michelangelo was ordered to execute a bronze statue of the Pope to adorn his new possession. When he said that he could not be sure of the success of his first casting, the Pope answered, "You must cast till you succeed, and you shall have as much money as you need." Michelangelo modelled a seated statue, 3 times the size of life. The right hand was raised. The Pope was asked what should be done with the left. Michelangelo suggested it might hold a book. "Nay," said the Pope, "give me a sword, for I am no scholar." Then, as he looked at the statue, he caught the severe expression with which the sculptor had clothed his face. "What is my right hand doing?" he asked. "Am I blessing or banning?" "You are admonishing the Bolognese to be wise," was Michelangelo's answer. The statue is placed over the portal of San Petronio, and was unveiled in February 1508. In its final form, the Pope held neither book nor sword in his left hand, but the keys of St. Peter. When Julius II had gained Bologna, he felt that he had taken the first step towards the reduction of Venice and the conquest of the Romagna. His plan of a league against Venice revived, and he was again hopeful. The death of Archduke Philip at Burgos in September 1506 removed the great cause of European discord, and left the French king more free to act. Julius II strove to reconcile Louis XII and Maximilian and renew the understanding which had been laid aside. In this he was doomed to disappointment, and events occurred which made him suspicious of France. The city of Genoa had long been under the suzerainty of France, as a free republic with a French governor. The party quarrels of the Genoese nobles favoured the growth of a strong popular party, till, weary of the avarice of the French governor and the bloody deeds of the nobles, the Genoese rose in revolt. They expelled the nobles, besieged the French garrison, elected a dyer as their doge, and abolished the suzerainty of France. Louis XII was indignant and vowed revenge. He entered Italy with a large army, and refused to hear the rebels who could offer no resistance, punished them with great severity, imposed a heavy fine upon the city, and abolished all its privileges. Julius II vainly tried to interpose. As a native of the Genoese territory, he loved his country. As a man sprung from the people, he was inclined to the popular side. As an Italian, he looked with alarm at the presence of a powerful army with no definite object in view. As Pope, he feared the designs of the Cardinal of Amboise, who was known to hanker after the Papacy, and was capable of devising a scheme for his deposition. His friendship with France gave place to alarm. He refused an interview with the French king, and quitted Bologna for the greater safety of Rome. There he arrived on March 27, 1507, and enjoyed a triumphal entry. On all sides was heard the clang of trumpets and the din of war, as Julius, seated in his car, swept through the streets amidst the shouts of the people. It was Palm Sunday, and the Romans thought that they did honour to the city by welcoming Christ's vicar with the cry, "Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord." When the Pope reached Sant'Angelo, he was met by a chariot containing a globe, on which danced 10 boys attired like angels. Suddenly the globe opened, and another angel stepped forth and offered the Pope a palm, saying in neat Latin verses that the Pope had brought on Palm Sunday the palms of victory to Rome. No one thought it incongruous that this military parade should end with the Pope giving the benediction from St. Peter's. When Julius II looked around him, he saw the political condition of Europe to be threatening on all sides. In Germany, Maximilian was freer to work his will than he had been hitherto. Maximilian seemed a careless adventurer, but he had a fixed policy of opposition to France, and a desire to maintain the rights of the empire and secure supremacy for his own house. The rivalry between France and the House of Austria had already begun, and was the determining element in the politics of Europe. Maximilian found himself strong enough to take up a decided position of resistance to the French advance in Italy. In June 1507, he summoned a diet at Constance and laid before it his grievances. The French king, he said, was endeavouring to rob the German nation of the empire. He had made his plans for securing the papacy for France, and to this end was plotting against the Pope. To prevent this, Maximilian asked the Diet to help with men and money, that he might make an expedition into Italy, receive the imperial crown, and assert the rights of the empire in the Milanese. The Diet decreed that it would help the emperor, and Maximilian won the Swiss confederates by promising them territory in the Trentino. Meanwhile, Ferdinand of Spain had been visiting his Neapolitan kingdom, where he wished to make sure of the fidelity of Gonsalvo de Cordova, who was loyal to his own cost. Even after the death of Philip had freed Ferdinand from any immediate dread, the suspicious king removed Gonsalvo from Naples, which was afterwards governed by a viceroy. The attitude of Maximilian drew Ferdinand and Louis XII more closely together, and Ferdinand sailed from Naples to have an interview with the French king at Savona. Julius II wished to see him on his way, and went to Ostia for that purpose. But Ferdinand was ill disposed to the Pope, who refused to grant him the investiture of Naples. He sailed past Ostia, and at the end of June confirmed the Franco-Spanish alliance by a conference with Louis XII. The politics of Europe had now definitely settled down into a struggle for ascendancy between France, Spain, and the House of Habsburg, and it was recognized that Italy was the battlefield of their arms and their diplomacy alike. The papacy had elected to enter Italian politics as a secular power, and as a consequence of that decision must be prepared to defend its own interests. Julius II had refused to cast himself unreservedly on any side, and was known to have plans of his own about Italian affairs. The three great powers had therefore a common interest in getting rid of him, and in dealing with the states of the Church according to the requirements of their own policy. If a common agreement had been possible, the Papal States would have been secularized, and the papacy as an institution would have been completely changed. But as usual, the strength of the papacy lay in the want of statesmanlike capacity in its opponents. The desirability of dealing with the papacy was frankly recognized on all sides. In Spain, the zeal of the clergy was fervent, and the party in favour of reform was strong. Ferdinand discussed with Louis XII a plan for convoking a general council, and this plan was warmly seconded by the Cardinal of Rouen, who hoped that Julius II might be deposed in favour of himself. On the other hand, Maximilian's adventurous mind had conceived a scheme of uniting the papacy with the empire. On June 10th he wrote a mysterious letter to the Bishop of Trent, in which he said that the fox, Louis XII, would find the cock or the hen, the Pope and the empire, flown from the tree. His own plan was to go to Rome and become Pope and Emperor in one. This astounding scheme shows the power of the ideas of the Renaissance even in Germany. Anything was considered possible. The ideas of Charles the Great had made way for the ideas of Augustus. The titles of Caesar and Pontifex Maximus might be again combined in the same person, as they were when Augustus began the restoration of order in the distracted world. But if the ideas of the Renaissance fostered visionary plans, the Church did nothing to dispel them. The popes were surrounded by none of the awe inspired by the sight of the duties of the priest's office discharged in the spirit of a priest. It was long since holiness, or a care for the well-being of the Church as a spiritual power, had been the leading features of the papacy. Maximilian might truly plead that he could carry on the work of Sixtus IV, Alexander VI, and Julius II with as pious a mind and as much priestly decorum as they themselves had shown. Moreover, the reformers at Basel, by their choice of Amadeus of Savoy, had suggested the view that a reformation of the Church was only possible by a union of temporal and ecclesiastical power. The plan of Maximilian was kept a profound secret amongst a few of his confidential advisers, to whom was added a discontented cardinal, Hadrian of Castello. Cardinal Hadrian had been influential under Alexander VI, was a man of considerable experience in politics, and was a friend of Henry VII of England, by whose permission he held the bishopric of Bath and Wells. He bemoaned his exclusion from affairs under Julius II. Even his verses about the Pope's expedition against Bologna had not advanced him in the papal favour. He seems to have striven to win the good graces of Henry VII of England by writing calumnious letters against the Pope, which Henry VII forwarded to Julius II. Fearing the Pope's wrath, Hadrian, on September 1st, suddenly left Rome, to everyone's astonishment. Then he wrote from Spoleto, asking for pardon, and on September 10th returned to Rome. Those who wondered at his departure wondered still more at his inconstancy, and his conduct became still more inexplicable when, on October the 6th, he again fled in disguise from Rome. The Pope knew nothing of his reason, and could only suspect some conspiracy against himself. Hadrian made his way into the Tyrol, where he lived in obscurity, and nothing more was heard about him in Rome. But a letter of Maximilian's in 1511 shows that Hadrian was his secret adviser in his scheme for securing the papacy, and it was a plan which Maximilian never dismissed from his mind. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 14, The League of Cambrai, 1506 to 1510, Part 2. Julius II knew nothing of Maximilian's designs, but rumours were rife concerning those of Louis XII and Ferdinand. He was not, however, much disturbed about himself, but boldly entered into the game of diplomacy, in which he showed much dexterity. He was still bent on the overthrow of Venice, and for this purpose strove to reconcile France and the Emperor. When the dangers that might follow to Italy were pointed out to him, he answered impatiently, "Let the world perish, provided I obtain my wish." He professed himself ready to ally with France and with the Emperor at the same time. He tried to reconcile the two foes, but he was trusted by neither. Meanwhile, the Venetians had to decide which party they would choose. As France already had possessions in Italy, while Germany lay outside, they thought that it was best to oppose the new invader, and answered Maximilian's request for passage through their territory by saying that if he came peacefully with a small escort, like his father, they would admit him, but not if he came accompanied by an army. Maximilian could not shake this determination, and advanced against Venice as a foe. Early in 1508 he assembled his troops and passed on to Trent, where in February he took a step of which contemporaries did not appreciate the importance. Preceded by the imperial heralds and the naked sword, Maximilian went in solemn procession to the cathedral, where the Bishop of Gurk announced to the people Maximilian's journey to Rome, and in so doing called him by the title of Emperor-elect. No papal representative gave formality to this act, which was meant to be an assertion of the inherent authority of the empire and its emancipation from the Church. It claimed that the German king became by his election emperor, and needed no further confirmation. Heretofore, the chosen of the electors had styled himself King of the Romans, and only took the title of Emperor after he had received his crown from the hands of the Pope in the imperial city of Rome. Maximilian swept away the claims of Rome to bestow the empire when, without any direct authority from the Pope, he took the title of Emperor-elect. He asserted that the choice of Germany, not the choice of Rome, gave validity to the imperial dignity. In former days, this assertion would have been stoutly withstood. As it was either unobserved or misunderstood. Maximilian wished, before starting on his Italian expedition, to secure some memorial of his attempt. Julius II did not wish to see him in Rome, and was glad to satisfy him so far as titles went. He had already offered to send a legate for his coronation in Germany, and though he was not consulted by Maximilian before his assumption of the title, he at once recognized it and addressed Maximilian by the name which he had chosen. Maximilian's assumption of the imperial title was more enduring than any other of his exploits. None of his successors went to Rome for coronation. Charles V was crowned at Bologna, but afterwards the title of Emperor-elect was taken after coronation at Aachen or Frankfurt, and the word elect was soon dropped by courtesy, except in formal documents. The imperial title was vindicated for Germany, and for Germany alone, by Maximilian, who, with his romantic policy, thought that he had taken a great step by his assertion of the rights of the German folk. Really, he had but recognized the fact that Rome had become the city of the Pope. While maintaining the universal rights of the empire, he had associated it with the German nation. To make the empire more powerful, he called into his aid the principle of nationality, whose growth proved the empire to be a dream. From Trent, Maximilian pursued his way into the Venetian territory, where he threatened Vicenza, while his generals attacked Roveredo and Cadore. But his troops fell away, and the Swiss did not come to his help. He was beaten back on all sides by the Venetian troops, who won victory after victory. At the end of May 1508, Venice had captured Trieste and passed on into Friuli, and on June 6th, Maximilian made a truce for 3 years with Venice, allowing her to keep all her conquests. This triumph of Venice seemed to overthrow all the plans of Julius II, as Venice, which he wished to isolate, was negotiating for an alliance with France and Spain. Louis XII had secretly given help to the Venetians, and Maximilian was enraged against him. The Pope himself had reasons to be suspicious of the French king. There had been a rebellion at Bologna, instigated by the dispossessed Giovanni Bentivoglio, who lived under French protection in Milan, and was ready to take advantage of any disturbance at Bologna. The rising was put down, and Louis XII reluctantly withdrew his protection from the Bentivogli, who fled to Venice, where they took sanctuary. Julius II demanded their surrender, and the Doge pleaded against him the rights of asylum. On this, the Pope issued a brief withdrawing the right of sanctuary from homicides, incendiaries, and rebels against the Church. He empowered the Doge to use his discretion in seizing any who at the time were guilty of these crimes. Nothing was done, and the Pope's anger against Venice grew more fierce. Soon another cause of quarrel arose, as Venice refused to allow him to nominate to the bishopric of Vicenza, and exercised its own right of election. This was only according to custom, but Julius II was indignant and said, "Even if it cost me my mitre, I will be Pope and maintain the jurisdiction of the Papacy." Julius II did not speak without some grounds of assurance. Already the scheme was drawn up, which afterwards resulted in the formation of the League of Cambrai. The papal legate, Cardinal Carvajal, together with the Spanish envoy, the French governor of Lombardy, Marshal Chaumont, some representative of the emperor, and the Marquis of Mantua, had drafted proposals for the settlement of disputes in Italy. They set forth a league between Maximilian and Louis XII, by which all their differences were to be arranged. A common expedition was to be undertaken against Venice, that Maximilian might recover all that Venice had usurped from the Empire and the House of Austria, while Louis XII was to recover all that Venice held to the detriment of his claims in the Milanese. The Pope and the kings of Hungary and Aragon were to have the opportunity of entering the League also to recover their rights from Venice. If Maximilian had this plan seriously before him, it mattered little to him how the Venetian War was ended. Indeed, it was all the better that Venice should gain important advantages, and thereby inspire greater animosity. Louis XII was offended by the haste with which Venice concluded its advantageous truce with Maximilian, without considering his interests, or including in it the Duke of Guelders, whom Louis XII, in the interest of Venice, had encouraged to attack Brabant. The triumph of Venice was on all sides regarded with sullen suspicion. Venice knew of the danger which threatened her, but took no steps to gain allies. Already the foreigner had set his foot in Italy, but this had not taught the Italian powers to draw more closely together. Separate interests were still as powerful as ever, and the growth of one Italian state was still regarded as a menace to the rest. They preferred the yoke of the stranger to the consolidation of Italy under any state save their own. Individual Italians might sympathize with Venice. The Italian states hailed her approaching ruin with glee. The League for the partition of the possessions of Venice on the mainland was signed at Cambrai on December 10th, 1508, by Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, on behalf of her father Maximilian, and by Cardinal Amboise, as representative of the French king. It provided that Padua, Verona, Brescia, Friuli, Aquileia, and the other territories claimed by Maximilian should be restored to him. France was to have all that was wanting to the Duchy of Milan. The lands belonging to the Church were to be restored to the Pope. The King of Aragon was to have the cities occupied by Venice on the Neapolitan coast. Hungary was to have Dalmatia, the Duke of Savoy the island of Cyprus, while the Duke of Ferrara and the Marquis of Mantua were to recover all their losses. The League of Cambrai was a great political crime. In a time of peace, without any provocation, the powers of Europe deliberately determined to combine for the purpose of international robbery. Old claims were revived. An arbitrary principle of legitimacy was assumed. Venice was singled out as the aggressor who had defrauded others of their rights, and Europe nobly determined to redress the wrong. It was of no consequence to the Allies that every one of them was liable to similar claims against themselves. Separate interests converged for the overthrow of Venice, and the partition of the Venetian territory was recognized as an undertaking of European importance. No feeling of honour stood in the way. No treaty was recognized as binding. Maximilian had made a 3 years' truce with Venice at the time when he was meditating an alliance against her. Louis XII professed himself her friend. Julius II had pledged his word not to disturb her in her possessions. All this went for nothing. Self-seeking, without any other end alleged, was recognized as the principle by which the newly formed nations of Europe were to guide their course. The man who above all others devised this plan, and the man who urged it persistently upon the rest, was the nominal head of European Christianity, Pope Julius II. It was not merely the possession of a couple of cities in the Romagna which impelled Julius II. He wished to see Venice thoroughly humbled, so that she could no longer be a hindrance in his path. he was clear-sighted enough to perceive that a strong power in northern Italy was a hindrance to the growth of the states of the Church. With Spain in Naples and France in Milan, it was possible for the Church to grow into a strong power in central Italy. The Pope might hold the balance between two foreign powers jealous of one another, but a strong Italian power was an obstacle to his success in this design. Julius II wished to be rid forever of any such danger. His object was to reduce the threatening power of Venice into limits within which he was strong enough to cope with it. He had no love for France, for Germany, or for Spain. He was ready to attack them all and to unite Italy under the Church if that might be. His policy was intelligible, and in a measure it succeeded. Venice was reduced, and the states of the Church were created by Julius II. But this policy cannot claim to be regarded as patriotic. Julius II did his best to destroy the one state in Italy which might have made head against the foreigner, and he did so in the interest of the states of the Church. The Church, as a temporal power, was, in consequence of his policy, established in central Italy. But this result was won by the sacrifice of any chance of Italian independence. The subsequent action of Julius II led contemporaries to think that he sought only the restoration of the cities in the Romagna, and that the obstinacy of Venice turned him reluctantly against her. This opinion at once heightens and lowers our estimate of the Pope's policy. He pursued a plan which was more extensive than immediate gain, but the plan was more selfish and was more disastrous to the interests of Italy as a whole. He did not at once give in his adhesion to the League of Cambrai, though it was the result of his own endeavour. He was not sure that it would succeed, or that the agreement made at Cambrai would lead to any better results than that previously made at Blois. He was not sure that the King of France was friendly to himself, and he would not commit himself till he saw that others were in earnest. In January 1509, the Venetian envoy reported that the Pope was ill pleased with the League. In February, he said that he wished to be neutral. In March, after France had proclaimed war against Venice, he said that he would not enter the League if it was directed specially against Venice. At last, when he saw that France was in earnest, he entered the League on March 25th and agreed to furnish 500 men-at-arms and 4,000 infantry. When Venice wished to reduce the number of her foes and offered on April 7th to restore Faenza and Rimini to the Pope, her offer was contemptuously refused, and the Pope said, "Do what you will with your lands." Moreover, the Pope was resolved to inflict on the Venetians all the harm that he could. Venice tried to engage the Orsini to fight on her side, and the Orsini received money from the Venetian envoys. Julius II forbade this engagement, and succeeded by threats and negotiations in prevailing on the Orsini to remain quiet. But he went further than this. He threatened to imprison the Venetian envoys, and he ordered the Orsini not to return the money which they had received. On April 27th, when he saw that France had begun the war, he published a bull of excommunication against Venice, couched in the strongest terms. He interpreted his bull by telling the Orsini that he absolved them for keeping the money of Venice, because it was the money of excommunicated persons. "Holy Father," said one of the Orsini, "we do not wish to blacken our good faith." "Do not by any means restore the money," was the Pope's angry answer. It is some comfort to know that the Orsini had higher views of honour than the Pope, and managed to give back 3,000 ducats to the Venetian envoy. When war was inevitable, Venice prepared to offer a firm resistance. The French army crossed her frontier, and the papal troops under the Pope's nephew, Francesco della Rovere, now Duke of Urbino, attacked the Romagna. But Maximilian and Ferdinand of Aragon were both quiet and waited on events. If Venice could prolong the war, it was possible that the confederacy against her would quickly dissolve. The French advanced, capturing cities on their way, and the Venetian troops were ordered to defend the passage of the river Adda. But there were divided counsels in the Venetian camp, and a mistake in tactics enabled the French to bring on a battle. At Ghiara d'Adda, or Vaila, the Venetians were defeated on May 14th, and the mercenary troops fell into hopeless disorder. The loss inflicted in the battle was not considerable, and Venice had still 25,000 men in the field, but the mercenaries could not be reorganized. They fled to Mestre and lost all discipline. Venice was rendered practically helpless by a slight reverse. Her haughty nobles fell into abject terror, and the subject cities on the mainland rejoiced that they had escaped from Egyptian bondage. The Venetian oligarchy had never trusted the people whom it governed, and had never taught them to defend themselves. The insignificant defeat at Vaila upset all the statecraft of Venice. Its government fell into unreasoning despondency. Machiavelli utters a severe yet truthful judgment. If the government of Venice had possessed any heroism, it could easily have repaired its loss and showed a new face to fortune. It might in time either have conquered or lost more gloriously, or made more honourable terms. But the cowardice caused by the want of good organization for war made them lose at once their courage and their dominions. Venice could devise no policy save submission. Louis XII. Was allowed to conquer all that he claimed as belonging to the Milanese, and then he retired. Verona, Vicenza, and Padua admitted the representatives of the emperor, who did not find it necessary even to appear in arms. The towns on the Neapolitan coast were restored to Ferdinand. Rimini, Faenza, Cervia, and even Ravenna were surrendered to the Pope's legate, Cardinal Alidossi, on May 28th. The Venetians wished first of all to make their peace with the Pope, as a step towards breaking up the formidable league against them. It was hopeless to turn to Louis XII. Or Maximilian. But they found that the tender mercies of the Pope were indeed cruel. The Venetian officials in the surrendered towns were imprisoned, contrary to the terms of the agreement. They were not allowed to remove their artillery from Rimini, on the ground that it belonged to the city, not to the Venetians. On June 5th, the Doge wrote to the Pope in terms of the most abject submission. Your Holiness knows the state to which Venice has been reduced. Let the bowels of your compassion be moved. Remember that you are the earthly representative of him who was gentle, and who never casts away suppliants who flee to his mercy. Julius II, however, was implacable. In his ordinary talk, he called the Venetians heretics and schismatics. He would send his bull of excommunication throughout the world and make it impossible for them to live. The cardinals murmured at this extreme ferocity. He has his lands, they said. Why should he wish to consummate the ruin of Venice, which would be his own ruin also, and that of all Italy? So they thought, and with good reason. The overthrow of Venice had been accomplished too quickly and too entirely. The glory had all gone to Louis XII., and the French power seemed firmly established in northern Italy. Maximilian had been reconciled to the French king, and had reaped the fruits of the French success. Julius II thought that the only policy for himself was to pursue his victory to the uttermost, so as to secure firmly what he had won. Meanwhile, he could watch events and use them for his purposes. Venice accordingly was allowed to negotiate with the Pope, but every hindrance was put in the way of an agreement. Julius II would not break up the League of Cambrai till he was sure that there was nothing more to be gained by it. Venice was led to think that the Pope was ready to remove the excommunication, and appointed 6 envoys extraordinary to arrange matters. When the envoys arrived in Rome on July 2nd, 1509, they were chilled by their reception. As excommunicated persons, they were not permitted to enter the city till nightfall, and the cardinals were forbidden to meet them in the way in which envoys were customarily received. They were bidden to occupy the same house. They were not allowed to hear Mass, nor to go out together on diplomatic business. Only one of them might go at once. On July 8th, the Pope sent for one of the envoys, whom he had known previously, Hieronymo Donato. He gave him absolution first, that he might be able to speak to him. Then he broke into an angry speech. The provisions of the League of Cambrai must first be fully carried out. Then the Venetians might come with a halter round their necks and ask for pardon. He would have nothing to say to the proposals which the envoys were empowered to lay before him, but demanded that Udine and Treviso should be given to the emperor, that Venice should resign all its possessions on the mainland, should no longer claim the Adriatic Gulf as Venetian waters, should make a money payment to Louis XII and Maximilian, and give up to the Pope the nomination to benefices and the right to tax the clergy. He ended by giving Donato a paper containing the terms on which he was prepared to give Venice absolution, a paper which Donato calls devilish and shameful. When this letter of Donato was read before the Pregadi, there was a general exclamation that the Pope sought their utter ruin, and wished to root out Venice from the earth. Lorenzo Loredan, son of the Doge, said loudly, "We will send 50 envoys to the Turk before we do what the Pope asks." There was no possibility of negotiating on these terms, as Julius, who only wished to temporize, was well aware. On July 26th, Antonio Grimani came from Rome to Venice and reported that the Pope had said that the French and Germans wished to destroy Venice, but he had prevented them. Grimani gave it as his opinion that the Pope would never absolve Venice so long as Louis XII was in Italy. He wished to maintain his own position and to be on the strongest side. The more he was entreated, the worse would be his demands. Grimani's judgment was in a great measure true, as events had already proved. On July 17th, Venice showed unexpected signs of vitality by recovering Padua from Maximilian's captain, and at the same time news was brought to Rome that Cardinal Amboise had died at Milan. Donato said to the Pope, "The dragon is dead who wished to devour this seat," and the Pope laughed a sardonic laugh. The news of the death of Amboise was, however, premature. It is true that he was seized with an illness which proved mortal next year, but the Pope soon discovered that he was not entirely freed from his foe. Julius II wore an expression of firmness when he really was perplexed, and the Venetian cardinals wrote at the end of July that the Pope was in a maze. He could not throw in his lot with France, for Louis XII was ill content with him. It was useless to hold by Maximilian, for Maximilian's constant demand was for money. He did not wish to join Venice, for he was afraid lest Venice might recover its strength, reconquer the Romagna, and even threaten Urbino. Hence he was greatly grieved at the recovery of Padua, which was soon followed by other conquests. Verona threatened to follow the example of Padua, and the Marquis of Mantua was marching to the aid of the imperial governor when he was made prisoner by the Venetian troops. Julius II was so wrathful when this news reached him that he dashed his cap on the ground and blasphemed St. Peter. He was now driven to watch anxiously the results of Maximilian's attempt to recapture Padua, which would be a sign how things were likely to turn. To avoid the importunities of the cardinals and ambassadors in Rome, he wandered in the end of August to Ostia, Civita Castellana, and Viterbo. There he led an easy, joyous life, which gave rise to ill-natured sayings. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 14, The League of Cambrai, 1506 to 1510, Part 3. Maximilian's attempt against Padua failed. He wearied the Pope with requests for money, and was angry because they were not granted. Early in October 1509, he departed ingloriously from Italy, and about the same time Julius II was involved in a quarrel with Louis XII. The Bishop of Avignon died at Rome, and Julius II, according to the custom in the case of vacancies occurring in the Curia, appointed his successor. Louis XII objected to this on the strength of an agreement which he had made in July with Cardinal Alidozzi, an agreement that the Pope should give up to the king the nomination to bishoprics within his dominions, while the king undertook that he would not extend the protection of France over any vassal or subject of the Church. It would seem that Julius II did not consider this agreement to override the old customary rights of the Pope, while Louis XII applied it without exception. Each was obstinate, but Louis XII used a practical argument. He stopped the payment of ecclesiastical revenues in the Milanese to all those who were in Rome attending on the Pope. Julius II threatened to withhold admission to the cardinalate from the Frenchman whom he had lately nominated, but reflection brought prudence, and Julius II reluctantly gave way. The Venetians rejoiced that he should learn what French influence in Italy brought upon the Holy See. The Pope had expressed himself dissatisfied with the terms in which the submission of Venice to his censures had been couched, in the powers which had been given to the Venetian envoys, and this was the ostensible ground of his refusal to negotiate further. In September, a fuller form of submission was sent from Venice and was laid by Donato before the Pope, who still regarded it as insufficient, so that Donato could report no advance toward a settlement. Still, the Venetian Signory was encouraged by their success in defending Padua, and by the Pope's quarrel with the French king. They resolved to use their advantage, and on October 26th wrote to their envoys that it was long since they had received any communications from them. They saw no use in all staying at Rome. 5 might return, and Donato alone remain. On the same day that this letter was written, Julius II had taken a step towards Venice. He was alarmed by the news of an interview between Maximilian and Chaumont, the Grand Master of Milan, and feared the revival of some plan against himself. He accordingly sent for the Venetian Cardinal Grimani, and told him the terms which he was ready to accept from Venice, a thing which he had hitherto refused to do, and the envoys were allowed to discuss these terms with Cardinals Carafa and Raffaele Riario. The Pope's demands were severe, and aimed at the complete subjection of Venice to the authority of the Church. They covered all the points, temporal and spiritual alike, which had ever been subjects of dispute between Venice and the Holy See. Venice was to give up its claim to nominate its bishoprics and benefices, was to allow appeals in ecclesiastical cases to go direct to the Roman Rota, and was not to try the clergy in its courts or impose taxes on them without the Pope's consent. In like manner, it was not to meddle with the subjects of the Church in any way, was to recompense the Pope for his expenses in recovering his possessions, and restore the revenues which had been unjustly received, was to open the navigation of the Adriatic Gulf, withdraw its official vis domino from Ferrara, and be ready to supply galleys to the Pope on his request. Just as these negotiations had begun, came the revocation of the 5 Venetian envoys. Julius II was too wary a diplomatist to pay any heed to the hint which this step was meant to convey. "Not only 5 shall go," he exclaimed to Cardinal Grimani, "but all the 6. I will have 12 before I remove the excommunication." To this determination he remained firm. Either all of them should go or none. He showed no sign of modifying his conditions. Really, he felt no desire that the matter should be ended. In the middle of November 1509, the Venetian envoys flattered themselves that they had gained a new friend. Christopher Bainbridge, who had been elected Archbishop of York in 1508, came as English ambassador to Rome. The new King of England, Henry VIII, was already an object of curiosity. Henry VII had been content to hold aloof from the great questions of European diplomacy. Henry VIII was young and warlike, and had a well-filled coffer. Venice and Julius II alike hoped to make use of him as an enemy to France. Bainbridge assured the Venetians that his master was warmly on their side. Julius II gave him permission to sit with Cardinals Carafa and Riario to hear the Venetian answer to his proposals. When Bainbridge expressed himself satisfied, Julius II said, "We will write to the King of England and ask his opinion." The Venetians thought that this consultation would make the decision a very protracted matter. The Venetians, whose hopes had risen after their success at Padua, suffered a severe disaster at the end of the year. Their fleet, which blockaded the mouth of the Po to punish the Duke of Ferrara, was severely injured by an unexpected fire from batteries skilfully constructed on the land. Venice was again humbled, and on December 29th, 1509, the Signory, not being able to do otherwise, agreed to the Pope's conditions. They proposed 2 modifications: that the Gulf of Venice should be open only to the subjects of the Church, and that they should be allowed to substitute a consul for the vis domino at Ferrara, who should protect their interests. As this agreement involved a cession of the laws and jurisdiction of Venice, a majority of 3/4 was needed in the Senate. On the first ballot this was not obtained. The question was again put to the vote, and was only carried by the bare majority required. The pride of Venice was tried to the uttermost, but it had to be tried still more severely before its business with the Pope was finished. Julius II paid no heed to the modifications which Venice proposed, but rather increased his demands. On January 9th, 1510, he declared that the Gulf of Venice must be free to all, and added a requirement that in the case of war against the Turks, Venice should be obliged to furnish 15 galleys. The abolition of all custom dues was a severe blow to Venetian finance. War with the Turks meant the suspension of Venetian commerce. At last the Pope consented to restrict his claim for free navigation of the Gulf of Venice to the subjects of the States of the Church, while Venice accepted the obligation of furnishing galleys for a crusade, stipulating only that it should not be expressly mentioned in the written conditions, lest their relations with the Turks should be needlessly embroiled. At length, on February 4th, Julius II laid the absolution of Venice before the consistory of cardinals. 15 gave their opinion in favour, 11 were against it. Only the French cardinals were entirely opposed. The rest considered that it should be deferred for the present. Julius II had fortified himself by an opinion of the doctors of the University of Bologna to the effect that he could not with justice do otherwise than absolve Venice. Cardinal Carvajal thought that it would be well for the Pope to consult his allies. "What have we to do," exclaimed the Pope, "with the opinions of others about the duties of our office?" Before the consistory separated, all the cardinals had, in some form or other, given way to the Pope's will. Still the Venetian envoys were beset with technical questions of procedure. Exception was taken to their powers as insufficient for the purpose of seeking absolution. Cardinal Caraffa was commissioned to draw up a proper document in forma Camerae, as it was put. The Venetians wondered what was meant. If this forma Camerae was used by princes, it were well. If not, they were obliged to conclude, "We must do sometimes as we can, not as we would." It was soon made clear to them that the form required was one which contained a confession of the justice of their excommunication. It was almost too much that they should be called upon to endorse the language of Julius II, language such as might be used of street robbers and assassins. The Venetian Senate tried to modify the wording of the document which was sent for their acceptance, but the Pope would have his way to the uttermost. The final mandate to the envoys empowered them to confess and allow that the papal monitory had come to their knowledge and had been lawfully issued on true and lawful grounds, and further to beg His Holiness humbly and devoutly for pardon and absolution from the censures therein contained. The submission of Venice was made complete. All that the luckless envoys could do was to entreat the Pope to deal with them as gently as he could, and to have regard to their honour. Julius II was too wise a statesman to wish to inflict any personal humiliation, and showed himself willing to make the ceremony of absolution as little burdensome as possible. Paris de Gracie, the master of ceremonies, had been diligently seeking precedents for months, and laid his report before the Pope. The customary form of absolution was to strike the penitent on the shoulder with a rod, and in some cases the shoulders were bared. Julius II omitted the use of the rod altogether, and only required that the ceremonial should be such as to set forth his own power and greatness. On February 24th, the portico of St. Peter's was hung with tapestries and strewn with carpets. In the middle was erected a throne for the Pope, who was borne thither in his litter. The cardinals stood around him, but they met with little respect from the crowd of other prelates who mingled with them. The 5 Venetian envoys, dressed in scarlet, advanced and kissed the Pope's foot. Then they retired and knelt upon the steps. Donato, in a few words, begged for absolution. He was asked for his mandate and produced it. When it had been accepted as sufficient, a papal secretary read the agreement made with the Pope. He read it in so low a voice that no one but the Pope could hear its contents. But this tedious process lasted for an hour, and the envoys had great difficulty in maintaining their kneeling posture. When the reading was over, the envoys rose, and placing their hands on a missal held by some cardinals, swore to observe the terms. Then the Pope chanted the Miserere, and after a few prayers gave them absolution, imposing on them as a penance a visit to the 7 basilicas of Rome, where they were to pray and give alms. Then the doors of St. Peter's were opened, and the penitentiary led the Venetians into the church from which they had been outcasts. Mass was said in the chapel of Sixtus IV, but the Pope retired to the Vatican, for he never was present at long services. He ordered his household to escort the envoys home, and they returned from St. Peter's in state, each riding between 2 prelates. So far as concerned the mode in which absolution was given, the Venetians were well satisfied. In spite of the splendid example which Julius II had given of the power of the Papacy, he was not in heart very proud of his triumph. He could scarcely hide from himself that his action was scarcely defensible on ecclesiastical grounds, and his utterances to the Venetian envoys shows that he was somewhat ill at ease. When he absolved them, he said a few words. He had wished, before excommunicating them, that they had come into the right way. As they would not give up their occupation of the patrimony of St. Peter, he had acted promptly so as to recover it. Following the example of Christ, he now accepted their repentance. When the envoys took leave of him on February 25th, he said, "Do not think it strange that we have been so long in removing the interdict. The Signory was the cause. It ought to have satisfied our demands. We grieve over the censures we were driven to use. Be mindful to stand well with popes. Then it will be well with you, and you will not lack favours." These were mere commonplaces, as everyone knew that the Pope had wrung all he could out of Venice, and was only anxious to prevent the gain of France and Germany from turning to his own loss. He absolved Venice as a step towards checking the progress of France, and he dared not absolve her till she had shown herself strong enough to beat back Maximilian from Padua. He had brought about the ruin of Venice to serve his own interests. He wished, in the defence of these interests, to prevent that ruin from being complete. Julius II might indeed flatter himself that his policy was successful. He had set up the states of the Church in central Italy. He had reduced the haughty power which seemed supreme in North Italy to a condition of vassalage to the Church. Venice had been forced to surrender her privileges, had been rendered harmless for the present, and was bound in the immediate future to look to the Papacy as her sole protection. But Venice had not given way so thoroughly as the Pope supposed. She bowed before the storm, but she did not mean to surrender any of her rights. The Council of Ten resolved to leave a record of their opinions to those who came after. They gave way before the necessity of an overwhelming crisis, but they did not consider that it was in their power to alienate to the Pope the rights of their civil government. On the same day that they sent the final powers to their envoys at Rome, they executed a legal protest against the validity of their deed. Their protest set forth that they had, contrary to justice, suffered intolerable wrongs, that the Pope, ill-informed, refused them absolution save on unjust conditions, and the renunciation of their rights. On these grounds, the Doge protested that he acted not voluntarily, but through violence and fear, that his acts were null, that he reserved the right of revoking them and presenting his rights before a better informed Pope. It was a clumsy way of asserting that self-preservation is the first law of states, that treaties are the recognition of existing necessity, that no generation of statesmen can alienate forever the fundamental rights of a community. Such a protest may be regarded as a mean subterfuge. The history of the Papacy, however, had supplied a precedent. Eugenius IV protested on his deathbed that his concessions to Germany were not to be understood by his successors to derogate from the privileges of the Holy See. If the Church claimed rights which could not be alienated, civil communities had also an inalienable right to existence. Julius II had used spiritual censures as a means of temporal warfare, and had compelled Venice to plead guilty to sins which it did not admit. Venice registered the fact that its admission was outward only, and did not express its real mind. It waited its opportunity to take back what it had been forced to abandon, and the papal grasp over the Venetian Church was not long permitted. Venice never recognized the agreement with Julius II as legal. In no long time it reasserted its independence and devised means for its protection against papal encroachments. The next attempt to excommunicate Venice ended in signal failure. Another protest against the Pope which proceeded from Venice at this time deserves attention. It was a fly-sheet circulated amongst the people, criticizing in moderate and dignified language the conduct of Julius II, judged by the standard of his high office. It took the form of a letter according to the custom of the times, a letter addressed by Christ to his unworthy vicar. Christ died, so ran the contents, to redeem mankind. He chose his disciples to hand on the testimony of his gracious will. He committed to them the administration of all things which concerned men's salvation. This pastoral office was well discharged by St. Peter. Let Julius compare himself with that example. Has he shown Peter's humility, gentleness, and love for souls? Has he not been the cause of deeds of blood and shame? Numbers of souls, so Christ is made to say, have gone to perdition, for whom we, who created heaven and earth, suffered such bitter passion. Aye, and we would suffer it anew, to save one of the least of all those who through your fault have gone into eternal fire, and who call to us for vengeance on your wicked deeds. All this evil comes from your desire for temporal rule, and the ill that has befallen is but a small part of what will follow if you do not amend. Think for a moment. If one of your servants withstood your designs about temporal things, how great would be your anger, how severe his punishment. What then shall we do, whose wishes for men's salvation are being withstood by you? We use the rod of correction before we draw the sword of judgment. There is no mention of national loss in this document, and no appeal to national patriotism. The new learning set before men's minds the inherent dignity of man. On one side, the overmastering sense of individual power led to moral recklessness. On another side, it led to a deeper religious earnestness. The Middle Ages had been concerned chiefly with the outward organization of the Church and its doctrines. The Renaissance passionately emphasized the value of the individual soul. It is this yearning after a regenerate society which shall encourage a noble life in the individual man, that makes Savonarola so attractive, so different from those who went before him. The same feeling is expressed in this Venetian broadside. Many things might have been said against Julius II. What the writer chose to emphasize was the pitiful sight of the loss of souls for whom Christ died, a sight sad enough under all circumstances, but made terrible by the thought that these horrors were the work of him who was Christ's vicar upon earth. The papacy seemed to be in its most glorious days. It was carrying the strong organization which the Middle Ages had forged into the battlefield which the Renaissance had opened out. But the Renaissance was by no means wholly immoral or wholly irreligious, and the words of the Venetian clerk were but an echo of the sense of misery and sadness which filled many humble souls who looked out on the distracted world. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 15, The Wars of Julius II, 1510 to 1511, Part 1. When Julius II absolved Venice and thereby withdrew from the League of Cambrai, he boasted that he had stuck a dagger into the heart of the French king. It was a treacherous blow. The Pope had been foremost in urging the spoliation of Venice, and when he had despoiled her to his heart's content, he grudged France the share that she had won. As soon as Venice had been reduced to become the handmaid of the Pope, he was desirous to raise her up again sufficiently to be a check to the preponderance of France in North Italy. He had succeeded in isolating Venice. He was now anxious to isolate France. Having broken up one league as soon as he gained his own ends by it, he wished to form another directed against the instrument of his first success. It was, however, useless to irritate France until he was sure of allies. He counted on reviving the old hostility of Maximilian against Louis XII. He expected that Henry VIII of England would be ready to seize a good opportunity for prosecuting the old claims of England against France. If a movement was once begun, he knew that Ferdinand of Spain would join. Accordingly, he began a series of negotiations which did not at first succeed. Maximilian refused the Pope's overtures with anger and summoned the Diet, which promised him aid in carrying on the war against Venice. However, Julius II had not a great opinion of Maximilian. He looked on him as a naked child, and comforted himself with the assurance that before the year was over, Germany would be at war with France. But both Julius II and the Venetians received a severe blow when the news was brought in April that Henry VIII had renewed his father's league of amity with France. When Bainbridge, the English envoy, protested to the Pope that he knew nothing about the matter, Julius II answered in anger, "You are all villains." But though Julius II found that the powers of Europe hung back from his proposed league against France, he still showed his own feelings. One day in April 1510, the French Cardinal of Albi read a letter from his brother, who was engaged in defending Verona against the Venetians. He told the Pope that the Venetians had almost made an entry, in which case the French and Germans would have been cut to pieces. But God willed otherwise. "The devil willed otherwise," was the Pope's angry exclamation. Julius II did not cease to prosecute his plans. He bribed Matthias Lang, Bishop of Gurk, the chief adviser of Maximilian. More important was an alliance which he made with the Swiss through the help of Matthias Schiner, Bishop of Sitten. The Swiss had been the mercenary allies of France, but their alliance for 10 years was expired, and Louis XII refused to grant the terms which they demanded. Schiner had already been employed by Julius II to raise 200 Swiss as a bodyguard for the Pope. The Swiss Guard of Julius II was retained by his successors and still exists, wearing the picturesque uniform which Michelangelo is said to have designed. Julius II recognized the cleverness of Schiner in discharging his first commission, and gave him legatine powers. Through his persuasions, the Swiss made an alliance for 5 years with the Pope, and undertook to enter Lombardy with 15,000 men. When Julius II heard this news, he could not repress his delight, and said to the Venetian envoy, "Now is the chance to drive the French out of Italy." He could not rest for thinking over his designs. "These Frenchmen," he said, "have taken away my appetite, and I cannot sleep. Last night I spent in pacing my room, for I could not rest. My heart tells me all is well. I have hopes that all will be well after my troubles in the past. It is God's will to chastise the Duke of Ferrara and free Italy from the French." The schemes of Julius II were directed to a new conquest for the Church. He had won Bologna and the Romagna. He now cast longing eyes on the Duchy of Ferrara, which was a fief of the Roman See. The Duke of Ferrara was a member of the League of Cambrai, and had extended his dominions at the expense of Venice. He had not followed the Pope in deserting the League, but remained a firm ally of Louis XII, under whose protection he was. An attack upon him was a declaration of war against France, and towards this Julius II resolutely advanced. Hitherto he had refused to recognize either Louis XII. Or Ferdinand as King of Naples, and had demanded that their claims should be submitted to his decision. On June 17th he invested Ferdinand with Naples, without, however, obtaining from him any definite promise of immediate help. With the prospect of war, the spirits of Julius II rose, and he talked ceaselessly of his assured triumph. The Frenchmen found Rome unpleasant for them. Cardinal Tremouille in July tried to escape, but was brought back and imprisoned in the castle of Sant'Angelo, where he was not even allowed to see his chaplain. When he pleaded that the constitutions made in the conclave provided that no cardinal should be imprisoned without a trial and consistory, the Pope answered, "By God's body, if he makes me angry, I will have his head cut off in the Campo dei Fiori." When some of the cardinals tried to intercede, the Pope angrily asked if they wished to share his prison. He stormed at the French, so that the Venetian envoy remarked with complacency that they were treated one half worse than they themselves had been the year before. Julius II began his war in the manner which had now become customary, of publishing a bull of excommunication against Alfonso, Duke of Ferrara, July 1510. He took a childish joy in preparing it, and said to the Venetian envoy, "It will be more terrible than the bull against you, for you are not our subjects, but he is a rebel." When the bull was laid before a consistory, all the cardinals gave their assent save the Cardinal of San Malo. It was of little use to remonstrate with a pope who threatened imprisonment as a reward for counsel. The charges against Alfonso ranged from general complaints of ingratitude toward the Holy See to the specific crime of making salt at Comacchio, to the prejudice of the papal mines at Cervia. And he was excommunicated as a son of iniquity and a root of perdition. The Pope ordered his bull to be printed and sent everywhere, and men read with amazement the vigorous language of the Pope. It could not have been stronger if the existence of Christianity had been at stake. The plan of the Pope's campaign was skillfully devised. One detachment of the papal forces advanced by land to cooperate with the Venetian fleet in an attack upon Genoa. Another marched into the territory of Ferrara, where it was joined by the Venetian troops. At the same time the Swiss entered Lombardy. But though the plan was well laid, it was ill executed. The Genoese did not rise as was expected, and the French fleet brought reinforcements, so that the expedition against Genoa was a failure. The Swiss crossed the Alps to Varese, and thence marched to Como, but they showed no eagerness to fight, and the French commander Chaumont bribed their leaders to return. The mercenary soldiers recrossed the mountains and left the French troops free to march to the aid of Ferrara. Their leaders wrote to the Pope, saying that they had entered into an agreement for the protection of the Pope's person, but found that they were expected to war against the King of France and the Emperor. This they were not willing to do, and they offered their services to mediate for the settlement of differences between the Pope and his adversaries. Julius II wrathfully replied, "Your letter is arrogant and insolent. We did not want your help for the defense of our person, but we hired you and called you into Italy to recover the rights of the Roman Church from the rebellious Duke of Ferrara. Amongst his helpers is certainly Louis, King of France, who in this and other things has greatly injured us. Against the Emperor, far be it from us to think or do anything, because we know his filial reverence toward the Holy See. In writing to us to lay aside our plots and make peace, you are not only impudent, but impious and insulting. They are the true plotters who by good words and deceitful promises seek to deceive us. In offering yourselves as mediators, you show yourselves arrogant and forgetful of your condition. Princes of high dignity daily offer themselves, and we can make peace without you. You ought not to desert our service after receiving our pay. we cannot bring ourselves to believe that you propose to make an agreement with the French king and fight against the Roman Church. If you do, we will reconcile ourselves with the French king, will league ourselves with him and the emperor against you, and will use all our temporal and spiritual arms against breakers of their faith and deserters of the Church. We will send your letters and your sealed agreements throughout the world, that all men may know that they can have no dealings with you or put trust in your words, so that you may be in all nations hateful and infamous. These were brave words, and they show a resolute policy. In fact, resolute action was the one redeeming quality of the statesmanship of Julius II. He knew what he wanted, and his prompt action filled his opponents with alarm. Louis XII was astonished, and supposed that the Pope had secured powerful allies. Instead of acting promptly, he was desirous of establishing an accord with other powers, and wished to temporize till he was sure of Maximilian and Henry VIII. So instead of attacking the Pope by armed force, he weakly decided to carry the struggle into the field of ecclesiastical politics. He summoned a synod of French bishops which met at Tours on September 14, 1510. 8 questions were submitted and were answered according to the royal wishes. The prelates of France declared the wrongfulness of the Pope's actions and the right of the king to defend himself. They revived the decrees of the Council of Basel and approved of the summons of a general council, which should inquire into the conduct of the Pope. In the eyes of a shrewd politician like Machiavelli, all this was a sheer waste of time, and proceeded from inability to grasp the facts of the case. "To put a bridle on the Pope," he wrote, "there is no need of so many emperors or so much talking. Others who made war upon the Pope either surprised him, as did Philippe le Bel, or had him shut up in the castle of St. Angelo by his own barons, who are not so much extinguished that they cannot be revived." Machiavelli knew the real weakness of the Pope's temporal power, which would fall at once before a determined onslaught. But the French king took matters seriously, and wished to give his opposition to the Pope an appearance of ecclesiastical regularity. It was a grave mistake, for a general council could not well deal with questions which were purely political, nor was there any reasonable chance of obtaining the assent of Europe to such a council. Henry VIII of England was already forming plans of using the embarrassment of France for his own advantage. Maximilian still entertained the preposterous plan of making himself Pope as well as Emperor. Ferdinand of Spain was quite content that the Pope should harass France as much as he pleased. The hesitation of Louis XII left the field open for Julius II's plans. Still, Julius II found it more difficult than he had expected to conquer Ferrara. His troops, joined with the Venetians, took Modena, but they were not strong enough to besiege Ferrara, which was well fortified. In the beginning of September the Pope set out from Rome to enjoy the triumph which he then thought secure. But as he drew near to Bologna, he learned much that made him uneasy. The Bolognese were discontented with the government of Cardinal Alidossi, a worthless man for whom the Pope showed an unaccountable fondness. Already Alidossi had been charged with peculation, and had been summoned to Rome to answer, and had been acquitted. He was hated by the people whom he governed. He was lukewarm in his conduct of the war against Ferrara. He was strongly suspected of intriguing with the French. In spite of all this, Julius II persisted in trusting him, even when in Bologna he found nothing save disappointment. To the other causes of his grief were soon added the news that 5 cardinals, amongst them Carvajal, had gone to Florence, and thence made their way to the French camp. It was clear that they would lend their authority to Louis XII's plan of summoning a council, which might end in another schism. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 15, The Wars of Julius II, 1510 to 1511, Part 2. The news of the withdrawal of the Swiss reached the Pope at Bologna, and he soon found out its serious effect. Chaumont, the Grand Master of Milan, turned his troops southwards and made a feint of attacking Modena. When the papal troops had gathered for its defence, he suddenly turned and marched against Bologna. By this movement he divided the papal forces, and Bologna was ill-fitted to offer any resistance. Only 600 footmen and 300 horse were left for its defence. It was ill supplied with victuals. The people were discontented. The expelled Bentivogli were hovering near, and a rising might be expected at a favourable moment. Julius II was ill of a fever and was confined to his bed. He could not flee, as the country was beset by parties of French horsemen, and on October 19, 1510, Chaumont was within 10 miles of Bologna. Julius did what he could. He promised many boons to the people of Bologna, who mustered under arms and received his message with applause. He dragged himself from his bed and, seated on the balcony, gave them his benediction. But he did not put much trust in the Bolognese. His courage left him, and he gave himself up for lost. He told the Venetian envoy that if the Venetian army did not cross the Po within 24 hours, he would make terms with the French. "Oh, what a fall is ours!" he exclaimed. Negotiations were already opened with Chaumont, and it was believed the Cardinal Alidossi was in a secret understanding with him. Chaumont's proposals were that the Pope should again join the League of Cambrai and abandon Venice, that the question of Ferrara should be left for settlement by the kings of France, Spain, England, and the Emperor, that the Pope should give the French king the power of appointing to all benefices within his dominions. These demands were crushing to Julius II, but he saw no way of escape. All night he lay in restless misery, uttering delirious cries of despair. "I shall be taken by the French. Let me die. I will drink poison and end all." Then he burst into passionate reproaches. Every one had broken faith and deserted him. Then he uttered exclamations of revenge and swore that he would ruin them all. At last he made up his mind to sign the agreement with Chaumont. He ordered all to leave him and went to sleep. Everyone thought that the agreement was actually signed. But suddenly Spanish and Venetian reinforcements made their appearance, and the Pope's spirits revived. Chaumont had wasted his time and lost his opportunity by his negotiations. He shrank from seizing the Pope when he was defenceless. He did not venture an attack now that Bologna was reinforced. The French forces sullenly withdrew, and the first use that the Pope made of his freedom was to publish an excommunication against Chaumont and all in the French camp. It was some time before the Pope recovered from his fever. During his illness he allowed his beard to grow, and did not shave it on his recovery. He was the first Pope who wore a beard, and in this he adopted a fashion which, though not adopted by his successor, was followed by Clement VII, and afterwards found favour with the popes. Men said he grew his beard through rage against France. Indeed, it was in keeping with the character of Julius II that he wished to wear the appearance of a warrior rather than a pope. As soon as he was recovered of his illness, he burned to wipe away the memory of his failure, which had indeed been signal. He had narrowly escaped a crushing disaster, and had escaped only by the incapacity of his foes. He had run into danger without due consideration. His action had been bold, but he had lacked the political foresight necessary for carrying out great plans. When he looked around him, he found that his camp was in disorder, and he was disappointed in the number of his troops. He was no judge of men, and was ill served by those whom he most trusted. He still clung blindly to Cardinal Alidossi, and he prevailed on the Venetians to release from prison the Marquis of Mantua, and appoint him commander of their forces. He seemed to think that previous imprisonment was a guarantee of fidelity, but both Alidossi and the Marquis of Mantua were untrustworthy. They did not believe in the Pope's schemes, and thought only of keeping on good terms with the French king. Julius II was resolute in the choice of ends. He lacked the sagacity needed for the choice of means. The Pope's forces were insufficient for the siege of Ferrara, but he was determined not to end his campaign ingloriously. He joined his troops with those of Venice, and attacked an outpost of the dominions of Ferrara, the county of Mirandola, which was held by the widow of Count Ludovico, a daughter of Gian Giacomo Trivulzo, a Milanese general in the pay of France. The two castles of Concordia and Mirandola lay on the west of Ferrara, and by holding them the Pope could prevent the advance of the French troops to its aid. Concordia soon fell, but the widowed countess held Mirandola with stubbornness. The winter was severe, and the ground lay deep in snow. It was contrary to the traditions of Italian warfare to carry on military operations in the winter, but Julius II overbore all opposition to his plans. He resolved to shame the lukewarmness of his generals by going in person to the camp. On January 2nd, 1511, he set out for Bologna, and reached Mirandola on January 6th, borne in a litter through snow which was nearly 3 feet deep. The Pope showed himself well suited for military life. His generals trembled before him as he roundly abused them for their incapacity, and called them thieves and villains, with a copious garniture of military oaths and coarse jests. He spared no one, not even his nephew, the Duke of Urbino. He threw off entirely the decorum of his priestly office and behaved as a general. Though old and just recovered from a long illness, he walked about in the snow, showed himself to all, and created amusement by the vigorous energy with which he kept on repeating, "Mirandola must be taken," till the words flowed with rhythmic cadence from his mouth. He presided at councils of war, arranged the position of the cannon, directed military operations, and inspected his troops. Still, in spite of all his efforts, Mirandola held out, till the Pope, to encourage his soldiers and strike terror into his foes, gave out that if it did not surrender at once, he would give it up to pillage. This seemed to the cardinals to be a strong measure, and the Cardinal of Reggio suggested that it would be better to exact a heavy ransom. The Pope replied, "I will not do that, for there will be no fair division. The poor soldiers will get nothing, and the ransom will all go to the Duke of Urbino. I know how these things are managed. If they choose to surrender at once, I will deal gently with them. If not, I will give them up to pillage." The Pope's threat did not reduce Mirandola, which bravely returned the fire of the cannon. One day the Pope's headquarters were struck by a ball, and one of his servants was killed. He removed to other quarters, and they likewise were struck. So in the evening the Pope came back to his first abode, and ordered the damage to be repaired at once. His personal courage awakened the admiration of the soldiers. "Holy Father," said the Venetians, "we look upon you as our officer." Julius II delighted in such tokens of recognition. His spirits rose, and he lived as a boon companion with the Venetian generals and officials. "He sits and talks," wrote Lippomano, "of all sorts of things, how different people live, about different kinds of men, about the cold weather he had felt at Lyons, about his plans against Ferrara. There was no need for anyone else to speak." At last, on January 19th, Mirandola was driven to surrender. In the council held to decide on terms, Julius II went back from his original menace. He proposed to spare the inhabitants of Mirandola, but exact from them a sum of money which should be divided among his troops. All foreign soldiers were to be put to the sword. Fabrizio Colonna interposed. "Holy Father, for 100 foreign soldiers will you raise this disturbance? Let them ransom themselves like the rest." The Pope angrily answered, "Begone, I know better than you." Luckily there were no French troops found in the little garrison of Mirandola, and the Pope was saved from an act of butchery. He entered Mirandola through a breach in the wall, as there was no other mode of entrance, for the gate had been walled up and the drawbridge destroyed. When once Mirandola was taken, the Pope's anger passed away, and he did his utmost to restrain his troops from pillage and to protect the people. The Countess was brought before him and knelt at his feet. He looked at her with a clouded face and said, "So you would not surrender? Get you gone, for I wish to give this land to Gian Francesco," the brother of the late Duke, who was in the Pope's camp. He ordered the Countess to be honourably escorted to Reggio. The capture of Mirandola had tasked the resources and the personal energy of Julius II, and he could not really exult in his triumph, for it only showed how difficult was the attainment of his ultimate end, the reduction of Ferrara. Julius II in person had taken Mirandola. He could not continue to exercise the office of general, and he had no capable general in his employ. He felt this, and stormed at the Duke of Urbino and the rest, but he could devise no other way of mending matters than bursts of passionate language. When he had to design a plan of future action, he was irresolute and changed his opinion from day to day. He negotiated with the Duke of Ferrara that he should abandon his alliance with France, but the Duke refused. To detach Maximilian from France, the Pope gave up Modena, which was a fief of the Empire, to the imperial general, and advised him to demand Reggio also on the same ground. By this means, Reggio and Modena would serve as a further barrier between Ferrara and the French troops at Milan, and if the surrender of Reggio was refused, Julius II hoped that the refusal might lead to a breach between France and Maximilian. None of the Pope's plans succeeded, as the Duke of Ferrara defeated the Papal and Venetian forces on February 28th. The Pope's treasury was well nigh exhausted, so he listened to overtures for a general pacification, and meanwhile endeavoured to strengthen himself by a new creation of the unwonted number of 8 cardinals. Amongst them was Christopher Bainbridge, Archbishop of York, and Matthias Schinner, Bishop of Sitten, his legate among the Swiss. The Venetian envoy calculated that the Pope obtained an average of about 10,000 ducats for each of his creations, and with his treasury thus enriched, Julius II could keep his forces for some time longer in the field. To everyone's surprise, he chose Cardinal Bainbridge as legate in his army. "It is a great matter," wrote the Venetian envoy, "that an Englishman should hold such a post. He is capable enough and quite Italianate." Meanwhile, in March, representatives of France, Germany, and Spain met for a conference in Mantua, and drew up proposals for the restoration of peace. The imperial minister, Matthias Lang, Bishop of Gurk, was deputed by them to carry their resolutions to the Pope, who had returned to Bologna. There Lang appeared on April 10th, and astonished the Curia by his magnificence, his pride, and his disdain of the offers by which the Pope sought to win him to his side. Venice was ready to bribe a man who could bring about peace between herself and Maximilian. Julius II had reserved for him a cardinal's hat, and promised him the rich patriarchate of Aquileia, and other benefices to the annual value of 1,000,000 florins. But Lange showed no desire for these good things. He behaved like a king rather than an ambassador. He sat in the Pope's presence and did not remove his biretta when he spoke to him. He proposed to the Pope schemes of pacification. When the Pope refused, he warned him that the Emperor and the kings of France and Aragon would resist his unreasonable doings. On April 25th, 1511, he left Bologna, and his escort, as they rode out of the town, raised the cries of "the Empire," "France," and even the rallying cry of the Bentivogli. Men marvelled at the magnanimity of the Bishop of Gurk, and said that the Pope would be deposed by a council and another elected in his stead. Julius II prepared for a renewal of war by an excommunication of the Duke of Ferrara and all who protected the enemies of the Church. He had, however, a new general to oppose him, one who understood the Pope's weakness and was withheld by no scruples. Chaumont, the French commander in Lombardy, died in March, and on his deathbed sent to beg for the Pope's absolution. Louis XII appointed as his successor Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, who, as the father of the dispossessed Countess of Mirandola, had a personal reason of hostility against Julius II. When negotiations were broken off, Trivulzio repeated the plan of Chaumont and made a sudden dash on Bologna. Julius II had already had experience of what might befall him in that unlucky city, and hastily withdrew to Ravenna, leaving the care of Bologna to Cardinal Alidossi and the Duke of Urbino. The discord between the two prevented common action. Cardinal Alidossi was afraid of a rising of the Bolognese on behalf of the Bentivogli, and after a futile attempt to call out the city levies, he fled by night from his post. The Duke of Urbino followed his example. His troops were pursued by Trivulzio and suffered heavy losses. On May 23rd, Trivulzio entered Bologna, and the Bentivogli were restored. The people hailed with delight the return of their former lords. They pulled down the castle which Julius II had built. They overthrew his statue which Michelangelo had cast, and it was sold as for old bronze to the Duke of Ferrara, who recast it into a cannon which he mockingly christened Giulio. The loss of Bologna was followed in a few days by the loss of Mirandola, which surrendered to Trivulzio. All the Pope's conquests had vanished in a moment. His political plan seemed at an end, and he was helpless. Still, Julius II, when the news was brought him at Ravenna, showed no signs of discouragement. His first impulse was to defend himself where he knew that he was indefensible, for his confidence in the legate Alidossi. He summoned his cardinals and told them that Bologna had fallen, not through the fault of Alidossi, but through the treachery of the citizens. Then he suddenly discharged his pent-up wrath against the Duke of Urbino, saying, "If the Duke, my nephew, should come into my hands, I would have him drawn and quartered as he deserves." He next turned his attention to the condition of his army, and heard to his grief that it had been attacked by the rustics during its retreat, and was almost entirely dispersed. After another fit of passion, he set to work to devise means for the reconstitution of his forces, and sent for the Duke of Urbino to confer with him. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 15, The Wars of Julius II, 1510 to 1511, Part 3. Cardinal Alidossi had shut himself up in the castle of Rivo for security, but when his friends in the Curia told him that the Pope's anger was not directed against himself, but against the Duke of Urbino, he decided to come to Ravenna and take measures for securing himself in his legation. Early next morning he arrived in Ravenna, and after a short rest mounted his mule to visit the Pope. Julius II knew of his coming and cut short a stormy interview with the Duke of Urbino, that he might be ready to receive his favourite. When the Duke, beside himself with rage, was returning through the street, he met Alidossi, who uncovered his head and greeted him with a mocking smile. The Duke leapt from his horse and furiously seized the bridle of Alidossi's mule. The Cardinal dismounted in alarm, and the Duke, drawing his sword, struck him on the head, saying, "Take that traitor as you have deserved." The Cardinal's retinue, which had drawn up to salute the Duke, uttered a cry, and some rushed forward. But the Duke bade them be still, and as they paused, doubtful if he was executing the Pope's vengeance or his own, he redoubled his blows, till Alidossi fell to the ground and was dispatched by 2 of the Duke's attendants. While all stood irresolute, the Duke mounted his horse and rode off to Urbino. The murder was horrible enough, but no one save the Pope regretted Alidossi's death. With uplifted hands the cardinals gave thanks that he was gone, while Julius II gave way to an unrestrained display of grief. He wept passionate tears, beating his breast and refusing all food. He could not endure to stay in Ravenna, but left it next day for Rimini, whither he was carried in a litter with drawn curtains, through which were heard the lamentable cries of the Pope. He entered Rimini by night, that no one should see him in his broken state. Next day the cardinals ventured to comfort him, and suggested that Alidossi's death was not an unmixed loss. Julius II listened, and with the astounding capacity which he possessed for quick change of mood, soon began to rail at Alidossi as a villain. The vigour of Julius II rested on an acceptance of what the day might bring forth, and he wasted none of his energy on useless regrets. It is hard to account for the infatuation of Julius II towards Cardinal Alidossi, and we cannot wonder that contemporary scandal attributed it to the vilest motives. It is certainly a blot upon his reputation as a statesman that he persisted in giving his confidence to a man who was entirely worthless, and whom everyone suspected of betraying his interests. Alidossi only sought his own profit, and his government of Bologna was as bad as possible. He was guilty of misappropriating the Pope's money, and when the charge was clear, he was nevertheless acquitted. Julius II had the capacity for forming great designs, and had the courage to carry them out, but he had no power of choosing fitting agents, or of inspiring others with his own zeal. He undertook an expedition of the utmost moment, with no better counsellor than Alidossi, and no better general than his own nephew, the Duke of Urbino. Even then he did not care to enforce unity of action between the two, but listened to Alidossi's complaints against the Duke, and so fomented jealousy which was sure to lead to political disaster, and which ended in a brutal murder. When Julius II arrived at Rimini, there was fixed on the door of the church of San Francesco a document summoning a general council to meet at Pisa on September 1st. This citation rehearsed the decrees of the Council of Constance, set forth the Pope's neglect to summon a council in accordance with their provisions, pointed out the difficulties of the Church, and assumed the adhesion of the Emperor and the French king to the proposed council. It bore the signatures of 9 cardinals, all known to be discontented. 4 of them, however, declared that they had given no authority for the use made of their names and withdrew their signatures. The leader of this revolt of the cardinals was the Spaniard Carvajal. With him were Borgia and Sanseverino, and the French cardinals Briçonnet and Brie. It is difficult to estimate fairly the motives which induced Carvajal to take this step. He was a man of high character, great learning, and much experience of affairs. In his early years he had distinguished himself by a book defending the authenticity of the donation of Constantine against the criticism of Lorenzo Valla. Sixtus IV summoned him to Rome and made him chamberlain. Alexander VI was delighted to find in the Curia a Spaniard on whom he could confer the dignity of cardinal. And Carvajal was employed by him in many negotiations, so that he thoroughly understood the politics of Europe and was well known in all the European courts. On Alexander VI's death he seemed the most likely man for his successor, and was aggrieved at the intrigues of Cardinal Rovere, which led to the election of Pius III as a make-way for his own election. It would seem that Carvajal took Rovere's early life for his model. As Rovere had opposed Alexander VI and tried to depose him by French help, so Carvajal used the same arts against Rovere when he became pope. He waited till he saw him engaged in a perilous undertaking, which raised against him many enemies. Then he put himself at the head of a band of discontented cardinals, and relying on the support of France, raised the old cry of a reforming council. Perhaps Carvajal was sincere in his desire for reform. He was certainly sincere in a desire for his own advancement. He trusted to his large experience and to his personal knowledge of European sovereigns, and tried every means to form a strong party against Julius II by a judicious mixture of personal, political, and ecclesiastical grounds. Julius II was well informed of Carvajal's intrigues. Indeed, Henry VIII of England had forwarded to him Carvajal's letters to himself. The summons of a schismatic council was no surprise to the Curia, but when the citation appeared, no one ventured to speak to the Pope about it. Julius II did not stay long at Rimini, but went southwards to Ancona, where he issued a terrible excommunication against the revolted Bologna. Then he made his way slowly to Rome, which he entered sadly on June 27th, 1511. Though he had suffered great reverses, Julius II did not regard himself defeated. He knew the weakness of his opponent, and pitted his own resolute spirit against the feeble mind of Louis XII. Louis XII did not wish to push the Pope to extremities, and did not use his opportunities, but hoped to obtain peace by menaces. After the capture of Bologna, Trivulzio, who might easily have taken the Pope prisoner and entered Rome as a conqueror, was ordered to withdraw his troops to Milan. In like manner, Louis XII encouraged the rebellious cardinals to summon their council at Pisa, and then entered into negotiations for peace with Julius II. The Pope at once saw the weakness of his adversary and made use of the delay. He answered the rebellious cardinals on July 18th by convoking a council to be held at the Lateran on April 19th, 1512. Moreover, in his letter of summons, he boldly met his opponents in the point where his own case was weakest. They might fairly urge against him that they were only following the example which he had set. As cardinal, He had besought the French king to call a council and depose a pope who was disturbing the peace of Christendom. Where he had failed, they were successful. Julius II accepted the position. The cardinals, he said, accused him of neglecting to call a council. Was it not his zeal for a council that had drawn on him the hostility of Alexander VI? Had he not been tossed about by land and sea? Had he not faced the perils of the Alps solely that he might revive this laudable custom which had fallen into disuse? He lamented that the troubles of the times had prevented him from summoning a council before. The times were still perilous. Nevertheless, he was prepared to undertake the holy work of extinguishing schism, reforming the Church, and arranging a crusade against the Turk. For these purposes, he summoned a council to Rome as the safest and fittest place. It was a sagacious policy on the part of Julius II, and deprived the Council of Pisa of all claim to legitimacy. It was useless for a few cardinals to hold a general council against the contumacious pope, when the pope had declared his willingness to meet them, and had summoned a council himself. Meanwhile, Julius II was engaged in carrying on meaningless negotiations with Louis XII. He had no wish for peace, so long as he had any prospect of gaining allies, and he knew that allies were at hand. King Ferdinand of Spain had at length decided to abandon the League of Cambrai. He had recovered from Venice all that he could claim, and he did not wish to see the French arms making further progress in Italy. Already in June, Ferdinand had offered to help the Pope in the recovery of Bologna, and held out hopes that Henry VIII of England might join the alliance. Even in his negotiations with England, Julius II showed his incapacity to find trustworthy agents. He had sent from Bologna an envoy, Hieronimo Bonvixi, apparently recommended by Cardinal Alidossi, who made known to the French envoy in London all that passed between himself and the English king. Henry VIII suspected him and sent spies to watch him. His treachery was discovered, and he confessed that he was acting in pursuance of Alidossi's instructions. Henry VIII informed the Pope, who requested him to punish Bonvixi according to his deserts. This incident serves to show the weakness of Louis XII, who was content to negotiate with an enemy whom he knew to be devising an alliance against him. He was well acquainted with the Pope's plan, which rapidly took shape. It was arranged that Ferdinand was to send troops to aid the Pope against Bologna and Ferrara. England was to attack France, while Venice, by sea and land, invaded the French possessions in Italy. Before this treaty could be definitely arranged, Rome was thrown into alarm by the illness of the Pope. On August 17th, Julius II was confined to his bed, and 3 days later his life was despaired of. There were fears that the Orsini would seize the city in the name of France, and the Colonna hastened to return. The cardinals began to dispose of the succession of Julius II. Even the renegades at Pisa prepared to return to Rome for the approaching conclave. On August 21st, Julius II was unconscious, and the city was full of excitement. An attempt was even made to revive the old republican spirit and seize the opportunity of beginning a new epoch in the history of Rome. The leader was Pompeo Colonna, Bishop of Rieti, a man full of vigor and energy, whose youth had been spent in the camp. He had fought with bravery in the Neapolitan campaigns, but was driven by his uncles to take orders that he might inherit the ecclesiastical offices of Cardinal Giovanni Colonna. Against his will, Pompeo had entered the cardinal's household, and on his death in 1508 had been appointed to the rich bishopric of Rieti. Pompeo had watched with keen interest the stirring events in which he had no share. He longed for an active life, and scorned the atmosphere of clerical intrigue which surrounded Rome. As a Roman noble, he looked down upon the strangers whom Julius II raised to the cardinalate, and was indignant that no Roman was called to that dignity. At an assembly of the Roman people in the Capitol, Pompeo Colonna appeared and spoke with passionate energy. He exhorted the Romans to rise and recover the liberty of which they had been robbed by the deceitful arts of priests. It was for them to rule the city. It was for priests and popes to take care of the Church, and if they did so rightly, they would not fail to receive due respect. As it was, Rome lay at the mercy of the avarice and lusts of a handful of priests, and had lost all memory of its true position. The old Roman stock was well nigh destroyed. Half barbarous strangers lorded it over the city. The Romans were stirred by this unwonted outburst of patriotic feeling, and agreed to arm and compel the cardinals, before the approaching conclave, to take oath that they would abolish the taxes and restore the old government of the Roman Republic. They arranged to guard the conclave and extort from the new pope a similar oath before they would allow him to proceed to his coronation. The cardinals who hankered after the succession of Julius II, and the Romans who girded themselves to recover their liberty, were alike doomed to disappointment. Julius II recovered consciousness on August 22nd and rapidly showed his old energy. He asked for a drink of wine, which the doctors refused. The Pope sent for the captain of his guard and said, "If you do not give me wine, I will have you shut up in the castle of Sant'Angelo." He had his way, and his willfulness did not prevent his recovery. He prepared for approaching death by pardoning his nephew, the Duke of Urbino, who was in Rome awaiting his trial for Alidosi's murder. Julius II was by this time convinced of Alidosi's treachery, on which alone the Duke rested his defence. He gave him absolution and sent for 36,000 ducats from his treasury, which he distributed among his two nephews and his daughter Felice. The Roman barons who had been so brave at the Capitol now found their position awkward. With a view of putting a good face on their action, they met on August 28th and signed an agreement of peace amongst themselves, undertaking to lay aside their private feuds and live in amity. At first, no one ventured to tell the irascible Pope what had happened during his illness, and one of his first acts was to appoint Pompeo Colonna his legate in Lombardy. Pompeo was somewhat surprised at this mark of favour, but after a few days went to visit the Pope. By this time, Julius II had been informed of Pompeo's conduct. For once he was mindful of his dignity, and sent him a message. "Tell him that I will not bandy angry words with an insolent rebel." Pompeo left the Vatican and withdrew from Rome. He took refuge in Subiaco, and most of the Roman barons judged it wise to flee from the Pope's wrath. Pompeo turned to martial ambition, and wished to raise forces and join the French army, but was restrained by the warm remonstrances of his uncle Prospero. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 16, The Holy League, 1511 to 1513, Part 1. After his recovery, Julius II hastened to arrange definitely his measures against France. On October 5, 1511, a league between the Papacy, Ferdinand, and Venice for the recovery of Bologna and the defence of the Church was published in Rome. Henry VIII of England and Maximilian were allowed time to join it, and on November 17th, Henry VIII signified his adhesion. Julius II could now look proudly around him. He had succeeded in enlisting 2 of the kings of Europe and the powerful Republic of Venice as supporters of his policy and defenders of the Holy See. The first use which the Pope made of his secure position was to strike a blow against the schismatic cardinals of Pisa. On October 24th, he declared the Cardinals Carvajal, René de Brie, Borgia, and Brisonnet to be deprived of their dignities, and he annulled their council summoned at Pisa. They, on their side, were ready to carry on the ecclesiastical warfare against the Pope, but they were only faintly supported. Louis XII, engaged in fruitless negotiations with Julius II, was only half-hearted about the council's business. Maximilian at first took the matter seriously in hand, and requested a learned professor at Heidelberg, Jacob Wimpfeling, to draw up a list of the grievances of the German Church, and to report on the means of their redress. He devised a pragmatic sanction for Germany after the model of that which had proved to be a failure in France. He wrote to the Florentines and commended the council to their care, saying, "We intend to prosecute it, nor will we by any means desist, for we see that it is necessary for the whole commonwealth of Christendom." But Maximilian's good intentions were thwarted by his fantastic aim of having himself elected Pope, and his interest in ecclesiastical matters were bounded by this object. The illness of Julius II awakened his hopes, and he thought that the cardinals would raise few difficulties. He wrote to his daughter that he was scheming to have himself appointed coadjutor to the Pope, so that after his death we may be assured of having the papacy and becoming priest, and afterwards a saint, so that you will be under the necessity of adoring me after my death, of which I shall be very proud. With such childish aims before him, Maximilian was not likely to support the council with vigour. He and Louis XII had different objects, though both wished to terrify the Pope. Julius II was not terrified, and met this clumsy artifice of a council with a resolute bearing which condemned it at once to failure. No one could hope that the Council of Pisa would benefit the Church. Henry VIII of England only said what every one felt when he wrote to Maximilian that the council was the result of private animosity and would do more harm than good. Moreover, the council met with but a cold welcome in the place which had been chosen for its session. Florence had not been able to resist the request of the French king that the council should sit at Pisa, but as the time of its meeting drew near, the government of Florence feared to incur the manifest enmity of the Pope. The Gonfaloniere Soderini was conscious that he had many enemies, and that the faction of the Medici had been steadily growing in power. The Florentine Republic depended for its maintenance upon the French power in North Italy, and so was regarded with disfavour by the Pope. Soderini shrank from increasing the Pope's ill will, and wished to withdraw the permission for the council to sit at Pisa. In September, Machiavelli was sent to the cardinals to try and prevail upon them to abandon their council. His efforts were naturally useless, and he proceeded to France on the same errand. Louis XII answered that he desired nothing better than peace with the Pope. But if he abandoned the council, the Pope would be less disposed to peace than ever. If he were to change the place of the council, he would offend the cardinals. But he thought it possible that after 1 or 2 sessions had been held at Pisa, the council might be transferred to Vercelli or some other place. It was clear that as the time drew nigh when the threatened council was on the point of becoming a reality, every one who had encouraged it was afraid. Julius II showed an amount of caution which was scarcely to be expected from his rash and impetuous nature, in his efforts to crush the council. He was alive to its possible importance and neglected no means to deprive it of adherents. The cardinals at Pisa found themselves in a poor position, but there was no way of drawing back, and they advanced with uneasy dignity. On September 1st, the day fixed for the opening of the council, 3 proctors appeared, and in an empty church went through the formalities necessary to call the assembly into existence. On September 11th, the schismatic cardinals wrote to their brethren at Rome, saying that they would wait for a short time in hopes that the Pope would summon a council to some neutral place. They could not accept his summons to the Lateran, as Rome was not free and safe for all men. They were answered that the Pope's intentions had been already declared. Accordingly, they proceeded on November 1st to begin the work of the council at Pisa. There were present the Cardinals Carvajal, Brisonnet, Brie, and d'Albret. Commissioners claimed to represent 3 other cardinals, Borgia, Sanseverino, and Philip of Luxembourg. Besides these, there were only 15 prelates and 5 abbots, representatives of Louis XII, the universities of Paris, Toulouse, and Poitou, with a few French doctors. The council was ill received at Pisa. The Florentine government was thoroughly alarmed by the Pope's menaces, though they feared his political rather than his ecclesiastical action. He laid Florence under an interdict for favouring schism, but this produced little effect, for Soderini sent orders to the friars that they should perform divine services in the churches under pain of expulsion from Florence. The friars were not like the secular clergy, and had nothing to lose by the Pope's displeasure. They obeyed Sodenini's commands, and the Florentines did not suffer any inconvenience from the interdict. More significant, however, was the appointment of Cardinal Medici as legate in the Romagna. The party opposed to Soderini in Florence was thus provided with a leader, who was backed by all the power of the Church. Soderini felt his weakness, and was only desirous to escape the Pope's anger by ridding himself of the council as soon as possible. He refused to allow any large body of French troops to enter Pisa for the defence of the council, and only admitted an escort of 150 French lances commanded by Odet de Foix, Sieur de Lautrec, who was sent by Louis XII as protector of the council. The people and the clergy of Pisa showed no respect to the fathers of the council. When on November 1st the procession advanced to the cathedral, it found the doors closed and had to return to the church of San Michele for its opening ceremonies. There was much point in the sermon, which dwelt on the small beginnings of the Christian Church and the great results which followed from the energies of a scanty band of resolute men. On November 5th, the first session was held in the cathedral, which was now placed at the disposal of the council, but the magistrates of Pisa refused to close the shops or give any sign of popular recognition. The council proceeded with due regard to forms. It declared its own legitimacy, annulled all measures directed against it, summoned all prelates to attend, and took under its protection the persons and goods of all who came to Pisa. Cardinal Carvajal was appointed president, and Lautrec protector of the council. Finally, notaries and other officials were elected. On November 7th, the second session recognized the decrees of the Council of Toledo as regulating the order to be observed in its proceedings, and declared that all causes concerning members of the council were to be judged in the council only and nowhere else, for which purpose 4 French bishops were appointed judges. The third session was fixed for November 14th, but it was never held. Soderini was only anxious to get rid of the council, and the unfriendly attitude of the citizens of Pisa did not encourage the cardinals to stay in a place where they were so coldly welcomed. On November 6th, Machiavelli came to remind Cardinal Carvajal of the promise of Louis XII that the council should be transferred as soon as was decorous. He pointed out that the Pope's hostility would be less if the council were removed further from his neighbourhood. Moreover, in France or Germany, the people would be more obedient, for the king or the emperor could use compulsion which the Florentine magistrates had no means of employing towards their subjects. Carvajal said that he would consider what was best. His consideration was quickened by the outbreak of riots between the servants of the council and the Pisans. They quarrelled in the market about buying food. They quarrelled in the streets over their ignoble pleasures. At last, a serious riot took place, and the rioters tried to storm the church of San Michele, in which the cardinals were deliberating. The officers who strove to quell the disturbance were wounded. There was much bloodshed and great excitement. It was clearly time for the council to leave Pisa. So on November 12th, a meeting of emergency was held in Carvajal's house, at which the council first decreed that it could not be dissolved till the church had been reformed, and then decreed its translation to Milan. The departure from Pisa was dignified. Carvajal thanked the city magistrates for their courtesy, and informed them that the transference of the council was due to sufficient reasons. The cardinals were honourably escorted as far as Lucca. They all departed, says Ammirato, to the great delight of the Florentines, the Pisans, and the council itself, so that on November 15th there remained in Pisa no vestige of this council. This ignominious beginning of the council was a decided triumph for Julius II. The ecclesiastical opposition was driven to admit that it could find no shelter save directly under the wing of France. It was now apparent to Europe generally that a few French cardinals and a few French bishops were used as the tools of the French king to annoy the Pope. Carvajal seems to have felt that it was necessary to make a new departure. Before leaving Pisa, the council sent envoys to Julius II, proposing to unite with his council if it were summoned to some convenient place, either in Italy or outside, provided it was not in the dominions of the Pope or of Venice. They were also to offer the intervention of the cardinals in settling the affairs of Bologna and Ferrara. The council's envoys sent from Florence to ask for safe conduct, but their messenger was so threatened in Rome that he fled for his life, and the envoys advanced no further. On December 7th, the cardinals entered Milan in state, but were obliged to defer the session which had been fixed for December 13th. Milan was reduced to great straits by a formidable invasion of the Swiss, whom Julius II had again employed against his foes. The money of the Pope, the urgency of Cardinal Schism, and growing ill will towards France combined to make the Swiss confederates ready for another expedition into Italy. In the middle of November, a force of 20,000 footmen crossed the St. Gothard. The French troops in vain tried to prevent them from emerging from the Alpine pass. In the end of November they were at Varese, and the French slowly retreated before them towards Milan. On December 14th, the Swiss were in the neighbourhood of Milan, where the French were preparing to stand a siege. But the Swiss had no artillery and no supplies. The cold was intense, and food was scarce. No messengers came from the Pope or from the Venetians. The Swiss hesitated what to do. Then they conferred with the French, and finally retreated across the Alps, marking their way with fire and slaughter. Again the Pope was angered by the remissness of the Swiss. Again his affairs were ill managed. The Holy League moved too slowly for the impatient Pope. The papal forces were disorganized by the flight from Bologna, and only with Spanish troops could Julius II hope to win back the rebellious city. But the Spanish general, Raimundo de Cardona, viceroy of Naples, showed no haste in moving. The Venetians were delighted at the advance of the Swiss, but did not join them. The opportunity of striking a decisive blow at the French power was lost by want of combined action amongst the allies. Freed from the fear of the Swiss invasion, the council proceeded with its business at Milan. But even when under the immediate protection of France, it received no popular support. The papal interdict was levelled against Milan, and many of the priests observed it, though the governor threatened them with deprivation of their benefices. The people mocked at the cardinals when they appeared in public, and treated them with no respect. There was no accession to the members of the council, as Maximilian still refused to send proctors, and no prelates appeared from Germany. There were only 5 cardinals and 27 bishops and abbots at the session held on January 4th, 1512. There the cardinals related the ill success of their efforts to negotiate with the Pope, and a term of 30 days was allowed him to change the place of his council summoned to the Lateran, and so render union possible. The eyes of Julius II were fixed on the expedition which he had sent into Lombardy. Scarcely had the Swiss retired from Milan before the army of the League marched into the territory of Ferrara with a combined force of Spanish and Papal troops of about 20,000 men, led by Raimondo de Cardona. The territory south of the Po fell at once into their hands, and they passed on to the siege of Bologna, where the Bentivogli were aided by Odet de Foix and Ivo d'Allegre. The Pope already counted on the success of his arms, and wrote letter after letter to his legate, Cardinal Medici, urging prompt action and commissioning him to inflict summary punishment on the Bentivogli. But the Pope's expectations were doomed to disappointment. France had a general in Italy who knew how to act with decision. Gaston de Foix, Duke of Nemours, a nephew of the French king. Though only 22 years old, Gaston de Foix was both a skillful general and a wise statesman. He saw the importance of preventing a junction between the Spanish and Venetian forces, and in the piercing cold of winter hurried across the snow-covered Apennines to the aid of Bologna, which he entered on February 5th. His rapid march disconcerted the plans of Cardona, who was driven to withdraw from Bologna into the Romagna. Scarcely had he gone before news was brought that Brescia, always adverse to French rule, had opened its gates to the Venetians. Gaston de Foix at once made a hurried march to Brescia, which he reached in 9 days and took by storm. He was resolved to suppress rebellion by severity. Brescia was given up to pillage, and for 2 days was ravaged by the fury of a horde of brutal soldiers. More than 8,000 were slain, and many of the French were so laden with spoil that they returned home to enjoy it. Julius II chafed at the ill success of his arms. He bitterly complained that he was entirely in the hands of the Spaniards, who robbed him of his money and did nothing in return. In fact, Ferdinand of Spain was more bent upon diplomacy than on military exploits. He was stirring up Henry VIII of England to attack France, and was endeavouring to draw Maximilian into the League. He was not anxious to restore Bologna to the Pope, and ordered his general Cardona to avoid a battle, so that Julius II was left to fume and fret over the inactivity of his troops in the Romagna. His legate, Cardinal Medici, was overwhelmed with complaints, which he vainly tried to pass on to Cardona, who answered that priests knew nothing about war, and their ignorance led them to precipitate counsels. The Council of Pisa appointed Cardinal Sanseverino as its legate to Bologna, and Sanseverino, who was a man of war, was more readily listened to by Gaston de Foix. Moreover, Sanseverino's influence was powerful among the Roman barons, and he strove to stir up the Orsini against the Pope. Rome was so insecure that Julius II withdrew into the castle of Sant'Angelo, and the city magistrates urged him to make peace with France. A French victory, they said, would lead to the loss of the Romagna and a tumult in Rome. Julius II answered that he was not opposed to peace, but he must first recover Bologna. Unsafe in Rome and ill-served by the Spanish general, Julius II felt that his position was one of serious danger. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 16, The Holy League, 1511 to 1513, Part 2. His alarm was well founded, for Gaston de Foix was resolved to give his enemies no rest. Not contented with thwarting their plans and reducing them to inactivity, he wished to strike a decisive blow. Already Gaston's energy had dazzled the Italians, and the veteran general Trivulzio said with a smile, "Fortune is like a woman, who favours the young and slights the old." Gaston prepared to tempt fortune once more. From Brescia he returned to Milan to gather his troops, who numbered 7,000 cavalry and 17,000 infantry, Germans, French, and Italians. With these he advanced into the Romagna, determined to force a battle. A decisive victory might end the war, might prevent Maximilian from joining the League, check Henry VIII's projected invasion of Normandy, and leave the Neapolitan kingdom an easy prey. Cardona, on his side, did not wish to fight. His forces were somewhat smaller, 6,000 cavalry and 16,000 infantry, of whom the majority were Spaniards. But the fame of the Spanish infantry was great, and their fighting qualities might be held to make up for the slight inferiority of numbers. But the same reasons which made Gaston de Foix desire a battle made Cardona wish to avoid one. Spain had everything to win by delay, while only a victory could save France from a powerful combination against her. As the French army advanced to Ravenna, Cardona withdrew to Faenza. Gaston de Foix, on April 9th, 1512, attacked Ravenna unsuccessfully, but it was clear that he would soon take it if it were not relieved. Cardona dared not abandon its garrison, and was reluctantly compelled to return. On April 11th, it was Easter Day, the two armies met on the marshy plain between Ravenna and the sea. There was nothing in the ground to allow of tactics on either side. The day was decided not by strategy, but by hard fighting. On the side of the French was conspicuous the stalwart form of Cardinal Sanseverino, clad in full armour and eager for the fight. The papal legate, Cardinal Medici, was present in the rear of the army of the League, but wearing the garments of his office. The battle began with a heavy discharge of artillery on both sides, but the artillery of Ferrara was skilfully posted so as to play on the flank of the army of the League. The Spanish infantry lay flat upon the ground and escaped, while the Italian cavalry fell thick before the destructive fire. Fabrizio Colonna urged an immediate charge, but the Spanish general wished to act on the defensive. At last Fabrizio could endure no longer. "Shall we all be destroyed for nothing?" he exclaimed, and dashed upon the foe. The Spaniards were bound to follow, and the fight raged along the banks of the Ronco. The cavalry of the League were the first to flee, and with them fled the Spanish general Cardona. The Italian infantry were hard pressed by the Gascons, and were finally routed by an attack of the French cavalry under Ivo d'Allegre, who lost his life in the charge. The Spanish infantry still held their ground and hewed their way into the middle of the opposing square of German mercenaries who fought for France. Gaston de Foix, seeing the cavalry of the League in flight, ordered a body of horse to charge the Spaniards, who were driven backwards by the shock. Still they preserved their ranks unbroken, and protecting one flank by the river, prepared to retreat, still fighting and in good order. Gaston de Foix burned to make his victory complete, and led his cavalry to drive the Spaniards into the river. His horse was killed, and he fell to the ground. The Spaniards rushed upon him, and heedless of a cry, "He is our general, the brother of your queen," slew him where he lay. There was no longer any opposition to their flight, and they retired in safety. Rarely was a more bloody battle fought. Of the 45,000 men engaged, between 10,000 and 12,000 lay dead upon the field. The loss of generals was especially great on the French side, while the generals of the League showed their discretion by a speedy flight. Cardona never drew rein till he reached Ancona. The routed soldiers made their way to Cesena and then dispersed. Cardinal Medici was swept away by the crowd of fugitives, was made prisoner, and handed over to his old friend, Cardinal Sanseverino, who treated him with great respect. The victors were left paralysed by the death of Gaston de Foix, Lautrec, and Ivo d'Allegre. They sacked Ravenna, and under the leadership of La Palisse, occupied the cities of the Romagna. Then they paused, uncertain what to do. Had Gaston de Foix been left alive, he would have pressed on to Rome and Naples, would have reduced the Pope to terms, and annihilated the Spanish power in Italy. But Gaston was laid in his grave amidst the tears of his army. The recumbent statue of the young warrior, a remnant of his broken tomb, still witnesses to the charm which he exercised as the type of all that was noblest and most beautiful in the chivalry of the Renaissance. On April 14th, a trembling fugitive brought to Rome the news of the Battle of Ravenna. The cardinals gave themselves up as lost, and with tears besought the Pope to make peace with France on such terms as he could. Pompeo Colonna and many of the Orsini gathered troops and prepared to join the French army in its expected march on Rome, and Julius II thought of flight as the sole means to escape humiliation. But the next day arrived Giulio de' Medici, cousin of the captive cardinal, who had gained permission to send a messenger to the Pope. Cardinal Medici had seen enough to know that the French had suffered almost as severely as the League. Their army was demoralized. Their councils were divided. Cardinal Sanseverino disputed with La Palisse the office of general-in-chief. The Duke of Ferrara withdrew into his own territory. There was no danger of an immediate blow, as La Palisse had sent to Louis XII for further instructions, for he hesitated to march against Rome for fear of leaving Milan exposed to an attack of the Swiss. Julius II's spirits revived at this intelligence. He saw that if he could escape immediate danger, he still had hopes. The increase of the power of France by the victory of Ravenna would bind the League more closely together. He only needed time to direct a stronger force against the French, and to gain time he again entered into negotiations with Louis XII, while he strained every nerve to gather money and reorganize his broken army. Again Louis XII weakly listened to the Pope, and allowed the opportunity won by the valour of Gaston de Foix to be aimlessly wasted. The victory of Ravenna was also the triumph of the Council of Milan. In proportion as the French arms were successful, the boldness of the Council increased. On March 24th, the Pope was accused of contumacy for not sending legates to the Council or listening to its admonitions. The Council which he had summoned to the Lateran was declared null. and he was admonished to withdraw all proceedings against the Council of Milan. On April 19th, after the news of the battle had reached Milan, an accusation for contumacy was formally presented against Julius II. On April 21st, he was cited to appear, and when no one was present to answer on his behalf, he was declared contumacious and was suspended from his office. These were brave words, but the council could not flatter itself that its decrees were of much value. Cardinal Carvajal was the object of popular ridicule in the streets, while the captive Cardinal Medici was welcomed with every token of respect. The people thronged round him and begged his blessing. Many went to him for absolution, for having been compelled to hold intercourse with the excommunicated cardinals. Julius II was busily engaged in preparing for war, and in bribing or flattering the Roman barons into quietness. Still, he did not disregard the necessity of overthrowing the ecclesiastical opposition. He was anxious to set his Council of the Lateran against the schismatics at Milan. He was urgent in gathering members and in arranging for an imposing opening ceremony, and every care was taken that the Council of Milan should be entirely thrown into the shade. 8 cardinals were appointed a commission to make necessary preparations and regulate the curia so that it should present an orderly appearance befitting the decorum of the papal office. The master of the ceremonies, Paris de Gracie, was bidden to search the records of the Council of Florence and submit for due decision any obscure parts of ceremonial. The disturbed state of Italy after the Battle of Ravenna rendered impossible the meeting of the council on April 19th, as had been originally fixed, but on May 3rd Rome was so far quiet as to permit its assembling. In the evening of May 2nd, Julius II was carried in his litter to the Lateran palace. Before him rode armed troops of the Knights of Malta, who were guardians of the Pope and of the council. Behind him came 15 cardinals and the members of the council, 12 patriarchs, 10 archbishops, 57 bishops, 2 abbots, and 3 generals of monastic orders, almost all Italians. A strong body of soldiers brought up the rear, and during the council kept watch in the neighbourhood, to prevent a rising in the interest of France. An immense crowd thronged to witness the splendid ceremony with which the council was opened on May 3rd. The sermon of the learned general of the Augustinians, Egidius of Viterbo, produced a profound impression on his hearers, and was long regarded as a masterpiece of oratory. In turns, men marvelled at his eloquence, and were moved to tears by his passionate earnestness. He began by saying that he had long preached throughout Italy of the evils of the time and the need of reform. At length he saw the long-expected work begin. The winter was past, the summer was at hand, the light of the council would again warm and make fertile the field of the Church. Distress might for a time wax great, but Jesus said, "A little time and ye shall see me." All the troubles of the Church in past times had been healed by councils. This council had its work to do, to restore the authority and order of the Church. 9 years had Julius II sat on the papal throne. He had done great things in Rome. He had warred for the recovery of the lands of the Church. 2 things remained to do: to summon a council and lead Europe against the Turk. All good men longed to see the Church reformed by a council and the Turks expelled from Europe. Not by violence in days of old, but by deeds of piety, had the Church won Europe, Asia, and Africa. She lost Asia and Africa because she exchanged the golden panoply of an ardent spirit for the iron arms of Ajax in his fury. Unless true holiness of life was restored by the council, religion would be lost, and the commonwealth of Christendom would be undone. When was life more effeminate? When was sin less bridled? When was religion less esteemed? When was schism more dangerous? When was bloodshed more rife? When had dawned a more disastrous Easter day than that which saw the slaughter on the field of Ravenna? All these things were warnings from on high, for the facts of the world's history were the voices of God. He ended by an earnest prayer for the purification of Christendom, the expulsion of the Turks, the revival of Christian love, and the restoration of the Church to her ancient purity. They were noble words and finely spoken, and they expressed the opinions of a large party within the Church. But they had little connection with possibilities, and arraigned the conduct of Julius II, while they professed to support him. Julius II deplored the Battle of Ravenna because its issue had gone against himself. He was more concerned for the recovery of Bologna than of the Holy Land, and was more at his ease in the camp than in the council. However, he curbed his natural restlessness and sat through the long ceremonial with a patience that astonished those who knew his ordinary ways. But he had forgotten to prepare a speech in which to state the business of the council, and further procedure was put off till the first session on May 10th. Even then, Julius II could only stammer through a few sentences in which he said that it was needless to state the reasons for summoning the council, as they were well known. At the second session on May 17th, the real business of the council was done by a decree which declared the proceedings of the Council of Pisa to be null and void, and its adherents to be schismatics. The council was then prorogued till November 3rd. It had served its immediate purpose of showing the strength of the Pope's ecclesiastical position, and of answering the schismatics at Milan. In fact, Julius II had no time for councils. On the same day on which this session was held, he published anew the Holy League, which had now received the adhesion of Maximilian, and Rome blazed with bonfires in honour of this new triumph of the Pope. But leagues were useless without soldiers, and Julius II knew that he again had forces in the field. He had brought about an agreement between Maximilian and the Venetians, and Venice had raised money to hire another army of the Swiss. Maximilian's consequent entrance into the League gave the Swiss an easy access into North Italy through the Tyrol. On May 25th, the Swiss who had mustered at Trent descended to Verona, and the French general, La Palisse, who had wasted his time in the Romagna, was suddenly recalled to the defence of Milan. The Swiss were joined by the Venetians, and their force was formidable. But a battle was made impossible by the publication of an order from Maximilian bidding the German mercenaries in the French army return home under pain of death. The greater part of the veterans who had won the Battle of Ravenna obeyed, and La Palisse was unable to resist. He withdrew to Pavia, where he was followed by Trivulzio, who had no hope of holding Milan. The remnants of the French army retired across the Alps, and the French rule in North Italy disappeared with them. Even Genoa shook off the yoke of France and welcomed Giano Fregoso as its doge. The withdrawal of the French troops from Milan necessarily meant the suppression of the council. The schismatic cardinals retired to France with the intention of continuing their proceedings at Lyons, and in their train was the captive Cardinal Medici, who had the good fortune to escape on the way. When he reached Basignana on the bank of the Po, he counterfeited illness and asked to be allowed to rest for the night. Meanwhile, his friends assembled secretly and roused the neighbourhood on his behalf. Were the Italians, they asked, going to allow the French to carry away a cardinal as their prisoner? Next day, when half the French escort had crossed the river, a sudden rush was made upon those who were left behind. In the tumult, Cardinal Medici was rescued, and after hiding for a few days, made his way to Mantua, where he was safe from pursuit. The Pope was not slow to reap the fruits of the French withdrawal from the Romagna. He had managed to gather together some forces, and he did not scruple to use for his own ends the lucky results of the treacherous conduct of the Duke of Urbino. Still sulking under the Pope's displeasure at the murder of Cardinal Alidossi, the Pope's nephew had refused to march with his forces to join the army of the League, and after the Battle of Ravenna he was prepared to make common cause with the French. But the inactivity of La Palisse gave him no opportunity, and when the fortunes of France were desperate, the Duke of Urbino was again ready to join the winning side. Julius II readily forgave a want of zeal which events had proved to be true discretion. He made the Duke of Urbino general of his forces, with orders to march at once against Bologna. The Bentivogli fled, and the city opened its gates to receive again a papal legate as its governor on June 13th. From Bologna the papal forces proceeded to Parma and Piacenza, but Ferrara was still the great object of the desire of Julius II. It was evident to Duke Alfonso that he could not hold out without allies against the force which was now directed against him. He resolved to throw himself on the Pope's magnanimity and seek a personal interview. Fabrizio Colonna, who had been captured in the Battle of Ravenna, was in Duke Alfonso's hands. Alfonso earned his gratitude by refusing to give him up to Louis XII, who wished him to be sent as a prisoner to France. He released him without ransom, and by the mediation of the Duke of Mantua and the Spanish king, obtained from the Pope a safe conduct to Rome for the purpose of reconciling himself with the Pope and obtaining absolution from his excommunication. On July 4th he entered Rome with Fabrizio Colonna, attended by a troop of horse. Julius II received him kindly. He had no wish to humble his enemies, but only aimed at reducing them. He did not demand from Alfonso a public humiliation, but gave him absolution privately in the Vatican, without the ceremony of striking him with a rod. But he said to the Venetian envoy, "I wish to deprive him of Ferrara. I have given him a safe conduct for his person, not for his state." After Alfonso's personal reconciliation came the discussion of a lasting peace. The negotiations were entrusted to a commission of 6 cardinals, but it soon became obvious that the Pope would be satisfied with nothing but the immediate surrender of Ferrara. He offered to indemnify Alfonso with the Principality of Asti, and while the matter was under discussion, his troops under the Duke of Urbino pressed the siege of Reggio. He raked up old charges against Alfonso and declared that they rendered his safe conduct invalid. He threatened imprisonment and death, hoping to terrify him into submission. But Alfonso was not cowed, and steadily argued against the Pope's charges and refused his terms. Julius II persisted in his policy of intimidation, angrily refused him permission to leave Rome, and ordered the guards at the gates to be increased. When Fabrizio Colonna heard this, he felt his own honour to be at stake. After vainly pleading with the Pope, he took the matter into his own hands. Taking a retinue sufficient to overawe the guard at the Lateran gate, he escorted Alfonso to Marino, where he remained in safety till he could reach the sea and make his way back to Ferrara, which his brother, Cardinal Ippolito, still held against the papal forces. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 16, The Holy League, 1511 to 1513, Part 2. The conduct of Julius II towards the Duke of Ferrara excited general alarm. Ferdinand of Spain expressed his disapproval and praised the action of Fabrizio Colonna. "If," said he, "the Pope meddles with Fabrizio or Prospero Colonna for what they have done, I will make him understand that they are my soldiers,
and that I will not fail to protect them. As to Ferrara, let the Church recover its tribute and its jurisdiction, but I do not wish to see the Duke of Ferrara robbed of his lands. The Pope should be satisfied with the recovery of Bologna. No power in Italy should help him to take Ferrara and make the Duke of Urbino a second Cesare Borgia. The Pope has warred against France in behalf of the liberty of Italy. Italy must not have another tyrant, nor must the Pope govern it at his will. Guicciardini, who was the Florentine ambassador at the Spanish court, saw that there were great dangers in the political condition of Italy. The downfall of the French power had been too rapid and too complete. The work of reorganization was fraught with difficulty. There were too many conflicting interests, and the balance of power was hard to establish. Italy is already made into a new world, wrote Guicciardini, and it might easily happen that through the question of Ferrara it was made into another. The Pope demands too much, and when the League begins to fall in pieces, things may go in a strange fashion. But all will be to the loss of Italy, which is in a worse way than ever, if the Italians are not united, which will be difficult. Julius II soon began to weary of his alliance with Spain, and said that he hated the Spaniards as much as he had hated the French. He again talked of driving the foreigner out of Italy, and dreamed of ridding himself of Spain by means of the arms of the Swiss. His audacity knew no bounds. He believed in endless possibilities of skilful combinations, by means of which each power in turn was to have its own way for a little time as a reward for helping the Papacy. In the conflicts which he hoped to foment, all in succession were to be ousted, while meanwhile the Papacy was steadily to gain, till in the end it would be strong enough to overcome its last ally, and then would bear undisputed sway in Italy. The policy of Julius II did not differ from that of Cesare Borgia, which won the admiration of Machiavelli. But Cesare Borgia, as he advanced, would have consolidated his dominions and trained an Italian army. Julius II could neither weld together his conquests nor rekindle into patriotism the local feeling which he destroyed. Cesare Borgia governed as well as conquered the Romagna. Julius II had no capacity for organizing, and the papal government by cardinal legates would never awaken a national feeling which alone could make Italy strong. Julius II was no far-sighted statesman. His aims were dictated by the opportunities of the moment, and his patriotism throughout his career was an afterthought. He sought the help of the stranger to crush his Italian foes, and indulged in the vain hope that at his will he could give new life to Italy, which he had destroyed. However much Julius II might wish to treat the Spaniards as he had treated the French, he still had work for them to do. The spoils of France must be divided, and the Pope and his allies assembled to decide the share of each. In August 1512 their representatives met at Mantua for discussion. Maximilian and Ferdinand wished to obtain the Duchy of Milan for their grandson Charles, son of the Archduke Philip and Juana of Spain, who was to marry Renee of France, the second daughter of Louis XII, and so unite the conflicting claims. Julius II was opposed to the establishment of a foreign power in North Italy, and favoured the restoration of the Sforza family. The son of Ludovico II, Moro, Massimiliano Sforza, had been brought up at the court of Maximilian. He was now some 30 years old, and showed no marked capacity for affairs. His feeble character made him acceptable to the Swiss, who wished for a neighbour who would be dependent on them for help, and would be willing to pay for their good offices. The Venetians hoped that they might in time make conquests at the expense of an uncertain ruler. The settlement of the question lay with the Swiss, who were the real masters of Milan, and through their decision the restoration of Massimiliano Sforza as Duke of Milan was accepted by the allies. The Swiss took care that they were well paid for their past and future help, and Julius II demanded the towns of Parma and Piacenza, which he claimed for the church on the ground of the bequest of the Countess Matilda of Tuscany, who had died in 1115, leaving all her lands to St. Peter. Another question engaged the attention of the confederates at Mantua, the political position of Florence. Florence had never renounced its alliance with France, and during the last war had maintained an attitude of benevolent neutrality. The Gonfaloniere, Piero Soderini, was an upright man, but he was not a strong statesman. The growing influence of Cardinal Medici encouraged the Medicean faction, so that Florence was distracted, and Soderini was not the man to heal its breaches. After the retreat of the French army from Italy, Julius II sent orders to the Archbishop of Florence to make processions and hold thanksgiving services for the deliverance of Italy. The government did not resent this needless insult, and the citizens looked on with indifference. But a studied affectation of indifference was not the way to meet approaching danger, or to avert the hostility of a man like Julius II. Soon afterwards the Pope sent Cardinal Pucci with a demand that the Gonfaloniere should lay down his office, that the exiles should be restored, and that Florence should enter the Holy League. Soderini gave a dignified refusal, but the time was past when words without deeds could avail. The papal project of restoring the Medici to Florence, and so separating the Republic from the French alliance, was secretly agreed to by the Congress of Mantua. The Florentine ambassador at the Congress, Giovan Vittorio Soderini, was carefully kept in the dark, and the Florentines were on all sides deluded into the belief that the divergent interests of the allies gave them practical security. Ferdinand of Spain said to Guicciardini that the Pope wished to treat Spain as he had treated France, and that Florence, in the hands of the Medici, would only give the Pope more power in Italy. Julius II told Cardinal Soderini that he would not see the influence of Spain increased, and that he did not wish to see Florence attacked by Spanish troops. While Florence hugged herself in false security, her doom was being sealed at Mantua, and she made no preparations to avert the danger. On August 21st, the Spanish viceroy, Raimondo di Cardona, entered Tuscany with 8,000 infantry, 500 men at arms, and 600 light horse. It was not a formidable army for the reduction of a powerful state, and Florence, at the advice of Machiavelli, had reorganized its old force of citizen militia, and had 30,000 men whom she could set in the field. But by the side of the Spanish general rode Cardinal Medici and his brother Giuliano, who represented a powerful faction in Florence. The Florentines were divided in opinion. Their successes since the expulsion of the Medici had not been striking. The downfall of the French power left them isolated in Italy, and many thought that their present government was clearly untenable, and that its fall was only a question of time. When the demands of the viceroy for the abolition of the power of the Gonfalonieri and the restoration of the Medici were brought to Florence, Soderini called the Great Council together. He asked them to decide if they wished for the Medici. If so, he was ready at once to retire. The unanimous answer was given: "We wish for you, and not the Medici." Many brave words were spoken, and troops were sent to hold Prato against the advance of the Spaniards. The citizen forces of Machiavelli were not prepared for the terrible earnestness with which the Spaniards made war, and the peasants were terrified by the wholesale slaughter which followed any attempt at resistance. The Spaniards, however, found great difficulty in obtaining supplies, since the Florentine troops cut off their communications with Bologna.
Raimondo de Cordova cared little for the restoration of the Medici,
and was willing to withdraw from the Florentine territory if his troops were supplied with food. In an evil hour for Florence the proposal was rejected, and Cardona led his starving troops to Prato and told them that within its walls were food and plunder. The Spaniards felt that they were fighting for their lives, and continued the assault with terrible earnestness till a breach was made in the wall. It was useless for the garrison to try and keep out the famished horde. On August 29th, Prato was stormed and sacked. No records in history are more horrible than those that tell of the fiendish cruelty, the brutal lust, the insatiable thirst for gold of the Spanish soldiers. It is said that 5,000 of the inhabitants of Prato were slain. Those who survived were tortured, mutilated, and dishonored. We may well believe the story that Pope Leo X was haunted on his deathbed by the remembrance of the horrors wherewith the greatness of the Medicean family was again established.
Men trembled in Florence at this awful news.
Cardona, triumphant, offered them the choice of war or the Medici, and Soderini shrank from exposing Florence to the fate of Prato. While he hesitated, a band of 4 young men who were of the party of the Medici forced their way into the palazzo and bade him lay down his office. Soderini had not the soul of a hero, and had already begun to despair. He asked that his life should be spared, and that he might quit Florence. Without any formal deposition, without any popular rising against him, without waiting to strike a blow for his country, he quitted Florence and made his way to Siena. It is no wonder that Machiavelli sentenced the silly soul of Piero Soderini to the limbo of infants. It is no wonder that a republic with so faint-hearted a leader had no hopes of life. The downfall of Florence was due to the feeling of political helplessness which had been growing in Italy in view of the rapid changes which baffled all attempts at calculation. The old idea of liberty had ceased to have any definite meaning, and political thinkers asked themselves vainly, where is freedom to be found? In the absence of any answer, they fell back upon incredulity. They abandoned any search for a principle on which to found political life, and accepted party struggles as rough scrambles for the sweets of power. The Florentine Francesco Vettori frankly expresses the sentiments on which he acted. The changes made by the Medici, he says, may be called tyrannical. It is true that in Plato's Republic and in Thomas More's Utopia there are examples of governments which are not tyrannical, but all the republics and states of which I have read in history, or which I have seen, smack of tyranny. We may say that all governments are tyrannical. In the case of Florence, the city is populous. Many citizens wish to share in its advantages, and the good things to be distributed are few. One party is driven to govern and enjoy honors and advantages. The other must look on and criticize the game. Such were the cynical considerations whereby Florence was induced to submit to the imposition of its former yoke. Next day, September 1st, 1512, Giuliano de' Medici entered Florence, and the Paleschi, as the partisans of the Medici were called, gathered round him. A Gonfaloniere was elected for a year, and the old government by means of the Concilio Grande was still retained. The Paleschi wished for a more thorough change. They found Giuliano too gentle for their leader, and submitted their views to Cardinal Giovanni. He entered Florence in state, accompanied by the viceroy, and by his advice the Paleschi, on September 16th, took possession of the Palazzo and remodeled the constitution of Florence. The Concilio Grande was abolished. The Gonfaloniere's tenure of office was restricted to 2 months. The franchise was confined to men who could be trusted. In short, the republican reforms of 1494 were swept away, and Florence was brought back to the condition in which it had been under Lorenzo. The impetuosity of Julius II carried away his judgment in permitting the restoration of the Medici to Florence by Spanish arms. He was pursuing an old design which altered circumstances had made dangerous rather than useful to his ends. So long as the French power was strong in Italy, the Pope had an interest in trying to separate Florence from its alliance with France, and the overthrow of the republican government by means of the Medici was the easiest course to pursue. When the French power had fallen, the Republic of Florence was left isolated and feeble. It would have been wise policy for the Pope to have left Florence in this condition of weakness. The restoration of the Medici by Spanish help reproduced the state of things which Julius II had been striving to overthrow. Florence, allied to Spain, was just as dangerous to the Papacy as Florence allied to France, and the Pope, who aimed at driving the foreigner out of Italy, was ill-advised in helping the dominant foreign power to win an ally such as Florence. Florence under Soderini would have been powerless. Florence under the Medici was sure to be an obstacle in the way of the Pope's plans. Julius II did not foresee the extent of the disaster which he wrought for the Papacy. He could not foresee that the Medici would weave the fortunes of their house with the fortunes of the Papacy, and would inflict on both the direst disaster. But he did not use such foresight as he possessed, and was bent on satisfying an old grudge, heedless of all else. He could not forgive Soderini for harboring the schismatics at Pisa. Even when Soderini had fallen, Julius II strove to get him into his power, and Soderini only escaped from the Pope's anger by fleeing to Ragusa. Julius II looked round with satisfaction on the results achieved by the Holy League. The French were driven from Italy and were menaced by the forces of England and Spain. Ferdinand's army occupied Navarre. The English forces threatened Guienne, and the English fleet ravaged the Breton coast. France was hard pressed on every side, and had no ally save Scotland. The Pope had nothing to fear from a revival of French influence in Italy. Moreover, Julius II had won Parma and Piacenza for the Holy See. He had not, it is true, succeeded in winning Ferrara, but Modena and Reggio were in the hands of his troops. There were other members of the League who were not so well satisfied. Maximilian and the Venetians could not agree about the division of the territories won from the French. Julius II desired above all things to establish his authority beyond dispute by the splendour of his council at the Lateran, whose sessions had been suspended during this interval of war. For this purpose he needed the accession of the Emperor. When that was gained, France, with its schismatical cardinals at Lyons, would be as completely isolated in ecclesiastical as in temporal affairs. Again, Julius II tried to win over Maximilian's adviser, the powerful Bishop of Gurk, of whom it was currently said, "Gurk is not the chief bishop in the Emperor's court, but the chief king who dances attendance on Gurk is the Emperor." Gurk came to Rome to confer with the Pope on November 5th, and was received with all the honour shown to sovereigns. The Venetians soon found that Julius II was entirely on the Emperor's side. He was accustomed by this time to use his allies solely for his own purposes, and had no scruple in ordering them to submit to his dictation. Venice was bidden to make peace with Maximilian on the terms which he offered, and they were to give up Verona and Vicenza. and hold Padua and Treviso as fiefs of the empire, subject to an annual payment. The Venetian envoys in Rome refused to accept these terms, whereon the Pope in anger cried out, "If you will not take them, we will all go against you." He was ready to renew the League of Cambrai against Venice, and on November 19th signed an accord with the Emperor, which was published on November 25th. After this he hastened to enjoy his triumph. On December 3rd was held the third session of the Lateran Council, in which the Bishop of Gurk declared the adhesion of the Emperor to the Council, pronounced in his name all the proceedings of the Council of Pisa null and void, and further asserted that the Emperor had given it no mandate. France was laid under an interdict for harbouring schismatics, and in the fourth session, held on December 10th, proposals were made for the formal abolition of the Pragmatic Sanction of France, but the question was deferred for a time. The Pope enjoyed his ecclesiastical triumph, but he paid a great price for it. It is the most remarkable feature in the policy of Julius II that he spared no pains to extinguish the beginnings of a schism. It might have been expected that the Pope, immersed in political schemes, would have disregarded the intrigues of a few discontented cardinals, or would have satisfied himself with defeating them on political grounds. But Julius II seems to have felt this ecclesiastical revolt more deeply than any interruption of his temporal plans, and never laid aside his efforts to establish his ecclesiastical authority in undisputed grandeur. For this purpose he curbed his fiery disposition, he grew cautious and patient, he made unexpected sacrifices. The adhesion of Maximilian to the Lateran Council was no great matter in itself. Yet Julius II was determined to have it, though Ferdinand of Spain pointed out the danger of alienating the Venetians, who would be driven to ally themselves with France, and so bring back French influence into Italy. Maximilian urged the excommunication of Venice, but Julius II shrank from pressing Venice too hardly. He threatened, but did not excommunicate. Venice was anxious to avoid a rupture, and declared its adhesion to the Lateran Council. One motive of temporal policy led Julius II to unite with the Emperor. He was above all things desirous of the conquest of Ferrara, and urged the Emperor to recall the German mercenaries who were in the service of Duke Alfonso. He hoped that Alfonso's army would thereby fade away, like the army of La Palisse. But no one was willing to further the Pope's schemes. Maximilian refused to move. The Spanish forces abode at Milan, and preferred to enjoy themselves in the festivities which followed on the restoration of Duke Massimiliano Sforza. Julius II saw with displeasure that operations against Ferrara were suspended for the winter months, that he had little to hope from his allies, and that the negotiations between Venice and France threatened new dangers for the future. The only success which the Pope could reckon was the occupation of Pesaro by the Duke of Urbino in the end of October. End of section 19.
Section 20 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 5, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 5, Chapter 17, Rome under Julius II, Part 1. The sense of increasing difficulties weighed heavily on Julius II, whose health began to give way. At the end of January 1513, he took to his bed, and in a few days his other ailments were complicated by an attack of fever. On February 4th, 1513, he sent for Paris de Gracie, and told him that he had no hopes of recovery. He gave him orders for his funeral, saying that he knew how little attention was paid to a pope after his death. He did not wish his illness to postpone the next session of the Lateran Council, which was accordingly held on February 16th, under the presidency of Cardinal Raffaele Riario. At the Pope's wish, the council promulgated the decree which he had previously issued against simony in papal elections. Julius II was so far a reformer that he recognized the mischief which was wrought on the papacy by the unblushing simony of which he had himself been a witness. The decree of Julius II against simony, and the care with which from his deathbed he urged it on the consciences of his cardinals, are sufficient proofs of the scandals of the past. Julius II felt his strength slowly ebbing away, and quietly prepared for death. On February 20th he received the sacrament from the hands of Cardinal Riario, and afterwards bade farewell to the cardinals. Addressing them in Latin as a pope, he asked for their prayers. He confessed himself a great sinner, who had not governed the Church as wisely as he ought. He besought them to stand fast in the fear of God and the observance of the laws of the Church. Then he implored them to observe in the election of his successor the bull which had just received the approbation of the council. The absent cardinals should be admitted to the conclave, all save the schismatics. To them as a man and a priest he gave his pardon and his blessing. As Pope, he could not sanction their polluted presence within the city. Then, changing his speech to the Italian tongue, he told them his last wishes as a man. He wished that the Duke of Urbino should be confirmed in the vicariate of Pesaro, as some return for the services which he had rendered to the Church. Julius II felt the calls of nature strong at the last. He had avoided the fault of Alexander VI. He had even treated the Duke of Urbino with disdain. But he could not help expressing a wish that his nephew might secure an honourable but modest provision. The cardinals assented, and the Pope dismissed them with his blessing. Afterwards he took leave of his household. His strength fast waned before this last effort, and on the following night he died. The death of Julius II filled Rome with sorrow. It was long since there had been such unfeigned grief at the death of a pope. The quietness of the city and the absence of deeds of violence during the vacancy bore unmistakable testimony to the impression which his character had produced. Men felt that a great man had passed away. Their thoughts rested on the things which he had accomplished, on the successes which he had obtained. They recalled those qualities of the departed which always fascinate the popular mind: his resoluteness, his activity, his great designs. He had wrought changes in Italy with a rapidity which baffled understanding. He had made the papacy the centre of the politics of Europe. He had used great kings as his instruments, and when they had secured his purposes, he had driven them ignominiously away. The ordinary Italian may well be pardoned if he had no clear view of the future of Italy. He saw himself in a whirl of change and revolution, from which he could only hope for a favourable issue. He clung to the strong man who seemed to have a plan of his own, and who pursued it with untiring energy. Julius II gave himself out as the liberator of Italy, and the average Italian was willing to believe him. He saw that Julius II was pursuing no merely personal ends, and was not trying to set up a dominion for his family. Disinterested ambition seemed noble in his eyes, and the aspirations of Julius II to free Italy from the stranger seemed to be the utterance of lofty patriotism. Men saw that Julius II had done great things. They believed that his schemes, if fully carried out, would bring back order out of chaos. The statesmen of Italy took a more sober view of Julius II. They regarded the means which he used and discussed their wisdom. They estimated the immediate results which he produced, and doubted about his ideal aims. He was a man, says Florentine Francesco Vittori, fortunate rather than prudent, courageous rather than strong, but ambitious and beyond measure desirous of every kind of greatness. Alexander and Julius were so great that they may be called emperors rather than popes. In the same strain wrote another Florentine, Francesco Guicciardini. He was a prince of courage and boundless resolution, but impetuous and full of unmeasured schemes, which would have brought him to ruin had he not been helped by the reverence felt for the Church, the discord of the princes, and the condition of the times, rather than by his own moderation and prudence. He would deserve the highest glory had he been a secular prince, or if he had used the same care and efforts to exalt the Church in spiritual things by peaceful arts that he used to exalt her by war and temporal greatness. Guicciardini goes on to say that Julius II was extolled above his predecessors by those who, having lost the right use of words and confused the distinctions of accurate speech, judge that it is the office of the popes to bring empire to the apostolic see by arms and by the shedding Christian blood, more than to trouble themselves by setting an example of holy life and correcting the decay of morals for the salvation of those souls for whose sake they boast that Christ set them as his vicars on earth. The different judgments of which Guicciardini speaks are still possible. For good or ill, Julius II was undoubtedly the founder of the Papal States. The nepotism of Sixtus IV was merely the extension of a tendency that already existed, and was not a system which could leave lasting results. Alexander VI set himself with relentless craft to establish for his son an independent principality in central Italy. Such a plan might have been for the good of Italy, but would have destroyed the temporal sovereignty of the papacy, which would have been left with only spiritual functions, and would have run great risks of being reduced to an appendage to a new and vigorous dynasty. From this danger it was rescued by Julius II, who entered upon the labours of Cesare Borgia and carried out the plans of Alexander VI. But the conquests of Julius II were for the Church, and when he died, he left the Church supreme over dominions of which Alexander VI had never dared to dream. Not only were the states of the Church recovered, but their enemies were crushed and their neighbours weakened. The Italian powers had been reduced. The political life of Italy, which before was tottering, had received from Julius II a fatal blow. Only the Papal States rested on a sure foundation. When the crash came, they alone were safe, for the papacy as a temporal power was bound up with the politics of southern Europe. It is easy to point out the dangers which the papacy ran in bringing about this end. The head of Christendom, leading his armies to attack an insignificant fortress in Italy, and hurling his anathemas against those who crossed his path in politics, was not a figure to command the respect of Europe. It is easy to point to the great religious movement which followed, and find its origin in feelings of moral reprobation awakened by such like conduct. But the success of the Reformation was due to intellectual, social, and political causes as well as moral. Christendom became conscious of differences which were sure to find expression sooner or later in religious matters. The Reformation would have taken place in some way or another, even if the popes had stood aloof from Italian politics. The system of the medieval Church would have felt the attack of the modern spirit of criticism, whether the states of the Church had been ruled by the Pope or by his unruly vicars. A secularized papacy may be a proof to after times that the days of the undisputed rule of the Pope over the Church were drawing to an end, but it is hard to see how the papacy, organized as it had been for centuries, could have escaped the conflict. If this be so, the foundation of the states of the Church was by no means an unworthy or unnecessary work. If the crash had come when the papacy was politically insignificant, it might have been entirely swept away. As it was, the papacy was preserved on political grounds till it had time to put forth new strength and re-establish its hold on the ecclesiastical system. Had not the papacy possessed a strong foothold in the states of the Church, it might, in the rapid movement of the Reformation, have been reduced to its primitive condition of an Italian bishopric. The story of the founding of the states of the Church may be regarded as an episode, an ignoble episode, in the history of the papacy, but it is, none the less, an integral part of its development. The beginning of the 16th century saw the states of Europe engaged in extending their boundaries and consolidating their power. The papacy frankly accepted the political spirit of the time and entered on the scramble as keenly as the rest and as sagaciously as the wisest. It must, in all fairness, be admitted that it received its reward. It cannot be said of Julius II that he entirely disregarded for politics the higher duties of his office. He saw the dangers of the secularized papacy and did his utmost to rescue papal elections from simony and bring back the cardinals to a sense of their responsibilities. He was not so venturous as to run the risk of a schism, nor so cowardly as to refuse to meet the opinion of Europe, if Europe had anything to say. But the churchmen who assembled at the Lateran Council were unconscious of any coming danger, and though they spoke of a coming time of peace, they agreed in praising the Pope's warlike bearing, as needful in the present. Julius II sorely needed money, but he introduced no new exactions and was not personally oppressive. He received large sums from new cardinals, but he probably thought that those who were honoured by the Church should contribute to the Church's needs. His resources were due to personal frugality and careful management. Men thought that he was avaricious because he was slow in parting with his money and liked to keep a good sum in reserve. He was not generous or open-handed, and his service brought no rewards. Michelangelo lived in poverty while he worked for the Pope, and found it hard to get money to enable him to pay for his marble or his colours. Julius II stands high above Alexander VI, because his policy was disinterested and was intelligible. Men could forgive much to a Pope who fought for the Church. They looked with dread on a Pope who used the authority of the Church to establish his own family in power. Julius II was an unscrupulous politician, but he played his game openly, and men saw the reasons for his moves. He spoke out clearly and did not conceal his objects. The allies whom he used for his purposes were never deceived into thinking that he had any real love for them, and he never struck a blow in the dark. His rough, resolute, impetuous, outspoken character gave him an appearance of dignity and high-mindedness. Alexander VI filled Italy with horror, because he suddenly strode forward as master of that statecraft which had many dilettante admirers. In contrast to him, Julius II seemed to return to primitive virtues, to revive an heroic age. He set up steadfastness in the place of subtlety. He triumphed by rashness rather than by guile. He professed to talk of greater plans than he could compass, rather than cloak his schemes under an affected geniality and good humour. In this, Julius II corresponded to a movement of the Italian mind. The early Renaissance strove after delicacy and worked tentatively in points of detail. It gradually felt its way to a desire for largeness of design and boldness in execution. What Michelangelo did for art, what Bramante did for architecture, Julius II did for politics. he conceived vast designs, and worked at them with the fury of one overmastered by the grandeur of his own ideas. End of Section 20.